machine.
You got this, Greenboy.
Lucky for you, I buy these by the dozen.
Out of my way, Your Majesty.
Somebody call the doctor. Machine gun on the shoulder. Monster. I'm in trouble. Nobody got medicine. No, I'm not a cure. So I'll keep
Well, this is embarrassing.
I'm stuck with these versions. They're all in my head.
We're still just searching for that one team to send over to the APAC playoffs.
And look, I really hope we pick the cream of the crop. Look, Bonkers did pretty well last time, but I want to see us making that top 8. You know, I want to see us making it all the way to Masters next time.
3.
A 2-on-1, he will. Connection from Panic and another to finish.
Fun Crew.
So the whole map being covered right now beautifully for Fun Crew, and Yakuza's all over this.
Order.
So our goal is to basically dominate Oz, then head overseas and try to do the best we can over there.
Cleared out long now, knows where the offensive is going to come from. 2 line up, RTW.
Cat Girls.
Good hold from Flixty at least one. Trade starting to come through and Cat Girls.
Bonkers.
So Mike has to figure out where exactly that he is.
Oh my God.
Bobo.
I think you'll see us and Order in the grand final.
But it's already gotten halfway, and I think it might be doable for Bobo. You get the sense that this is going to be a real back and forth game. Showstopper, Thunder's gone deep. He didn't even hit the rocket, but he's hit the shots. A triple. Madness.
Going to be too effective from Nice Axe. Goes up. Precious can't land the shot. Now again. Quick double from Precious.
He's come over the top, has a nice line. There's the ping. See you later, Sicko. And another as well, Cloxy.
Texter, another frag to be found. Cream, he's in such an awkward spot, but he's going to line up the collateral.
That's a tang coming through from, I think, the camera.
Oh, what is this?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania tour. It is a Friday night down under. I am in one part of Australia. Pilski is in the other part. Are they both cold, though? That is one of the questions I have right now. Pilski, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm pretty cold, but you know, I ordered myself some soup. Also, the games tonight should be pretty spicy. They should be heating up a little bit, so that'll definitely help get myself worked up, get myself into the zone that I needed to be, and just like the players in the server, I can get into it over time.
No, absolutely. That is what we'd love to see. And of course, what we're going to be seeing might need a little bit of explanation tonight for those that may not be in the know or want a little bit of a refresher. So how about we have a little look-see at how things work here?
Welcome to the 2022 VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament circuit where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place at the APAC playoffs with a chance to qualify for VALORANT Masters, and a shot at the global title. Teams can compete in up to 2 stages, consisting of open qualifiers, a regional group stage, and playoffs, each with their own AUD $25,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate championship points to be one of the top teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship and a $30,000 prize pool. Those top teams go on to the APAC Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2022's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live /2022 VOT.
An overseas spot, what everybody is going to be chasing for in the server tonight for their first showing, and for some returnings actually as well, as we will touch upon a little bit later, Pilski. But for these players, I mean, getting overseas in towards Masters, that's what they want.
100%. It means absolutely everything to a lot of these players. You know, obviously you're kind of like a big fish in a small pond if you're one of the better teams in Oceania, but being able to be part of the global circuit is super, super important. It's a great experience to have if you do get that opportunity to do so. And I think, you know, we do have a couple of teams that we're going to be watching tonight that are going to be definitely capable of taking that spot.
Yeah, and of course for the teams that may bow out here because it is that single elim bracket, which we'll touch upon a little bit in a moment as well, there is monetary value that is attributed to your placing as well. So, you know, ranging from up there in the first at 9K all the way down to 8th in 1,000. So we already know a couple of teams that are taking away the exact quantities, but for the teams that are still within this top 4, we don't know where they're going to place just yet.
100%. And look, that 9,000, you can't really put a monetary value on the experience that you get from going overseas and being part of that, you know, Southeast Asian circuit and the greater VCT circuit as a whole. And you also do get a little bit more prize money just from going over to one of those tournaments. So it's not just the $9,000. That first place is absolutely massive for whoever claims it.
No, absolutely. And now getting down into the nitty gritty of things here, Pilski. I was in the office at work yesterday at a work function whilst the games were being played, and I was on my phone. I was keeping track of the games that, you know, were happening, and I'm looking at the scores and I'm looking what's happening. Yesterday's games, they were ridiculous from what I was able to at least glance at.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get a chance to really watch too much of them myself. I was working on some StarCraft, watching the old DreamHack, a lot of players going head-to-head, but it was crazy. I mean, between Rain and Fun Crew, they had obviously quite a close map, couple of OTs, and I heard that there was a lot of exciting stuff going. This is two teams that are definitely some of the ones that I've been keeping my eye on in the overall bracket. I would have expected Fun Crew to probably close this one down, but Rain are just time and time again proving that they are a quality squad despite coming together so you know, without so much time together, as opposed to Fun Crew having a little bit more sort of, I would say, chemistry amongst their core. Interesting to see a Phoenix pick come out there from Yakuza. And look, that second series as well was quite interesting because Cat Girls, I felt, was a team that could have potentially been in the grand final, could have potentially contested for that spot over in APAC, but they bow out to a bonkers squad that has basically just been put together on the fly and seeming to have some really good results for themselves.
And I think one of the big things to take away from that second series in Cat Girls and Bonkers as well is Bonkers fought from behind majority of the time. I was looking at the first half of Ascend, I was looking at the first half of Bind, and both times Cat Girls were in front and Bonkers had to come back. And only that, you know, on the offensive side, absolutely ridiculous numbers being put up from all of these teams. And if we keep getting series from this, rather series from these players of this caliber, a bit bringing that back, it's going to be absolutely huge. But we'll touch upon where we currently are and what we're going to be seeing today. As you do see it, Order and Bobo on the top side of this bracket trying to get into that grand final, and Rain and Bonkers, well, we're going to see who's going to progress one step further and who's going to get eliminated.
Yeah, it's going to be a rematch of that opening game that you did see up there in the initial bracket. Order and Bobo could be a repeat grand final as far as I'm concerned, and you could even get a rematch of that upper bracket as well between Rain and Bobo if that ends up happening. So it's always a little bit of a different story once you get the chance to play a team for the second time around. You know, you get a bit of a better feel for their style. You can start to adapt to some of the things that they show. Maybe we'll even get some comp changes and things like that coming in. That's been something that a lot of teams have been flexing into a little bit more, Bobo definitely being one of them. So definitely some interesting stuff lying ahead, and we can kind of continue to craft and follow these storylines along as the bracket does go on.
Yeah, and of course, following those as well, we'll go ahead and have a look at where the overall standings currently are in the fight to get towards the final championships. We can see that Fun Crew, all of their points that they've accumulated still does house them on top. But I think one thing to point out notably here is the points from stage 1 are lesser than you would accumulate here in stage 2. Stage 2 points are weighted more, so we will most likely see some big shifting with this leaderboard.
Yeah, most likely you're going to get a couple of those teams that are down the bottom really shoot up as they finally get their placement and get accrued some points for themselves. So once we do get towards the end of this overall stage, obviously we're going to send one of the teams over, but we'll also get to kind of reevaluate where we stand in terms of the overall points heading in towards the end of the year.
Yeah, and of course, we want to know what games we're going to be seeing. We touched upon it a little bit earlier on, but we'll go ahead and be seeing Order versus Bobo first. So that is the upper bracket match. So we'll see who does get into that grand final and who does go down into the lower bit to have a bit of a second fighting chance against the winner of our second series, which will be Rain and Bonkers. And I will add, yes, the times are penciled in here. The second series is penciled for 8:30. But if yesterday's games are anything to go by, maybe not going to be the actual starting time.
Yeah, it might go a little bit deeper. It really depends. I think Order and Bobo, it's definitely an interesting prospect, and I'm keen to see it go to 3 maps. In fact, I would really prefer to see 6 maps overall from all of these teams, if that's something that's going to be possible. No 2-0s, I'm hoping, and that way we'll get to see the most amount of maps overall. We'll get to see these teams feel each other out a lot, and that really does sort of set up a lot of expectations heading into a best-of-5 grand final as well.
Yeah, I'm super keen to see what maps we do get into, but first we need to know what players we are going to have in the server for today. Everybody should be very familiar with who they are, but let's go ahead and have a bit of a refresh on who our team in Order is.
Yeah, so you got Techstar and Disco and Maple. They're the core of the old squad. Techstar being quite a historied CS player who's gone from being like a star player, aggressive rifler in Counter-Strike, to now being an IGL and someone who's kind of been the, I guess, star player and what's the word? Like the main person that's representing Order in Valorant, and kind of the person that you think of when you say Order Valorant. They add Ronsky and RDW into their squad, which is a bit of an O's classic. Whenever a team gives you trouble and you are the team or the org with resources, or you're considered to be the best in the region, you just poach their best player, and then the squad kind of has issues from there. So they've done that with Ronsky and RDW, and honestly, the roles do kind of fit together and make sense on paper as well. So they put together pretty much the favorite squad to go over and take that APAC spot as well.
Yeah, and it's super interesting as well, because right now I feel like a lot of these teams are just so much more powerful of the renditions that we've seen in the previous stage as well, but we won't dwell upon that too much for right now. We'll go ahead and look at the opposition of Order tonight in Bobo, and I gotta say, you know, big names as well on this roster.
Yeah, so you got the core 3 of the team that went over and represented OS last time in APAC. I think they kind of, they probably should have made it into the playoffs, but unfortunately they ended up bowing out in the group stage. However, they have kind of changed up their team quite a bit since that last roster. They've changed IGL. They've brought on Science, who's someone who's got a lot of experience and is an ex-member of Order, as well as being on various iterations of that wildcard roster. They brought on Dragon, who's someone who's really been up and coming in the region for quite a while, going from Nebula in towards that Bliss roster last year. And obviously, he's someone who's quite diverse in terms of the roles that he can play, and he's one of the higher rated players in the competition.
Yeah, I'm really super keen to see sort of how far they're able to be pushed in terms of individual players, because you talk about top teams poaching other players, you talk about bringing talent up. It's always something that we love to be able to sort of keep track on where players are maneuvering around and everything. And I think from the core that you mentioned there of this Bobo roster that was able to give us a good showcase overseas, you know, again, it just kind of lays into the statement I made earlier that the teams are just looking a lot stronger with the sort of picking and poaching that we've seen lately.
Yeah, 100%. So taking a look at those head-to-heads, I think I wanted to really look at Ronsky and Dragon as well, because they're some of the high-rated players in the competition. These are most of the opping presence, but obviously we're living in this meta of Jet Chamber, right? So opping presence isn't as straightforward. Your Sentinel player can definitely be a big opping presence, and you'll see that a little bit from Sign, because Bobo is quite flexible with their roles. But like I said, Ronsky, we expect him to be on the Jet, and the main point of differentiation between these two players is that Dragon is a lot more flexible in terms of his agent pool, and he still outputs a lot of fragging. Dragon has played how many? Let's have a look. He's played 4 different agents so far. He flexes between Duelist and Chamber, whereas Ronsky has only played the Jet so far.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those interesting things as well. It's like we've seen a couple of players, let's say Andy, for example, right? With the Jet nerf coming in through, he's really exploring other agents to be playing on. And I do wonder as well if that's something that Order and Ronsky specifically are going to be exploring a little bit later on. But before that, we pit the teams against each other there on the head-to-head. Let's put them together and see what they had to say before this match.
The way they play is pretty basic, those boys from Kakao, so we didn't have to run anything too complex. We just pretty much kept it to the basics. And I mean, unlike most of our T sides, we didn't really get past like phase 1 of our strat book, to be honest.
Yeah, equalising the scoreline.
In both most recent matches, our Haven has been looking really rough. You know, both first map each series, putting us one map down. That's not very good. The Mindfreak game, that last map was really close. We had to have a bit of a comeback on there.
We're gearing up pretty well for this stage. This is obviously what we're here for, is for the chance to qualify for Asia. So
we really want to make the APAC VCT. Yeah, we're going to try our hardest to get there.
Respect shown. Sign going to be flashing his way forward. Man's hungry.
Valorant's like a pretty rare game in terms of there's a lot of variables that can be interchangeable, like different people getting ultimates and things like that can change the course of a game. So what's really important is basically just your composure in the match, and if you're the better team.
I think for us, we know we can beat them. We know they're beatable. They're not unstoppable. We need to be having a good day. We need to all be on top of our individual performances, having good understanding of how they play and what they like to do, having a lot of prep going into the game.
So for us, I know for a fact, if we're composed, individually, obviously, we're the best in the region by far. So it just comes down to our mental.
Bronski is doing a good job of clearing out short.
We've still got a lot of stuff hidden up our sleeve that we haven't showed yet, but we're really excited to bring those compositions and strats out.
I think you can just expect what you've been seeing already, just keeping it pretty basic and just trying to gear up for the grand finals, or just trying to peak in the finals, not trying to peak too early. So just constantly improving for each matchup and trying to put our best foot forward.
Well, both teams saying that they're hiding some stuff. They've got hidden strats up their sleeves. They haven't been pushed a little bit further. I do wonder if they're going to need to dive a little bit into those books for today's match, considering, a little bit internal beef between these teams. Both want to get to that grand final. And, I mean, yes, they can probably make that little lower bracket slog if they need to. But, of course, you want to get into that grand final from the top bracket.
Yeah, for sure. If you could just put yourself in that better position, it's also going to allow you to kind of avoid that best of three down and towards the lower bracket, where you will have to kind of dig into that strat book, show some more of those strats, and that's going to be a big advantage for whatever team's in the grand final to just sit back. They know that some of those maps will probably make it into the pool in the best of five. It's just going to be each team going for their insta ban, and then you'll be able to watch a lot more of those maps and see their approaches.
Yeah, well, let's bring out the vetoes and see where exactly we are going to be going, if we've got any surprises to come our way. I mean, I like to see Fracture. I would want to see Fracture between these two teams. Ascent and Bind. Wait, no Haven? No Haven. Okay, Fracture is the decider. I am absolutely okay with this. I am surprised, though, Pilsky, with this, because Haven has been seemingly not Bobo's greatest map, and Order didn't pick into it. So I do wonder what the reasoning might be behind that one.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised about that. Bobo had the choice of the two at the end of the veto. Order's gone for Ascent. So Ascent is a map that neither one of these teams have really played too much. So it's not really going to be something that we're going to be able to read into too much. The only time that Bobo's played it was against Rain. The only time that Order have played it was against Mindfreak and Honey Badgers, and they had some very, very good games on that. And those are some of the decent teams in the competition. So Order really riding those two officials' victories in terms of that momentum. But also probably worth mentioning that, there's a lot that goes in terms of practice that informs a team's confidence on a map, and in terms of of a map pool overall, that we really can't know, especially in a minor region. We just don't have a whole lot of data to go off. So it's going to be cool to see how this best of three goes. It's obviously not elimination. It's going to be great to go into the grand final and all that kind of stuff, but this can also be the kind of series where you can condition the other team for the grand final, because the realistic expectation is that this should be the grand final rematch. If whatever happens in the lower bracket, it's not 100% guaranteed, because let's be real, Rain have definitely pushed a couple of these better teams in this competition. Bonkers are putting together crazy upsets over Catgirls. Nothing's guaranteed once you make it down into that lower bracket, but that's still going to be kind of sitting in the back of the minds of these teams.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think for right now as well, something you mentioned a little bit earlier is tonight you want to see 6 maps coming on forward, and if we do get that third map, I'll rather say, for this series, it is going to be Fracture, which I am going to be very, very keen on. But we'll go ahead and start to get in toward the game, see what agents everybody is going to be selecting here. And I keep mentioning this because I absolutely love it. Disco is already on the KO. I love to see that.
Yeah, obviously he's been an agent that's had a lot of popularity. I'm looking at the agent comps for these two teams. For Bobo, they've completely changed up their comp, completely different comp from what they run against Rain recently, which is their only official on this map. This is chucking the Yoru in there, even having a Viper, which is just absolutely crazy in combination with the Sage. This is a completely off-meta comp on Ascent that you would never really see too much. As for Order, I mean, you were talking about the KO as well. I'll wait for us to get into the server, so I can be 100% on what agent comp that they do go for, and see if it's the exact same one as last time.
Yep, so Omen Sova, KO, Chamber, and Jet leading into the
same one. Same one as the last time they played.
Operators as well. I always personally love like this sort of style of composition from Bobo, right? The Brimstone Viper, you know, you got coverage across the whole map with nice timings. It leaves you open to really using those Sky Smokes for a proper retake on one side of the map, and then you got the wall and the Poison Orb on the other side as well. Really cool. But to have Yoru come in, as you say, and as you mentioned, a completely different look at an agent selection for Bobo right now. I mean, I don't even know if there's anything that we can really just state for this composition right now. No idea. It's freshwater.
100%. I haven't seen it before, but obviously, you know, the Viper's going to play a bit more of a senti role because you do still have those dedicated smokes. Either way, though, kicking things off here. Order starting into middle, looking for a duel or some control somewhere. You're going to get the follow-up of the KO knife over towards short, trying to read the position if anyone's playing close there. And Ronsky, he's already activated his dash. He's running out of opportunities to use it. So unfortunately, no dash available for the man. Order just pressuring towards Cat. They've got RDW lurking towards B main. Still in a bit of a 1-3-1. They're going to start breaking down that Sage wall and starting to decide what they want to do with their mid to late round here.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of the A main progression as well from Tix and Dragon, already using that fake out through towards A main and a Sky Smoking combination. So starting to get a little bit of this information, but this is where the battles will start to happen with the A split. Dark cover does go down for Ronsky to get on through. There's still 50 seconds if they do want to bail on out, but here come a little bit of the darts on through for the full clearance, and it's just going to be a multi-pronged attack through towards A. A bit of a different change right now to come on through. Sign and Ronsky now RDW getting a couple of kills. That's the B site open, and that Spike is already making its move over toward the other side of the map. Ronsky finds Sign, and it's 4 versus 2.
And this is exactly what Order does so well, especially with the lineup that they put together here. RDW, definitely one of the better lurkers that we've had in the region for the longest time now. He's just such an asset to your team because he can always be a bit of a contingency plan, applying pressure to the other side of the map, and that's exactly how Order used him there. Does go down, but spots at least one player coming in towards his B main flank, so Order well and truly set up in this post plant quite safely with this market control and the smoke on B main.
Yeah, we'll see what damage Dragon is going to be able to do as Ronsky does pop the tailwind, waiting to see if it's going to happen. Dragon is quite low right now, and that dart, well, it's going to do nothing. Ronsky's going to shoot through the dark cover to find Dragon. Tix is known as well in his position, and it should just pretty much be a formality from here. Maple's going to clean that one up.
Very, very nice stuff. 3 kills for Ronsky as well is going to move him quite close towards that Blade Storm, and he's definitely one of the players that can pop off with that out of all of them. We'll see how Order do approach this anti-eco, whether there is a little bit of the orb control and things like that moving in here. They've got a little bit less utility than Bobo are going to be relying on. And I think that's kind of the storyline for this matchup in general. Order playing a little bit more of a rotation-based style, you know, trying to play off how the other team reacts and having a lot more mid-rounding. Whereas Bobo is going to be a bit more of the team that utilizes the utility and tries to abuse the abilities in Valorant to get themselves a win with some kind of novel strategies.
There's a bit of aggression up through mid right now as well. Flash drive, a couple of smokes straight on in towards the market is Ronsky. Takes around the corner. Spike actually outside of B main right now as well. So if there was any pushing up from Noz, that could be pretty tricky business. You got the trademark. He's currently overlooking that as well. Noz now loses his life. So again, this is just kind of one of those save rounds to come through from Bobo. Not really going to read too much into water. Did that recon dart just bounce off the Aldrone? I think it might have by the sound cue, but it doesn't really matter. Order finding all of those frags, Scroll and Tix to see if anything's going to come out now. Get a little bit of damage in. But we are really just waiting for the next round for the guns to kind of come out.
Mostly pretty clean there for Order. 4 up, but a whole bunch of armors being broken is going to force some reinvestments for sure. So that's going to take a bit of a toll on their money and going to make it a little bit more taxing to kind of even up that cash the way you'd want to. But for the most part, you know, they're 2k across the board. They're going to throw that Sheriff over to Maple. First gun round here for Bobo. Need to keep things as clean as possible. It's going to be, again, that same wall from the Viper across A main and short and mid. Something that's been theorycraft for quite a while.
Looking like a bit of a quick one though, Pilsky right now in toward the A site. Toxic Screen not going to do really too much if Ronski tried to bully his way through it, but it's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Dragon again, these trades starting to come through from Order. It is a dink on towards Texter to get out the dark cover though, at least afford some semblance of safety as the spike will start to make its way down onto the floor. Our drone does come out as well. Has a potential flank right now from RDW. If he's able to catch Tix off guard,
yeah,
that would mean no smokes, no incendiary. RDW indeed is going to win that duel, but it's going to be the save for them. He's kind of bamboozling them at the moment, bringing them away from the spike defuse. Good peek out from Signed. A little bit awkward in the frag, but it's just isolated at the moment. Maple in hell. Gonna hear the drop of Signed. Can't play into all the dark cover. He loses his life as well. And, well, this is kind of looking a little bit awkward. Damage is done for certain. RDW, the spike is half defused. He's jumping on top of the generator. Noz has seen that one. Has Hap on toward the spike as well. He's just baiting it out. He's cleared it. He's seen it. RDW should have this all day. He doesn't get the frag, but is there enough time for the defuse for Noz? It might just be... Oh, point 11.
As close as it could be, but that's really a pretty big victory for Order. They've done so much economic damage, and the reality is that they had to make a pretty big mistake to lose that round. Miscommunication between Maple onto Balk and Texter peeking in the open of A main. It really shouldn't have ever been a situation where Bobo could just walk out heaven and get that frag for free. So Bobo barely scraping their way through the round. They're going to actually commit to the investment here. So throwing all their eggs in the basket, trying to break the cash. RDW straight on that 2-4, so, and it looks like they're just going to keep things simple, try to walk out B main and find a pick.
Yeah, Noz is going to be the first point of contact with this one. Bit of a warning fire. Barrier wall ready. Going to be boosted up on top of it by himself.
Just waiting, biding their time. Noz wants to try to peek out on that timing and find the pick, and you can see Order well aware that that could be a possibility. In the meanwhile, they're working this mid control. Drone up straight through, trying to spot if anyone's contesting that part of the map, and this B split slowly starting to scale up here. Looking like they're just going to leave Texter on the lurk in through market side and commit 4 through B main.
Oh, this could be big for Texter if he's able to just hold down the market, as the first duel is technically going Order's way. Incendiary pulled out as well at the wrong timing, but a great flash drive affording Noz to get back on toward the lane. 2-4, misses its shot, and RDW has to duck out. The spike not able to go down just yet, but some information on towards Sign's location for now at CT. Frags starting to come up a storm. Noz was the last bit of control that Order needed to get past for the spike to go down, and now we're into the retake phase. You got that Hunter's Fury online as well, but how does Bobo really get back into this one? Split for the retake. Do have the gate crash and a couple of flashes available for Dragon. Is he going to be the one to go in first for the fight? Scroll clearing angles. Snakes bite down toward the back house.
Oh, flash on through. Ronski looks like he's cleaning most of this up. Order, good fundamentals, just peeking off one another, and only comes down to 2 players surviving. So not a super clean round, but Order definitely putting themselves in the power position now. They're going to break Bobo's money, who will have to take the single save going forward here. As we're starting to see the ults get involved for both of these teams. You one off the Hunter's Fury for... you got the Hunter's Fury for Maple, and as for Bobo, one off the Hunter's Fury, and they're really putting together the Pit and the Yoru ult as well, which are going to make for some very weird rounds that you haven't seen on Ascent before. I don't think they're really going to be committing those into a round like this, which is just a bit of a half buy, but really interested to see if they've got some set plays with this very, very off-meta composition.
Well, the Toxic Scream we've seen kind of just be disrespected time and time again, from Texter through mid and Ronski through A main right now, and is leading to the ladder. See if he does get the Cloud Burst out as well, given by the fact that this is just a sort of small purchase to come in for Bobo. Big stack towards short at the moment, however. Noz in through towards mid, and RDW has seen that. He's just running in with the Headhunter in this round. Didn't need to overcommit, but the frags are starting to come on through. Dragon does manage to pick up one in the piece and is left with a single point of HP.
Ooh. Lucky not falling for the fake out of the Yoru there. Order kind of poking and prodding, keeping an eye on the position of a lot of these pistoling players. You can see Signed trying to force the issue a little bit where he can.
There's a bunch of low players right now, actually, on the side of Order as well. They do have to kind of be careful to hold on to this weaponry. Nice. That's exactly why.
That's a good pick. One closer to Tix's Brimalt as well. RDW able to at least stop that gun from being picked up, and Tix super low here. Even if he gets one more pick, then he's going to have his primo ult for the next. But even if he dies, he's just 1 kill or 1 orb off. Good crosshair placement here.
Oh, he's got it.
Go. So that's going to be his ult for the next round after he goes down. And that's a lot of guns taken off Order. Yes, they still get that round done, but definitely coming down close is going to take a massive toll on their economy. This round is going to be an absolute brawl, though. Like, all of these teams having access to almost all of their ults. And for Bobo, I mean, it's going to be cool to see what they can come up with, because this is definitely one of the more creative teams in terms of the theory crafting, and just coming up with some cool little tricks. Obviously, you can see just from their choice of comp, it's already a little bit crazy. But
yeah,
how will they use these ults?
Well, these are the kind of rounds for me where I was like looking at the game yesterday for the little glimpses, and I'm like, you got the Nightfall, you got the Null Command, you got the Orbital Strike, and it's just how the hell do you see anything? But for right now, that's good information. That's a good ult coming on through. Sign finds one, Dragon open onto Ronsky. That's going to kind of reset Order for this round.
Those are exactly the kind of set plays that you want to make when you've got ults like that in a gun round. You know, they've just been able to lock down both of the extremities of the map with a combination of ults. You've got the Anthos Fury over towards A main, contesting that control. You've got the Pit over towards B main. So really not many options here for Order to go and contest the map. Even mid is Sage walled. So there's not many safe positions that they really could have contested in the early round here. And they're going to have to see what they can do to try to turn this 3-on-5 back in their favor.
Yeah, Sage Wall starting to crack as well. Noz already wise to that fact. W is going to take the challenge. You don't really want to see any overcommitments here for Bobo. Need to be holding on to their economy as well. Need to make sure that they have everything they need going into the next round, because there's still some decent money on Order's side.
Yeah, it's great fundamentals for Bobo. Just trying to play around what's clean and dirty. They're leaving middle open. In comes the KO. Order really wanting to commit to try to win this 3-on-5, but it's not going well for them at all. Disco goes down early here. Texter, good crosshair placement, does pick up the rotator, and I think it's going to be a little bit too hard for Order to do too much there. Bobo really doing a great job of getting value out of those ults straight away. And this is where, although Order, like you said, have a little bit of cash in the back pocket, it is going to take absolutely everything out of their economy to invest in this round.
And I kind of like to see the fact that Bobo held on to 2 of their ults as well, right? They didn't feel necessarily they needed to bring everything in. They've got the Resurrection coming in toward this round as well, provided that Noz has either an orb or a kill or a death. So, you know, if push comes to shove, they're going to be able to utilize them. RDW's brought out that Operator too, so maybe the res for a first potential death.
I wouldn't have minded seeing the KO ult being held onto, because especially with Order's style, you've seen them play a little bit more 1-4-y, just straight up trying to brawl into the site, and KO ult's very good for those kind of set rounds. You can see Order changing stuff up a little bit, trying to see if they can contest over towards middle a little bit more. Ronsky being set up in towards this lurk position up top mid. It's got a lot of control and info over here, and in the meanwhile, Order, they've broken that Sage wall in B main. Oh, this is a beautiful timing. This is going to absolutely screw Bobo in terms of their rotations.
Oh, some picks still coming through for Order. I was kind of looking at RDW. He was making sure that the fake out didn't get him with the whole bamboozling that Yoru's can do. Sends out the fake out in their actual real body, and then you get caught off guard. Did also notice that he sent the gate crash nice and early on, but it really didn't result in anything. And now Scroll, as he finds RDW, is the current only line of defense here on the A side. A brilliant shock dart over towards him. A bit of a missed spray. The player advantage for Order seconded now, with Ronsky finding that one. And now, do you also start to consider a save coming into it? Texter's pushed himself in toward the window. Disco's here with a bit of a crossfire. Noz has been seen. He's good for at least one, as Texter tried to Shroud step away. And now it is just going to be Tex to see what he can do in the 1 versus 3. Disco already looking at the right position for this one. Again, not going to probably see the ult utilized. Maple has just guaranteed the position of Tex, and Disco will find the kill.
Yeah, good recovery from Order. Right when they're on the brink of financial reset, they get things back under control. Early opening pick from Ronsky, just sneaking up middle into the pole position to dismantle the rotates, and then RDW doing what he does best. He's either that contingency plan lurker or on the operator on the attacking side as the chamber, just locking down an angle where Bobo, rather, in the man disadvantage situation, might want to aggress, and as soon as Dragon peeks out there, he instantly gets picked. So good stuff for Order. Now they're going up against a half buy to try to stabilize their money. Let's see how much damage Bobo can get done here.
Oh, it's looking like a bit of a quick one for the B main control at the moment. Blade in, Paranoia as well, and it's immediately forcing Bobo back. Texter's dispatched of Dragon over in through mid. I think I wasn't actually looking over it, but Dragon is deep mid, so potentially did push. Regardless, orbital strike in. It's going to force Order back and actually catch Maple.
Yeah, as soon as they heard that drone, they just pulled the trigger on the Brimol, and Tix, a nice readjustment, actually picks up Ronski. That's going to give them access to a rifle in B main here. Order feeling this round coming apart at the seams. Texter's going to take matters into his own hands, sneaking up through middle here, but Signed well aware, well positioned, but unfortunately, as we see in these FPS games, timing is absolutely everything here, and I think Texter might have threaded the needle.
And it's going to be one of the big things. If Noz can get off a resurrection here, it puts the player advantage back into the side of Bobo. But as you've mentioned it, Texter, oh, the timing again. Signs pulled away from that one. There's shots coming on through. Texter, he's getting dinked out by the Sheriff right now, but the frag needs to be finalized from Signed. He gets that death, unfortunately, and now Tix has bought so much time just hiding in the back of the site. Extra damage on towards Texter, and this is such a workable round right now for Bobo. Dragon's going to be brought back to life. Tix through the smoke, finds Texter. It's technically on for a 5k in this round. The res was utilized, on the other side. So, yeah, no, he's on for the ace right now.
He is having a big round. This is what Tix is known for. He has these big pop-offs. Even in the controller role, still has an excellent fragging output. But I'll tell you what, I've seen a few clutches from RDW in the past, and he's got a nice plant position. He's got a trademark to give him some info on both the flank and towards heaven, and he's definitely got a nice advanced position where he can take a 1v1 early.
It's going to be difficult to try and find the right timing, though, for him, specifically with an operator. It does have the headhunt up, but Tix already looking at the right position. He's going to find it as well. A beautiful ace to come through from Tix, where you love to see, just hero plays coming on through.
Yeah, and you can see the familiarity between these players as well. They've spent a lot of time playing together, and you can see Bobo is not going to get caught off by any sneaky plays, any lurks too much from RDW where they can avoid it. Just always being aware of that certain player's play style. Once you played on a team with him, or once you played against him enough, you know that there are certain players who are just perma lurk, who are permanently trying to dismantle your rotates, and that's something that you can't afford to get caught off guard by when you're playing against RDW.
Well, Texas just used the ultimate in the orbital strike in that previous round, and he's already 2 away from it. Just such impact to get it again.
Yeah, and it was one of the 100%. Yeah, great value out of the ult orbs. You're right. But yeah, it's just one of those things where, these players have great intuitive sense for when to invest their ults and when a round is winnable. And that's one of them. A lot of players would be holding on to that orbital, not find the confidence to just invest it and take over and say, I'm winning this round. But Tix definitely can have some great impact. Drone out on towards this A site. They're really trying to apply some pressure to Scroll here. Let's see if he can hold.
Well, Hunter's Fury is going to get ripped on through. Ronski to start off by finding Scroll, and in the shadows did spot out where Noz is. The fall on back, though. We did see Noz start off with missing an operator shot. Disco's going to bring out the null command after finding one. Fake out from Dragon actually does get a blind in. However, he gets taken out. And now it's going to be the player advantage going the way of no. Signed able to bring it back within 1. So this is workable again, though. RDW is on for a bit of a flank. Noz has to be real careful, but more so to Signed as he's taken out. Now Noz on for the 1 versus 3 has found RDW. A couple of sinister shots with this operator could get the job done. The first one offered up, but Disco's going to find it regardless of HP.
Yeah, and Order just on this grind set right now, chipping away every time they get in towards that reset potential. They pass the test time and time again. These last couple of rounds going back and forth and back and forth. Need to be careful of these half buys, though. They've already lost to one of them. Obviously, a big pop-off play from Tix to be able to enable that to happen. But Bobo, in the meanwhile, actually do have enough to be able to put the pieces together and make a buy happen here. Going to be a little bit of a different state of affairs, so not too many ults on offer for either one of these teams.
Yeah, just Blade Storm from Ronski, and he does have the Vandal in hand. Bit of a fast maneuver in towards B main, though, and Noz is now stuck in a corner. Needed Tix to try and bail him out. Has to use the wall, and the dash, the tailwind from Ronski's over, but he's so narrow focused that Sign is going to take him out. It's 4 versus 4.
Yeah.
And now we got some mid control pushing in for Bobo as well.
It's the double-edged sword of Ronski. Sometimes goes a little too hard. You can get you that man advantage and then simultaneously throw it back away again. This is really starting to get awkward. Dragon in the perfect position to dismantle the round. He's all the footsteps. Only going to get 1 for 1, though, and that is great work from Order. Just great protocols to make sure they're close enough to be able to trade. And now you're starting to get the audible being called. RDW creeping in towards A main, making sure that Scroll can't reposition. That's a nice combo of the wall and the snakebite, though, that is really going to make getting up Cat quite hard for the next couple of seconds here for Order.
A scan onto Scroll as well, so he's going to have to fall on down. RDW going to be the first one to go back in toward the site, but Signed is going to be able to find that frag, and now makes it a little bit more awkward for Texter as he is by himself. No ultimate available to quickly get over towards his teammate in Maple, who is splitting the needle through the middle of the map. Noz is kind of having a little bit of a look about it. It's going to come down to the big timing and all. Maple's actually found the perfect moment. No! He's picked away from it. Tex is running over toward the B site. Now, Noz has spotted out where Maple is. It doesn't really go Maple's way because there's a heal that can come toward Noz for himself. 10 seconds. Oh, Noz is getting a bit risky right now.
Doesn't need to overcommit.
10 seconds left.
Waiting for his teammates in this 3-on-2 here.
Big shot from Text up. Almost a pre-fire on towards Squirrel. Noz in the dark cover, a dart out as well, but they're going to push through it. A shock dart was beautiful. And now Maple sends his own recon bolt out. It's going to get a ping on towards Sign. He's just trying to bait him in at the moment. Sign has full HP. Maple does not. He could technically just beeline on toward the site and try to get the defuse, but he's going to try and find the frag before that happens. Half a stick. May be able to find it. Footsteps of Maple, very audible at the moment, completely running through, but look at this. He's just sticking it. The wise man.
Wow, that's pulls from Sign. Absolutely beautiful. Just holds it the whole way through, even though he hears the footsteps. Very, very ballsy play from this man. And he is going to give Bobo that round there. So, Order starting to get in a little bit of a pickle here in terms of the cash. Again, having to go down to one of these weird situations. In comes the timeout from Bobo as well. This is a big swing round. This round could be the difference between an 8-4 for Order and 6 apiece for Bobo here. Got a couple of ults. This is Ronski with the Blades, and, you know, I've seen a couple of Bladestorm Ronski rounds, and they are often the send-it rounds, the very, very quick ones.
One thing I did notice in that previous round as well from Dragon when he found the mid control, and this is the kind of armchair analyst coming out at the moment, so don't hang on me for this one, but as Dragon pushed in towards tiles, he had a gate crash available and he's gone for the fight before putting that one down, so potentially a world where he could have found the frag and kind of just got out of there as well. One of the kind of benefits of a kit like the Yoru unfortunately just didn't come into play, but I mean, didn't need to in the end with Signed able to win it.
Yeah, always interesting to see, you know, the level of comfortability and familiarity with the agents that these players do have. Obviously, Yoru, bit of an off-meta pick, but something that you do see from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? Paper X Forsaken's, you know, one name that comes to mind, bringing out Yoru time and time again.
Yeah, we even had Catgirls playing a lot of Yoru on this map earlier on. Either way, though, very critical gun round could make the difference between a very one-sided half for Order and a close one at the end of things. Ronski walking straight up middle, being set up by the dark cover nice and early on here.
Oh, the drone going to be sent in. Ronski's going to try and get over that one, and he's still going to go for the fight. The right click, he's got his one, technically. Job's done, as Dragon does get the trade, looking for another one, but the spray looked awkward. How has he gotten away with 2 there? It looked like he was going to be missing, and now the dimensional drift to get out of this one as well. He has just completely brought this round and turned it upside down for Bobo.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous play from him. RDW now trying to get control of that spike back if he can, while Texter finds space. Upcat here, Tix dueling on the off angle though. That is the confidence of this man. Does not want to give anyone any space on Cat there. And RDW now between a rock and a hard place trying to put the pieces of this 1v4 back together. At least he's got control of the spike and he has this TP available.
There's technically no one at B at the moment, but of course, how is he to know this one? Scroll to safeguarding mid. Team of Bobo going to play the retake together if they require. RDW needs to win this duel and keep his HP, which he is able to do, but where is the choice now? Over towards the A site, 2 players coming in towards the grass, spotting out Noz. It is, you know, not a tell that Noz is over here at the moment, being such fluid between any given moment. For 15 seconds, gonna go back towards the B site, and he will be able to get the plant.
10 seconds left.
I mean, he's basically got to risk it for the biscuit. He's going to stick it, so he puts himself in the pole position there. There is the orbital. That's going to force him forward and takes a lot of HP off of him now, and Tix just finishes him off. So, Bobo, it might seem like overkill there with the orbital, and maybe it is, to be honest. Like, that is definitely something that you could make good use of heading into this next round, but at the same token, when your economy is so fragile, you might prefer just burning the orbital, guaranteeing the easy 1-on-3, getting those 3 guns up, and just having that full util heading into the next gun round and all of your guns up.
And you look at Order's purchase coming in toward this as well. You know, it's shaky at best. Spectre, Guardian, Light Shields as well. You know, try to get all your abilities that you possibly can as well. And within their ultimate realm, Disco's one away from the Null Command. Maple, it's a bit of a stretch to try and get 3 in this one for the Hunter's Fury. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. But it is looking like this little B main, B split start at the moment.
We'll see how they go. Do have the Omen ult there. Very, very quick set play out of Order here, and they've set up Ronsky perfectly to find the opening pick. Traded back from the Hunter's Fury from Sign. There is from the Shadow. Get the Omen back in position, and Nod's trying to hold on and buy time in the back of the site, but he gets caught with a slow orb in hand.
Yeah, so awkward. RDW sitting in mid at the moment toward the pizza, so this should be a big round for Order to collect as the Null Command has another pulse on it. That's a brilliant tap to come through from Dragon. Individual sharpness where required. Signed onto RDW as well, and now both of the remaining players are going to be on the site. Maple bringing out an owl drone is super risky, but he needs to get some information. All eyes on Disco for the protection, but it's Dragon to find Maple. That's why 1 versus 3 now presented to Disco, and the ping's going to get him as well. Shots on through. A jumping right click from Dragon for his 3rd kill in the round, and we are going to be tied up at the half. 6 apiece.
Yeah, a couple big impact plays coming through from a couple of the Bobo members make that a lot closer of a half. I'm a little worried though. I feel like their comp is built a little bit better for defense than it is attack. So we'll see how they utilize this comp to go for the attacking side on this map. They've got to be well aware as well that Order have one of these comps that is a bit more on the aggressive end of the spectrum. They want to be aggressing onto angles with the Chamber and the Jet, taking those duels early, even going for those dive plays off the back of the KO flashes. So can't afford to be getting caught off guard by that kind of stuff if you're Bobo.
Definitely agree with you. I'm keen to sort of see how Dragon's difference between Ronsky with the Jet kit's going to be available on one like the Yoru. I mean, the changes to his kit as well. He's getting 2 gate crashes, kind of do change it up a little bit, but do you use them offensively? Do you use them more defensively? That's going to be one of the kind of questions I'm asking on this one right now, but immediately RDW has to TP out, and it's just mid control being found for Bobo, straight up the guts.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, though, you do have this paranoia thrown out by Texter, trying to slow down the push. In comes the scaling in from Bobo, straight on towards market side, all peeking together. How is Texter still alive? In the meanwhile, though, Bobo with 3 kills of their own, but don't say that this round is done whatsoever, because IDW with the Headhunter, an easy 3k for him. They're all just line up on that market angle, and Ronsky as well has the Sheriff in his hand. Gets a lot of damage into Sign. This is pretty much dunsies.
Absolutely. What is that now on Sign? A single point of HP? Is he actually on 1? He is on 1, exactly 1 at the moment. So it would be a bit of a miracle for him to be able to pull away with this one. Gotta say, RDW, any roster this man touches, he just blesses it. Spike down market. Sign has gone silent through B main. Ronsky's going to be the one to first take the duel, and there's the shot. A great recovery in the round for Order. All pretty much courtesy of RDW.
Set up with a lot of damage though from Texter, and I didn't keep an eye on who else it was at top middle, but there was a lot of damage dealt to those players. And when you've got Sheriffs in the pistol or even the Headhunter there, like, you don't even really need headshots. You can just kind of tap away. It's almost like the body shot Deagle pre-nerf in CS. You're just cleaning up players that are quite injured. All right, so we got this wall which is cutting off the heaven angles and giving access to the right side of the site. That's kind of cute.
Oh, well, Ronsky is getting aggressive with the Marshal at the moment. The tailwind's here, but you can't really fall back to complete safety. There's the shot on towards Dragon. Going again, super ambitious and a bit overzealous, to be honest. Noz is going to have his number. And you don't want to commit too much to this A main presence, you'd feel. Noz is going to be able to survive just behind the fragment, but now the frags do start to come on through. Disco and Texter cleaning up that one, and it is just now going to be on to Sign to see if he's going to be able to get anything out of it. The taps are on through, and Disco's bunny hopping around to find his 3rd.
Getting very, very close to the KO ult now. Here's Bobo again. Haven't been able to take either one of these pistols. It's been Order with both pistols and conversions. A lot of gun rounds coming in there for Bobo previously. So they've done a good job of staying on the grind in this game despite losing some of the key swing rounds. you're getting this investment of the operator early on here for RDW in the bonus. This is not something you're probably going to be prepared or ready for if you're Bobo. So if he gets an opening pick here, then that could be absolutely massive early on.
Oh, the scan is onto RDW, and anyone that's keen-eyed would now know what he's got with him. A dink on toward his body as well. So immediately some damage.
Can't use that.
Bobo applying pressure to mid now. Looks like there's going to be a big fight at Cat.
Oh, Paranoia is ready from Techstar, and you've got Disco here with flash drives if needed, but they're going to send that one in. The fake out's going to get them as well. That's where the flash drive needs to come on through. It's actually going to be the self-blind, unfortunately, but the gate crash, no, rather, sorry, the blind side goes through from Dragon. Doesn't even matter. The dark cover, it's enough to just obscure vision. Everyone, well, I can't even see what's happening right now in this position, Pilski. The wall goes up from Noz, as somehow there's no one on the defensive side on the site itself, but Ronski dispatches a scroll, and now it's down to Sign to see what he's going to be able to deliver with Noz to get this one back. Suppression on toward Noz. The plant does start to go down. RDW with that operator again might be a little bit difficult for him here. Regardless, take that out. Don't mind. He's found a headshot through the wall, and now Noz is stuck in hell with 30 points of HP, and he gets taken down. Sometimes Valorant is just Valorant. It's hard to see.
That's absolutely massive, though, for Order. Big dub there. The investment of the operator didn't even really have too much impact. It was mostly the half-buy guns getting a lot of work done. So seeing the bonus being converted, I mean, that's just going to put Order in a perfect position to be able to close out Ascent here. Bobo are going to have to really start to work hard for this. They've gone on to the half-buy, trying to give themselves an outside shot at winning an upset round here or doing some damage to the Order economy before it starts to snowball too hard.
Big grouping surrounding the B main here for Bobo. Kind of gives the sense that it might be a bit of a quicker one over toward this site. The wall's instantly there. Maple can soften them up with the shock bolt. And now both are utilized. In towards the site, however, RDW finds an absolutely destructive round with the operator and headhunter. I don't even think he's realized what he's just done.
He's got himself the tour now active. Issue is you can't really make good use of it in terms of like being super efficient with your ult economy when no one on your team died, because you can't drop the operator over to Ronski and then shuffle a rifle around. So not going to make great use of that just yet. But this is where Order, a very clean round like that, puts them in an excellent position to close out this game. Their economy is rock solid. They've got 2 to 3 gun rounds back to back in their back pocket. So Bobo really going to have to be putting a lot of effort and get a couple of good gun rounds in for themselves early on here.
Oh, big scan. RDW, no pot shots through the sky smoke, however, as it is going to be mid control over towards Bobo. Fake out to bait out anyone peeking through towards the pizza.
Yeah, does also clear the trademark, which is great. There's the Sage Wall in there. Texter trying to break that before this mid to B split does come in.
Oh, well, it's coming in pretty quick at the moment. Maple's going to be on the side itself. You got Disco with the flash drive ready at CT. A Paranoia in from Texter as well. It's going to buy just a little bit of time, but Maple's already started off the party by finding Dragon. Some extra information. Doesn't need to technically overcommit toward this one, but if you got a teammate throwing in a flash, you may as well. Big shots starting to come through from Maple. A bit hungry for more, and now Bobo's starting to get a couple of kills back in towards this one. A big duel for Scroll to win, and now this is starting to formulate. Ronski is having one of these rounds where you want him to frag up, and he certainly will deliver. He's also got the spike over towards CT, and Signed has no idea that RDW is currently coming in for a flank in towards B main, but at the same point, I don't think RDW knows that Signed is on the site.
Yeah, Bobo kind of overheating, double aggressing in towards spawn when they could have just set themselves up for the post plant, and there's RDW locking down all of those angles off of site. Any kind of entrance over towards CT for Signed to pick up the spike was going to be contested there. Now, unfortunately, at this point in the game, look, Bobo's starting to put some ults together, but their finances are really not in a good state of affairs. They're down to things like Spectres and Bulldog for Noz, so really not ideal, especially looking at a fully kitted Order that are in the perfect position to close this game out.
Well, we've seen a couple of ults off the rip for Signed, but that's more so on the defensive side. I wonder if they've got a plan of action on the offensive side as well. He's currently sitting all the way back into spawn, which would be for a dart little bit of clearance in towards the B main, but there's a lot of util dumping starting to come out in towards B main for just that control.
Trying to push and pull the rotations here at Bobo. Heard the footsteps in towards A main there, so they don't want to go back in that direction. Every single which way, you're getting order, pushing, finding info. Ronski straight up middle is going to start to hear some of these footsteps in towards spawn, so Order have got an excellent read on what's going on. They're starting to lean more towards that B site. Ronski picks ticks, so no more smokes here for Bobo for this execute, except for the Viper Wall.
Yeah, and that's already across the side as well, but it doesn't really permit too much around it when you do have two players looking at you. You've still got Ronski getting this flank on at the moment. This is going to be a bit of a diversion. He's using this kit quite well with activating the dash, getting frags in toward it, counting toward the next one. He's already got his secondary dash online in this round. Shots starting to come through from Sign, but he needs the ace to be able to pull away this round. And the shock dart is going to take into 4 HP, and he does get traded out.
12's up for Order. Great economy. They've got the tour online. They've got a Blade Storm. Couple of different little set plays that they can do here. As Bobo going to take a tactical timeout. Going to have a little bit of a chat of what they can do in this last round. They've got 3 ults available to them. If they can get into the site and set up a post plant, then maybe they can utilize that pit to make better use of this terrible economy that they've got. They got to go down to things like the Spectres and you know, the lackluster weaponries. But definitely, if you have a nice pit placement, you have some good snake bites and vulnerable up some of those players, you can make it work.
Yeah, and with Noz as well, with that resurrection, there potentially might be a play to pocket him. You know, if you get the pit out, you can quickly get him back up as well. Get another teammate back out if they've got a weapon. You've got Tix 1 away from the orbital. You know, there's a world in which, you know, that gets brought online as well. So there's definitely a lot of things that Bobo can do in this round to try to, I mean, get it. They need to get 6 in a row to force us into OT. But, I mean, they're without a round so far, Pilski, on this attacker's side. So... I mean, there's that weighing on their mind as well.
Yeah, they just really haven't had too much of an opportunity to get into it. They've had their, you know, bad half buys that they've been having to utilize. They've had their money reset a little bit. They lost to the bonus. I mean, this is where, you know, Valorant can sometimes be just such a streaky game where someone just gets a good half and you never really feel like you can get into it because you have worse utility, you have worse weaponry most of the time, and the other team just gets more and more of these gun rounds early on.
Oh, I get a feeling that we're going to get a little bit of early peaks at both sides of the map again from Order. Over here at B, however, it's IDW taking out the fake out. And again, this control does go their way. Bit of util dumped onto Order, but he is pushing through.
Yeah, aided by Disco with the nice KO knife, the flash to follow up as well, just to set him up for success. Spike dropped in spawn right now. Bobo not decided on what they want to do here, but they're also not really doing too much of anything. They're waiting for Order to make a mistake. Drone goes through from Order, clearing out Cat. So they're feeling a little bit safer on that A side of the map in the meanwhile. But with all of this B main info, they're quite happy to lean towards A side and Cat, expecting a bit of a set play out of A, especially with that Viper Wall being committed. So,
well, what do you really do to try and get RDW off this line if you've got the idea, right? You can try and blindside him, but Dragon doesn't actually have any of those anymore. You could try and just rip a Hunter's Fury to push him off the line, but that's risky in itself. I mean, so it kind of does...
It's the issue with their comp, really. They're running a single initiator, but that's going to be a great opener. They've found Disco in middle, which is really going to start to pull apart these rotations for Order. You see Ronski has to lean back over in that direction a little bit more. Maple might have to aggress Cat here.
Oh, it's a big one from him to be able to find Dragon. No idea exactly, though, what's happening in the remainder side of the map. Over toward the A site. Pulls out the Hunter's Fury and is able to find Maple. Texter relocates over toward the back of B, but it could all be a fake. It's actually not. He sticks that one, so he is out of the action for now. And this is where you start to talk about a plant go down, the pit to be utilized, the resurrection in as well. But no, RDW is apparently finding everything that he needs to in this round. Tix gives a little bit of safety around the site. And with that pit now, it should be for Bobo to hold.
Yeah, they've also got the Brim ult. Order, no reason not to go for this. Their economy is so strong at the moment, they're still going to try to give it a crack. There's the paranoia in from Texter. Footsteps heard there from Scroll. This is starting to get a little scary here, but Sign's got it under control. No, the Scroll will jump. Oh, thank God Scroll has that under control. Pops out of the pit, wins the 1v1, but only one gun taken through for Bobo means this next fight is not looking great for them, whereas Order have got so much economy behind them, they just go straight into another gun round.
Absolutely. It's the security of the rounds they've been able to get previously. Right now, it really does come into it where they can technically have the affordance of a couple of rounds. Maybe it doesn't go their way. Again, you know, we potentially aren't seeing every single strat come out of the strat book for both of these teams, right? Order have, quote, done enough to get over the line right now. and they can essentially just play with what info they gather in the rounds. They don't necessarily need to go with any proper strategies.
Arnie W, again, contesting main, being set up by one of these initiators, Asova, trying to give him a little bit of a safety net with the shock darts and the recon bolt. This time it's going to go a little deeper onto that line.
Oh, it's risky, isn't it, though? Because Dragon's holding it, and with the Guardian, he's going to take RDW's face off. Signed is technically there if he wants to try and get a little bit of a delayed trade. I'd rather Maple, sorry, Sova. But Ronski, he pops up, and now we don't actually have Signed, so I have cursed his name.
Yep.
Apologies.
Free aggression in middle, and losing your Sova with a single initiator comp is going to be just as difficult as losing your smokes in some scenarios, because you just basically got to go in there and make space with the Yoru flashes or the fake out, and then it's just all about the good spacing and hitting some good shots on the entry. Auto's been so good at being proactive, gathering info. Again, that's a nice little peek into middle for Dexter that kind of puts them in a position where they feel a little safer on this A main, and that's a great scan on the KO dart as well.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for with the dark cover, essentially. I saw that knife point pop up for Disco, and I just thought this is perfect timing to put it on the A main wall, get all the information. And this is going to be the other thing that I mentioned. Do you use the ultimate to get in toward the site? Yes, yes. And Scrawl's been able to do equally that. Now, the idea is to try and get this plant, but Bobo are holding it down. Noz specifically with 2 in toward the piece, and Scrawl is going to be there to end it.
It's something that's a little underrated on this map, but not everyone runs Sage on Ascent, so it's kind of like something that you don't play against all the time, and then when you finally play a Sage comp, you forget about it. But that wall in A main allowing you to peek over the defensive smoke is just so strong at times, and Noz has done a great job of utilizing that to pick those players coming out heaven. Bobo really fighting for this one. They want to try to pull it all the way back into OT, and at least this time, they're not going to have to worry so much about that opping presence. No ops on order, whereas, you know, the Chamber Jet is a scary one, especially with the names on this roster.
Oh, well, it's a quick one over towards A main at the moment. Lots of utility utilized for order. Ronski sent in, and he's still going to get hungry with this one. Really prop him up to be able to potentially find an opener, but he does see Scroll, and he's going to fall back.
Yeah, Bobo being really reactive here. You can see they're well aware of the strengths of this comp. They're waiting for the aggression. They're waiting to try to read and adjust on the fly, and they see that big A main push, which doesn't have any impact. A lot of util invested in there for order. The dash, the paranoia. The recon bot will come back over time, especially with how slow that Bobo are playing. And this is where Side actually investing the drone to try to re-clear A main. Noz has got eyes on the minimap. That's IGL classic right there. Worrying about everything but his crosshair, and loses his life as a result of it.
Now Dragon, he's trying to be a little bit of a deterrent. He is going to find Ronski there, so at least equate with 4 players alive on both sides. And things are going to start to peel over the way the B side. Disco, a blade at the right timing here again, could find so much information as Dragon uses the dimensional drift to get in toward the site. You've seen where RDW is at logs now. That's going to be a quick clear. Disco does peek out, is good for 1 and done. However, Maple bringing it back. 2 versus 2. That bolt doesn't get anything on the third, but the plant to go down for Bobo, and then it's going to be on toward the post. Dragon, yeah, he's at least able to get out of that one with a bit of damage.
He still does have that gate crash over towards market side. A lot of damage into Dragon, though. A few shock darts still available here for Side. He wants to try to do some damage with those. Drone going to go in here and clear the site, allowing Texter to sneak up and get a nice angle onto both of these players. All down onto Side, and he's already been scanned by that drone, by that dart. Just great Sova work here for Maple, and although it gets a little bit awkward, Order still clean it up and take Ascent here after a very dominant second half from them.
Yep, 13-8 is going to be the final scoreline here. That's a pretty comfortable one for Order to close out with in the end. And it did look a little bit awkward in the end there for the little duel at the back of the boathouse. But regardless, map number 1 in Ascent does go over towards Order, which means, you know, a little bit of time, I guess, that they can sit and adjust before we get into the second one.
Yeah, I think that comp, it was certainly an interesting one from Bobo, right? Very off meta. Yeah. A lot of agents that you don't see picked as much on Ascent, all thrown into the same comp together, whereas, you know, Order leaning a little bit more on the strengths of the Jet Chamber, playing the double initiators, and they're able to play a little bit looser. They're looking like they're on point individually here today, so I think they're going to be quite tough to beat for Bobo, but at the same time, that is just map 1, and you haven't seen either one of these teams have too many reps on Ascent thus far.
Yeah, so it's interesting to kind of get into it as well. You know, maybe it is a little bit of a trial period right now to see what they want to run in with. I don't really know if you bring out a trial period, though, in a competition, then you've got an international spot on the line. So maybe it's Bobo trying to go in with what they want to try and shift as their Ascent comp. If we maybe get an interview with them, we might be able to get a little bit more out onto it. But regardless, Pilsky, in the end, that was the map pick of Orders. So we do next go in towards Bobo's pick and bind.
Yeah, and they've been pretty solid on it. There's a couple of teams that haven't had too many issues on bind. Orders picked it in a couple of series, but they've also said they're not a fan of the map in interviews. So look, we'll see how it does go. They've got a couple of reps on the map. Bobo have got a great win streak on the map, especially in this competition. They've been having some great games on it, so it should be a good second map.
Well, second map is what we're going to be waiting for. But for now, you guys all know what time it is. It's time to go over to a little bit of a short break. And when we do return, we'll be moments away from map 2 of our first series of the night. So make sure you stay tuned and we'll be back.
Makes me so rich. Oh, I should have picked this game.
Winning requires sacrifice. That's really your style.
Hey fam, let's go again. That bot owes me a code. my turn. Haha! Team Forge, baby! What the?
All right. Playtime's over. Ready up! Team Forge? Really?
What? Fire and steel. Come on. Hey, wait. Ooh. You're quick. How about Firewire? Robo Squad?
Oh, the Swagger Express. Roaster and Toaster. You know I'm programmed to kill you, right? Come on, that was a good one.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being patient through the break. We have concluded a map number 1 here on the Valorants, and I mean, I was kind of thinking with my mind in that one, right? And I'm thinking about the composition that we just did see, and I'm thinking what potentially we could be coming out in towards Bind. I'm thinking for Bobo right now is, you know, what was a lot of the plan to come in, and I couldn't really just quite grasp on anything, right? It's just straws time and time again. But I guess in coming in towards Bind, I get the same sort of presence as well, because this is a map that they haven't really got a lot of reps on. Now they're picking it into Order, who have had some pretty good results on this one. And really, Pilsky, the only bind that comes to mind for Bobo right now is the fact that they kind of decimated Rain recently. And I mean,
they've been owning everyone on bind in this comp. They're 6-0 on it in the last little bit, and they pretty much destroyed everyone's 13 single digits. Like the team to get the most off of them was Mindfreak. In terms of their comp, they're running pretty classic bind comp, I would say, like the one mostly popularized by like that Fnatic core that you know, you're running the Sova, the Brimmy, and the and the Sky. You got the Raze in there as well, so it's like that triple drone initiator style, and Bobo's been quite good at running it. You check the chamber in there because chamber meta, chamber good. If you're not running chamber, you're probably kind of trolling a little bit. As for Order, they've changed up their comp a little bit over time. At the moment, the last comp that they've been running the last 3 times they played Bind was Breach, Chamber, Jet, Omen, and Raze. So less of the initiators in that regard in terms of droning. They're going to have a little bit less flexibility with their comp choice than Bobo will, but a little bit more of that guaranteed utility that can just kind of brute force areas of the map. So whenever you have the Breach, you know, fault lining in towards Hookah or in towards Bathroom or something, very, very difficult to contest that.
Yeah, and I think that shift as well for Order came with the Astra nerf as well. Then they maneuvered over on towards Omen too. They didn't really have it picked against them, if my memory is serving me right from the research that I did a bit earlier for Order. So I always really like a Breach coming in. You know, you kind of go in towards your sort of tier lists at the moment, and Breach, I don't know, it's still relatively not towards the top at the moment, so you don't see him too often specifically on a map like Bind. I always like a Breach coming in through. I think it's really neat if you can use good timing on the aftershocks and good combinations as such. And that's kind of where we really do see Disco shine on that, right? You know, his timing coming out with it is pretty nuts.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely evolved himself a lot as a player since this initial Order roster. Back in the day, he would have like 60 games of Raze and like 3 games of another agent. Now he's really had to change his role to allow some of the other players to come in. And in fact, to the point where, you know, he is playing these flashing agents a lot. He's playing things like Sky, KO, Breach most of the time. And you see Maple go on towards the Raze. And in fact, Maple has had some pretty amazing maps on that Raze. He's a player that You know, we have seen him on Jet. We know the depth of skill and firepower that a team like Order brings to the table, and it's why they're a favorite for this competition. So, you know, to see Maple go on to Raze, flex into a duelist role where some of the other time he's maybe playing a bit more of an initiator or a supportive cast character, we know that he can still put up the numbers, and that's what's so scary about Order. As for comps, both of these teams not changing up their bind comp at all from the last couple of times they've been playing, so I'm really keen to see who's going to come out on top on this one.
Yep, absolutely. No surprises like we did have in the previous one, because that certainly did catch me off guard, seeing that Yoru come through, and I guess to a degree, you know, both teams having a little bit of a change. But regardless, in toward this one, I think, you know, we talk about that map number 1 going pretty swimmingly over towards Order. We talk about we want a map 3 from this series, you know, with the namesake of these teams. But I guess I ask you this question: do you think we've seen enough from Bobo, even though it was a new roster in the previous one of agents? Do you think we're going to get that third?
I think Bobo is the kind of team to be a little too creative sometimes and play things that are borderline bad, and maybe they might lose maps because of it. And maybe that last map was a bit of a case of that. Who knows? Who knows if they'll change up their comp later on. Either way, we'll focus on bind for the time being, and we'll keep an eye on those kind of questions as we go throughout the competition, because obviously this is still the upper bracket. There's still room for error for both of these teams. There's the Trailblazer straight through bathrooms for Noz. That gives him a lot of info, and that's often a investment that you see to be followed up with a bit of an A exec some of the time. Dragon trying to keep this mid push under control, but that is perfect timing from Ronsky and RDW to give them the man advantage.
Yeah, he'll be able to get away with one from the Headhunter, a bit of damage as well. It's going to be one of the differences with Noz running in again with a healer agent, is some extra little HPs coming on through later on. But now everybody's surrounding this A site. Shots out from RDW. He's already on that rotation here, but Maple is able to dispatch of Noz. A TP can, I think, be heard out by Ronsky there as well, so he's starting to get a flank on through. You really need to see Bobo start to fight for these frags, or peel away and TP potentially, but then they'll have to contest with Disco on the other side of the map. Tix is running around and getting a couple of shots right now, but here's where Ronsky comes in to party. He has spotted out that they still are surrounding Hookah at the moment, but he's kind of giving them an avenue to use the teleporter at the moment, and that dark cover coming in through from Texter at pretty sneaky timing.
Oh, Tix is turning around though. He's such a good pistoling player in this controller role, already on for the 3k here, making all the difference, but nobody's covering him as he puts the spike down. He's gonna lose his life. Side trying to lock down that angle in towards Pocket, and Scrawl really wants to try to peek out U-Haul and get this frag onto Texter, and he's found a great timing to do so. Disco ages away, and he's gonna be able to throw out that flashpoint, but that's a big tell that Bobo now know where he's coming from.
Yeah, and look at this timing coming out through the U-Haul as well. Disco not looking for where Scrawl is, and that pistol round is going to go back towards Bobo. Got to say, big shoes to fill there for Tix, and he's certainly come through with that pistol.
Well, I mean, yeah, in terms of, you know, players to keep your eye on, Tix is definitely at the top of my list. Over at V-City 8-pack, he was the best player in terms of performance and statistically on a controller role as well. Outputting a lot of frags, having a lot of impact plays, a lot of multi-frags, a lot of clutches as well. And within the region, he's definitely been one of the more dominant controller players. So again, showing his worth. He's so good in the clutches. He's so good on those pistol rounds as well. His first bullet accuracy is just amazing.
Well, let's see if more bullet accuracy is going to be better in for this round for Order, as they are in toward with the little lesser pistols. So DW's already been taken out, so no Headhunter to come in through. And yeah, I mean, there's space gathered around the fountain at the moment, but Scroll's kind of just making a meal out of this one. Yeah. And the remaining 2 players for Order, I mean, they're on the other side of the map. They're at A.
It's good anti from Bobo. Realistically, like, it was a big play from Tix in that pistol, a lot of multi-frags, but actually that pistol really should have gone towards Order. They kind of threw that one away in the 5v3, and without any damage here, outside of just that one pick and a little bit of armor damage, Order probably kind of kicking themselves. They were 5v3, they were in the pole position to close out that pistol, and now they've lost the pistol. They've lost the anti-eco pretty concisely. Haven't really done too much damage to a Bobo team who can now just go straight into the bonus, especially when you have a chamber on that on your team. You don't care too much if you lose that one gun in the anti-eco, because you can just flex into the Headhunter, drop a pistol over, and you're just as comfortable with that position.
Well, I do wonder what damage Bobo are going to be able to throw into the ring in this one. Scrolls nearing the Hunter's Fury, Tix or the Orbital Strike as well, so getting close toward a couple of volts. It's going to be the quick B Sans control. Be short control for Bobo at the moment, as they do clear Hookah out with the Boombot.
It's the power of this multiple drone style. You can just contest map control so flexibly and really minimize risk with that util. And they utilize that to take Hookah, but Texter has absolutely slapped them out of the server there. This is not a close round by any stretch of the imagination. It's all down to Scroll. All he's trying to do is get a couple of exits if he can, just take a few more guns off of Order. Always great with that martial aim, but exactly as the announcer says, a flawless round in the first gun round. Anti-bonus there for Order is exactly what they wanted to see.
Yep, big to come on through. It'll stabilize a little bit of their economy for this round. Guarantee the big old purchase in the next one as well. You just have to reinvest in towards your utility that you utilize. But this is also going to be the first round to see what Bobo has on our attacker's side. And it was the thing that kind of let them down a little bit over on Ascent previously. You know, a little bit of an asterisk, the fact that it was a new composition that they were running. But here, Pilski, is, you know, where we're going to see them really start to show us what they're made of with a known composition of these agents.
This is well and truly Bobo's comfort zone. Same can be said for Order here. This is what I expected to see here. You're having this util contested out from the attacking side off the initiators of Bobo, and in response, exactly this fault line. They're going to try to get in there with the Raze utility. Aftershock, Bobo in a very awkward position now. They're getting pushed and pulled around by all of this utility and put in a very uncomfortable spot. And after all said and done, Order, they get bathrooms control, they get the man advantage, and if Maple can get that AWP, he's going to have Showstopper online.
Yeah, you do have a little bit of a late flank coming through behind the bathrooms as well, but Bobo are really wanting to try and get this plant down at the moment. Dragon's going to be able to find Disco and a second one on towards Maple too, so starting to find the pieces of this puzzle that they do require. Texter utilized from the shadows to get over towards A Heaven, but now it doesn't really come into action as the timing has subsided. Signed is going to be seen going towards default, but Texter does miss that one, and I mean, you just don't really want to see Bobo give individual jewels over to them at the moment. Ronski is absolutely still nowhere near the site. And again, you do have the safety from Tix having the orbital strike. So it might just look like a save here now for Order. Yeah. And Ronski looking for maybe an exit frag or two.
Yeah, playing for exits is great here. Just chipping down the economy if you can. Nice little pre-fire there for Ronski. Could have almost netted him a frag onto Tix there. Little bit of cash in the back pocket here for Order, so if they can still come through with a couple of guns once this round's all said and done, they can definitely put a buy together in the next. Ronski's done a great job of taking a few more guns off of Bobo, just trying to keep their economy a little bit more on the fragile side before Order go in for this reinvestment, and that gives them the potential to actually go for a little bit of a reset here, but this is where things change quite a bit. Start to get some of those ults in towards the mix. You got the Showstopper online for Maple, one off for Dragon. So those rockets obviously are the big impact ults that we all look towards. You've got the Brimmy ult as well, so that can be great for like a set play towards A. You don't even have to worry about U-Haul, you just nuke it. Squirrel's got his Hunter's Fury as well.
A lot of showers presence from both teams immediately just off the mini-map. RDW with the purchased operator. See if he can find something on the line. It's information from the Trailblazer going in. He can TP out, and he is going to rendezvous with his teammates. And yeah, things will settle down for a moment.
Yeah, pretty slow opening portion of the round there. Noz invests a Trailblazer. You do get the investment of the Boombot from Maple just to be able to clear bathrooms control, and RDW throws down a trademark over there. So they've got two trademarks in premium positions here on A just to be able to clear some of this map control. Really slow stuff here for Bobo. Really kind of fearing that operator on the line, making sure they don't lose this first pick, investing as much utility as they can, and that's great. The Trailblazer and the Boombot just getting great value and making sure that they avoid getting first pick before they set up for this AXE.
And we've still got a drone that can potentially be thrown into the mix as well. So just imagine that one there. Lots of those clearances. But in toward the site, Bobos do start to go. U-Haul going to be sectioned out by the ultimate as well. And with the plant going down, this may be a 5 versus 5. But RDW finally getting the reward with the operator. Maple's rocket good for one as well. And this is getting a little bit chaotic for Bobo. Members dropping with no real trades coming through. And now it is just going to be down to Sign to peek out through the cloud burst. He's good for one. But RDW already playing Guardian, looking from above. And it's going to be 3 alive for Order with the defuse and the Tour de Force coming online for RDW if they want.
See if they invest in that. Bobo doing a great job of avoiding getting first picked by the operator, but at the end of the day, they invest so many resources in clearing out those contested parts of the map that they don't really have a whole lot left in the back pocket for the post plant. Scrawl getting picked there is an absolute nightmare as well, because that's making you feel a little safer in your post plant. You have access to that Hunter's Fury, and that's not really something that they're able to utilize. So look, heading into the half buy, I'm pretty surprised to see RDW actually pop the tour and then go for this double AWP. I feel like that honestly is a bit more of a liability than a safety net against like a half buy like this, but we'll see how it works out.
Well, the first pick could be big. RDW is going to win that one. He didn't spot out exactly that there was another member there from Bobo. Dragon was just around the corner, but no time for the immediate trade. Sky Smokes are going to come down. It will. Didn't actually look like it went deep enough, but Rocket doing Rocket things actually works out for once. 4 versus 4. This is where they may look to get the plant down. A great guiding light. Maple should be dead to rights here, but somehow he gets away with one, and the trades as well. Order. It's not a comfortable round for them as they are dropping a couple of their members here, but now they do know where the last member in Dragon is. But with a Phantom in possession and full amount of HP and shields, there is a world in which you can find this one, but Ronsky keyed in on the line. And they do win that one out. Order to tie it up 3-0.
Keep their economy nice and stable as well. And after investing in that op there and the tour for that singular round, you can throw it back over to RDW. This is going to free Ronsky up to go aggressive on some of these rifling lines. He's even got the blades available to him. Here for Bobo, I mean, you've got that op on side. He's not actually going to invest in the... Oh, yeah, there you go. I would expect him to tour this round if he was going to buy the op anyway. And you do have the Hunter's Fury. You do have the Seekers as well, which can really facilitate some of these plays. This is a change-up for Order, though. TP in towards the middle of the map, but great opener for Dragon. This man's been on point all day, and another really, really big impact frag coming out from him.
Yeah, Trailblazer going in towards Hookah. Can even see the Seekers a little bit afterwards for some extra information, as Hookah control is exactly what Bobo are looking for. Player advantage. They get a little bit of info in, and then they reset themselves.
This is where you're getting the re-aggression from Order, though. In that contested part of the map, they've set up a nice little crossfire in Hookah, should that be a place where Bobo want to go. But Bobo doing exactly what you'd want to see in that 5-on-4. They slow things down. With this initiator style, they're going to invest absolutely everything. The Seekers coming in, the drone, they're just trying to gather more info and make this execute go a little more smoothly for them. They find out where Tex is playing out, scale onto him and take him out of the equation, and now they're just tapping it. They're waiting for more aggressions out of Order. Bobo are playing this absolutely flawlessly right now. Really good stuff. And as a result, exactly as the announcer says, 5 guns up for them. And that's going to really stabilize their economy from where it was before.
Yeah, that's brilliant to come through from them as well. The first pick goes their way, then they settle down with a little bit of the info clearance. Order, you know, it's always going to make sense to try and clear back into Order position that you did just concede to utility to sniff out where your opponents are. But I got to say, for Dragon, he kind of just waltzes around to outside the lamps, outside the U-hole, ducks underwards Tex's bullets, and that's where it really just all formulated for Bobo in that round. You know, a great setup and a great finish, but now we've got a bit of a power play surrounding here from Texter. That's going to catch a bunch of them with the paranoia and a push down long as well with the blades from Ronsky. Okay. You don't like to see
It's a bit of a cake. And Texter goes down in Hookah as well. Order has no money behind this, by the way. If they drop this round, not only will Bobo's economy start to skyrocket out of control, but Order's going to be broke and have to go down on that half bite. Breach hold available here for Disco. You see RDW kind of ping-ponging between the sites, trying to find out what's going on. But again, as you saw in that last round, what found them success, Bobo, is they find this man advantage after the early contest. They slow things down. They wait for more mistakes, wait for the re-aggressions, and they're just going to group up and see what they can find together.
And if they do waltz back over towards the A site, you're going to have the stack from Order. So they're going to have their forces to try and contend with. And if that time, Pilsky, does go down, you know, 20, 15 seconds, it could go really bad for Bobo. TP, maybe they're able to use. There's some info off the guiding light. We're going to see what RDW is going to be able to do on the back of the Rolling Thunder here, if he's going to be able to find anything. But Maple sends himself in. It's a trade. Disco now gets traded out as well. And now RDW, he's going to hear the fallback from them. He can TP over and try to catch them off guard, but is he going to be in for finding both of them in that one on 20 seconds to get this plant down? RDW, he's waiting to see if they're going to bring it back towards the A side, but plants in. We'll see if he TPs or not.
Straight into Hookah there. Tick's well aware of his position. Noz ready with the flash on the timing if that's what they want to be going for, but not even needed. Absolutely beautiful from Bobo. Order had a great read, and actually I think the breach ult was kind of counterintuitive to what they'd set up there. If they hadn't ripped the ult, it could have worked out a little bit better for them. Obviously they can't know Bobo's spacing, but that 3-man stack, there's no way Bobo would have been ready for that running straight up short A. It was the best read possible for Order. They even had the trademark in bathroom, but end of the day, investing that ult breaks up the spacing enough for Bobo to actually be able to kind of trade things back from the backside of short and still come away with that round.
Well, as you mentioned, no money behind that round really for him, and this is the result, right? Coming into this next one with Sheriffs, with light shields as well. Yes, there's enough that they can potentially get things happening in this round, but from what we've seen from Bobo so far, it's almost a different team on the attacker side of this map compared to the Ascent attacker side.
Yeah. Well, they have a completely different comp. Like the comp that they were running before is all util. It's all like locking down areas of the map. If you can't set yourself up into a post plant, then you're really not going to get the best out of that comp. Aggression down short here, and a crunch through the TP is actually finding some pretty decent success here for Order. They're getting quite a few kills. They're doing a lot of economic damage, but at the end of the day, Bobo's still just being able to readjust, being able to get back on top of that, and
that's actually scary because Texter got the paranoia in and missed all of his bullets and had to reload.
Yeah, I mean, the thought was there. We always love those cute TP crunch plays on Bind. It's one of the more creative things that you can do on this map. Just sandwich the backside of bathrooms. It's always a favorite of mine.
Well, the play was there. Didn't really work out for Order. So now that they do have their guns to go back in toward this one, we'll see if they're going to be able to get back onto this defensive side. Because you've got 6 on the attacker side of Bind as Bobo so far. You get anything extra, it's kind of, free real estate.
Yeah. They're doing exactly what they need to do. Continue just contesting. The pathing of the Trailblazer allows it to actually hit Maple, so he's not going to feel super confident that he can go and contest that line too much, but he's going to reaggress, make sure they're maintaining that bathrooms control and making Bobo's life a little bit more difficult. Bobo, though, not committing to fighting bathrooms or anything like that. They're going to actually start working this B side of the map a little bit more, but with RDW deep on this B long line, there is a potential chance for Bobo to slip up.
Texter's already making his way over towards the B side, so a bit of an inkling over the A side peekings that there's nothing surrounding it. And as you do mention, RDW poised on this line with the operator, but the drone goes in and he'll get tagged out and potentially have to rendezvous. Goes for the peek at first, and Signed has his number. Now straight into the site, actually. It's a bit ambitious from Dragon. Time can be bought from Disco with the aftershock, but Tix is able to find Ronski. It's a player advantage over towards Bobo, and the TP is heard. Signed finds Texter. Things coming up. Very nice for Bobo here.
Still a potential couple of opportunities to slip up, though. Maple has shown his impact on this raise time and time again. He's got the showstopper available. That's a nice smoke being put in towards position, but he's ready to peek triple. And if nobody covers Noz here on the plant, this could all fall apart very quickly, but Tix, very switched on. Able to post on that triple line very nicely, post on that push through the smoke, and Bobo, with everything under control, are looking to set themselves up for 7.
Yep, and Disco's just going to have to try and save this Vandal. If he looks for any exits, you're kind of back to the drawing board for Order's next round with a bit of an eco, so having at least one gun up would be good. And even if he is looking for exit frags, the damage won't do anything to Bobo's economy, so the pressure is kind of on his shoulders right now to hold on towards this gun. If he does find one, it's Rolling Thunder. If he dies, it's Rolling Thunder. But with no guns in the next round, makes it more awkward. The half can certainly get away from Order here.
Yeah, next one's going to be very difficult for them as well. Obviously, their money's not looking too crash hot, so they're back down onto the half buy, aren't able to save through that operator. But past that as well, Bobo is really starting to look quite clean with all of their ults lining up towards the tail end of this half as well. They could easily go for 9 here.
Oh, what does the plan look like for Order in this round? A bit of an A stack, leaving RDW over towards the B side of things by himself. I get the feeling we're going to see some big aggression from Ronski here. Yeah, this is a set play to come through. Maybe we even do see the rocket utilized in from Maple. We'll have to wait and see if that is going to happen. But no, it's just going to be the tailwind with the flashpoint. And for Order's plan, unfortunately, it's only information. And that info is that, well, Bobo aren't there.
Yeah, the flash and dash play. from comps of another time, a long time ago. Trailblazer up long though. Bobo trying to just go up against this half by keeping things simple and kicking things off in towards the big site. The trademark going to slow them down a little bit as the dart goes into the back of the site. The paranoia actually hitting on a lot of players, but Order not unable to capitalize on that right now.
Oh, this is going to be one of those weird 5 versus 5s with a lot of ultimates to play for one team, but for the team retaking, really only the Rolling Thunder and then that Rocket if they want to try and use it. Tix is able to start things off by finding Ronski, signed onto IDW, and things are just coming up as you would hope to expect to come through. But a couple more kills going Order's way does give a bit of interest in an upgrade for Texter. 4 seconds off his dark cover, and he can get some protection on toward the defuse, but then you'd expect the Hunter's Fury to be brought out from Scroll. We'll have to see if that is indeed going to be the case, and I think you'd take that if you were Order. But the bait, Texter playing this perfectly on towards the defuse now if he potentially can. 4 seconds, or rather 4 bullets, and the shots from Signed. Texter, the smoke is going to fade, but doesn't matter. Signed has that one. That's got close.
It did, and it will have a little bit of impact in terms of the extra kills getting Order close to their ultimates, but in terms of the economy, it doesn't make any difference really to this game. Bobo has done a great job of streaking things away in terms of their rounds. They do have to invest the Seekers there, so 1 less ult, and Seekers is a really, really big boon for an attacking bind team. Really helps you to kind of streamline a lot of your executes and a lot of your earlier kind of strats. You can just run up behind the Seekers and they gather info for you quite nicely. We're actually going to take a timeout. They recognize they don't want to let Bobo have access to this 9th round, and if they can get some early picks here, obviously they don't have access to an ult, but would be really ideal if they can just kill some of these players before they get values out of their ults, like Tix and Scroll and Dragon in particular. If they could pick some of those players early, they don't have to worry about things like the Showstopper or the Brim ult. That would really be ideal.
Yeah, well, the pause coming through from Dick Stacey here as well. So realizing that Order needs to do something, get focused, get reacquainted back in toward this one. 8-4 is certainly going to be better than the 9-3, unless you do believe in that curse, which then potentially, you know, Order are able to mount a comeback. If not, well, we go over to map 3 Fracture, which is going to be an interesting beast in itself. But exactly as you do mention, I agree with, you know, you need to see Order kind of come out with the first pick. Otherwise, they're just going to kind of get bombarded by a combination of abilities here from Bobo, and a Bobo of which that the kills that they're getting are looking pretty sharp.
100%. Like you said, I mean, look, the combo of the ults could be super strong here. The Brim ult, the Sova ult, all great at clearing some of those tighter parts of the map here on Bind. The Showstopper can really help you to facilitate an entry early on. Bobo aren't going to go for a set play with the combo of the ults though early on. They are going to kind of do their due diligence, run through the map and default out a little bit, see if Order's going to do anything funky here. The retake potential from this Order squad is super good though. The breach ult in combination with the Showstopper in on that retake is going to be quite hard for Bobo to hold.
Well, a minute is about to be approached on the clock, and so far no one losing life, so Order playing pretty passive here. It does come a little bit more scary with, you know, Disco having that Rolling Thunder to buy time if it's at the right site where Bobo do choose to go. But again, you know, you flip it on over. Orbital Strike, Hunter's Fury, Showstopper. Potentially, if they're all ripped together, that could be an explosive entry.
They're really running down the clock, and this worries me because they're heading towards Disco, who has Fault Line, still has his ult available. That could really disrupt them as they try to come in on this site. Dark Cover gets used over towards mid. They've still got the trademark to lean on in the meanwhile as you get the combination of the Paranoia and the Fault Line. Scroll going to start to invest these ults, and that's a beautiful pick onto Disco. The Showstopper's probably going to get in there and find another one as well onto Texter. Really nice movement from Dragon to get into the site, but Maple's still fighting for this one.
Oh, battle of all of the rockets and the abilities right now, but the timing is the big issue right now for Maple to find another one. It was huge. Ronski finds Scroll. However, he's walking out with his bloody knife right now. 7, 6, 5 on the trot for Science to try and get the plant, and it's just not going to happen because he doesn't even have the spike. RDW is going to find that one. And whilst it is a scrappy round, Order, they at least are able to take that one away.
All right, let's take a little bit of a tech pause. Super crazy half that we did have there. Great stuff from Bobo on their attacking side, and you can just see exactly why they've been super comfortable on Bind. They've got a 100% win rate on this, and they really haven't been contested by any of these teams here in Oceania on this map. Order, I mean, we've heard them say that they don't really favor the map too much in some interviews. They're not really a fan of it. taking a look at some of their stats on this map, I think I was looking at like 71% win rate. Who'd they drop to? They drop it to Bonkers in OT, and Bonkers have looked like a really, really good team on Bind in this comp as well. They also dropped it to Honey Badgers, interestingly enough.
Honey Badgers is a bit of a dark horse in my mind, because sometimes they can come away with looking just absolutely destructive and disruptive, but at other times, you know, they kind of fall away. It's one of those big things for me on that roster where it's like Jelly and Fulvis, if they're having a really good showing, it's like that team is bloody ridiculous. But sometimes if you can kind of bully them away and they're having a bit of a soft one, you know, Milky, Suave, Cream, get a little bit what's the word I'm looking for here? Yeah, they kind of just fall off a bit.
Shout out to RDW for not putting his cam on today. I'm allowed to call him out.
Well, did you see what they were talking about in the chat to the previous part of the game?
I wasn't, sorry.
So he's feeling a bit unwell at the moment and is probably going to go to the old hospital after this match. So thoughts with him. Hopefully it's nothing too bad.
Bloody hell, this guy can't catch a break. Either way, Order though. Look like they want to start creeping up towards this A side of the map. Early smoke going on towards U-Haul. Dash straight into the site with the flash in there. And this is looking fantastic on the entry from Order.
Yeah, straight in toward the site. Bit of a lob from Maple with the paint shells. However, with the plant going down for Order, should be pretty good to close the pistol. We have seen them, however, as I do say that, lose, what was it, 5 versus 3 player advantage situation for themselves. So we'll see if Bobo are going to be able to get back into this one. Scroll and Noz coming in from a CT, holding each other's hands. Maple's going to tap away the first, look for the second, but it's Scroll to get the trade, and then Ronski after the fact as well.
Yeah, good stuff. They're not going to throw that pistol. And this could be very much Order getting straight back into the game right when they needed to. Pistols can be very, very big to start to swing the momentum back in your favor. So we'll see if Order can have themselves a clean little anti-eco here in towards the bonus and start trucking along how we expect them to.
Yeah, well, this is going to be one of the big things, right? What do they have on their attacker's side after not really requiring too much of one?
All of their losses are running the Astra on this map. They haven't lost since they switched over to the Omen.
Okay. Well, maybe it is a bit of a good shoo-in for them. This is one of those scary things where for the anti-eco, a stack kind of does work out for the defensive side. Bobo now looking to run away with this one, and even more so that Texter does get taken out by Dragon with that peaky little classic. Yeah, this is not what you wanted to see for Order.
No, 100%. This could be a big swing in from Bobo. Order just going to try to get whatever they can out of it. RDW's only got himself a frenzy, so heading over towards short, seeing if he can make sure that none of these guns are obtained by the Bobo side. I think there was a Phantom as well for Ronsky invested in, so RDW wants to make sure he can put his hands on that. This guy's got himself in a pretty nice position deep in elbow here.
I do wonder if Disco is going to fall ill on the timing here against Scroll, but no, he's found that one. That should be eyes for Bobo to leave the A site and come over towards B. Still not a round that you can kind of ride home, even though there's significant amount of damage done to Bobo here.
It's pretty winnable for Order, to be honest. Set themselves up in Garden. Side going to start to go the long way around as Disco recognizing that there's no one coming CT side, and Order can start to adjust their angles accordingly.
Oh, it's going to be a big fault line right now. In toward the funneling, in towards RDW's crosshair, though. Has to be careful of a potential late one from Signed out through long. The timing for Signed has just gotten in front of that. That's Comms to wait for him to peek on through, and that's exactly why Signed gets that. Now Disco, the 1 versus 3, gets the 2, but where's the third? Signed with the HP, gets flash pointed out, and Disco with 4 HP gets the right click of the classic, and that is a big recovery round for Order.
Should never have got that close, though. At least they come through it with the 1 Phantom that they bought up, and now they have access to the Breach ult heading into this first gun round. How are Order going to purchase up? Because there's 2 schools of thought, right? You can buy down to 2k and play a bit of a bonus, or you could fully invest and just try to play the game out from here in the fashion that you don't usually have to. Looks like it is going to be a big investment in here from Order.
Right there.
Gonna try to just go and fight for this half as much as possible. Let's see if they get a nice little A exec in here with the big breach ult.
Now, lots of showers attempt from Bobo, but the paranoia is essentially going to force majority of them back, and now is just the hard part to try and DM your shots away. Rolling Thunder does come through as well. Order trying to establish a plant here, but pushing through towards the backside of the site. Here's the plan of action for them. Texter, aware of the fact that Sign is going to be pushing out through the showers, and now Here's that one player advantage for Order. Make it 2 as IDW gets Noz. And with Scroll being seen in towards Heaven, a 1 versus 3. Is always going to be a bit of a challenge to ask. We'll just see how he's going to navigate this one.
Looking like probably going to be a save at some point here for Scroll. Seeing if he can catch any of the Order boys over aggressing. Maybe take some more picks off of them.
Oh, shot's starting to come out. Texas going to give him the fight. He's going to lose that one. So Scroll getting a bit of damage here, though. Pressure is on for the defuse, and it's a bit too ticked far. So he's going to have to fall away from that one.
Yeah. Just playing for exits, taking more guns off of Order, getting himself closer towards his Hunter's Fury as well. So it's good play overall, just trying to play the macro in terms of the economy game and the ult economy as well.
Oh, within 1 now. The attacker side to start for Order, getting the rounds that they kind of, you know, desperately needed after the 8-4. You got the pistol, you got the second, you got the third. You're shutting down that bonus, and then you're in towards a pretty scattered purchase from Bobo by the looks of things at the moment.
Looks like they are going to invest the tour in this half by those, so there is definitely potential in this round. It's not one you can take for granted.
Well, in toward the site we do go. A little bit of a copy-paste from the previous round by the looks of it for Order, but Tix is going to absolutely clothesline Maple and steal a Phantom away as well. Dragon, that looks super awkward as he does lose the fight out towards Ronsky, and it is just this big CT presence now for Bobo, but Tex is still lurking in the lamps, and it's lights out for Texter. Shots on through for Ronsky, and he's lost that one as well. Things from bad to worse as Bobo are looking to just hold down the fort of this round. They went in with a bloody 1 gun, and they've come away with the round.
Yeah, it's not one you could afford losing at all by any stretch of the imagination if you're Order. They're taking way too much damage from these eco rounds, and credit to Bobo, they've got a lot of players who have great first bullet accuracy, can have a lot of impact with those sheriffs, and that's another huge impact round from Tix at a critical juncture. He's definitely been kind of bailing Bobo out of a lot of bad situations so far in this game, and that's a great example of it. Order now having to take a save, and Bobo with a great chance to build their economy and actually establish themselves a position that they can win this game from.
Oh, blades are out for Ronsky, and Noz's guiding light only got a bit of information because they straight up in toward it, and it's a bit of a beeline from Ronsky. The flashpoint in, but it doesn't do anything as Sign and Noz are holding down the site. Hunter's Fury gets pulled in through as well, and whilst there is 1 frag back for Maple, it does get immediately shut down, and the shots are starting to come through again for more members of the server. IDW has presented in with a 1 versus 3 now. Guiding light out. He knows where Noz is. He knows where another one is as well. That there being Scroll. But to fall on back, spike down in enemy territory too. Real difficult to get this one back.
See if we can peg any more guns back, but Dragon coming in on that off timing towards Suka does pick him up. So heading towards another gun round here. Bobo with 3 players surviving after winning that half bite. Start to build themselves up a bit of cash to fall back on here. They do have that Brim ult available. Order have got a lot of ults to get a bit of a set play going if they want. Can get the from the shadows to reposition. The showstopper can really grab a nice little entry and clear some of these more annoying parts of the map for Order if that's how they want to use it. And it looks like RDW is going to whip out the tourers as well. So he's going to be looking for a pickup short A here, most likely.
Well, someone wants to play in the server right now, and I think it's Ronsky if he's able to open up with frags like that and get away from an orbital strike. Texter repositions toward the heavens, but I think that might have just been heard. Signed looking over toward that one, so that is going to just cement my statement there. Tix is going to be walking up. No one to help Texter, but he still wins that duel. And it's going to just split Signs now. How does he kind of bail himself out of this situation? The rendezvous is there, but it's not even into protected territory if he does bail out, I don't think. It's actually over to the other side of the bloody map at B.
Yeah, he doesn't want to rendezvous here. They want to try to defend this A site. The only reason he would rendezvous here is to try and save, and he hasn't been even given the opportunity to do that. Noz here trying to bail things out, but Ronsky for 4. That one-tap aim just so impeccable on this man, and great use of a couple of the ults to get the round done. They don't even have to invest the showstopper there. Just the from the shadows reposition in towards heaven was great from Texter. Pulled so much aggro. Bobo had to spend so much time dealing with him, but it gave so much space to the rest of Order to find impact coming up short A and out bathrooms.
Yeah, big shots to come on through. I mean, you think about the other way that one works, right? If Texter loses his life at heaven, there's no more focus needed towards the CT line of thought, and then you can just get down towards the choke point entry again. Signed can just narrow that operator in towards the short line and potentially win that one out. So big statement out from Texter in that one.
Dash active for Ronsky. Looking for a pick, walking straight up short. Pretty dry here. RDW locking down those deeper lines as he clears the close ones, but Bobo very much looking to fight for hookah here.
Yeah, deep sky smoke as well allows Noz to get back into it, and the rocket pulled out completely, overlooking where Noz is for two. No, just the first one, and the remainder of Order starting to funnel in toward the site as well. But these sky smokes are kind of buying a little bit of safeguard for Bobo. Ticks on the nice timing with those, and a great shot out from Dragon onto Texter does mean that Bobo are starting to tighten the rope in this round and in this map if they can convert this in towards the 11th. But a missed shot out from Signs gives an opportunity to Order.
Yeah, Sign's definitely been very hit or miss on the chamber. Obviously having to flex into that role from more so playing an initiator. And that's one of the situations where you cannot afford to be missing that shot on the cross of short A. Order now starting to cut the numbers down, putting themselves into a 2-on-3. Trademark gathering info over towards that A site cross. Will keep them a little safer in U-Haul, but this flank looking good for Tix.
Oh, and Dardy W is being real audible. He's not going to expect Tix here already, and he's found both of them. Look at this. 1 and 2, as easy as you love it. That's going to be the 11th for Bobo.
Going to pick themselves up an operator here as well. We'll see if they want to go for the double. Doesn't seem like it. They're going to just keep 2 of those rifles up and the single op. Order do have enough money to be able to reinvest here and continue trying to fight for this scoreline. Make sure that they don't give the map point over to Bobo, and they're going to take a timeout here. They're starting to run out of cash. If they drop this round, it's going to be very, very difficult to recover from. So this is a pretty critical round here for Order to try to recover and close things up towards the double digits.
Yeah, I was just bringing up the scoreboard right now to kind of rumble through it and see what's what, and I did just notice that Noz's, I guess, kills aren't really up there with the rest of his team, but that's one of the big things where, you know, if you've got Tix popping off, if you've got Signed being pretty consistent out of a couple of those operator shots, you got Dragon and even Scroll doing what's necessary, right? It's a big, you know, kind of directive game that Noz can kind of sit back and just let them explore, let them find things that are required, and then take it a little bit where needed. It's really pushing Order at the moment in this one. You know, it's again, you know, you talk about the difference between the agent compositions that we saw on the last map and on towards this one, but it's just this sense of normalcy I feel for Bobo coming through, and just the cohesion that's working so much better for them. And, you know, this is going to be one of those rounds where, as you do mention, if it does go the way of Bobo, it should be the closer of the map.
Right here.
They've got a lot of great tools to be able to close this round as well. Order, they have the breach ult, which can really help close a post plant or facilitate their entry into one of these sites on a bit more of an execute round. But Bobo have great retaking tools. The Showstopper and the Seeker is kind of the 1-2 retake tool that you can use just to be able to get in there super, super easy, find out where people are at, and then be able to find that swift little entry to start to help the defense scale out. Or you can just use it to go and kill Ronsky. Why not? You're even getting the crunch through Noz on towards bathroom side. So Bobo not playing that safe kind of style, leaning on the ults for the retake at all. They just want to take the fight to Order, and they found Texter in U-Haul as well. Beautiful kill from Scroll. Now a 5-on-3. It's still a 2-man crossfire on this B site.
Kind of unfortunate for Ronsky that he does dash in toward the rocket, but now with RDW finding the opener into the B site, they're able to open it up. Trades out from Scroll, however, maybe a second one. Gets the dink out on towards Maple and the shock bolt as well to see if he can finish that one off, but it's RDW pushing the elbow, looking for his third in the round, and now for the fourth. The Seekers do start to come in from Noz. I talked about his fragging action in this game so far. It's really been a bit null and void. We'll see if he's going to be able to bring out the 2 that is required to hold Bobo in for their 12th.
Oh, this is a great position for Noz. You can see Order had a bit of a misread on what was going on, but great trademark in towards elbow does give him the info on his position, and RDW is just going to keep things simple. Creeps out on that super favorable line and just gets it done with the operator. A massive 4K for him. Does keep Order in the game from a position that they didn't really look like they were going to be taking things away from.
Yeah, nah, huge round to come on through where it needed the most. You know, the reliability from him with that operator, absolutely sensational. And I got to think, you know, for Bobo, they get that opening pick over toward the showers. They go in with a TP play, and Order are immediately knowing that the B side should probably be a little bit weaker. And they kind of just do send it in. Really nice, really switched on.
Would have taken them a lot of time to go back through the A side of the map. Just kind of
absolutely
off the clock there. So just calling the audible, changing up their avenue of attack. Side here, actually only on the half armor down to the headhunter, really leaning heavily. That's all he's got access to in this round. So if he misses those headhunter bullets, can't get his hands on the rifle, he might not be able to have too much impact here. Ticks one off his ult, could have a bit of a pop-off round here again.
Passive though are Order. Trying to sniff out if there's going to be any over-aggression from Bobo. It's not too much at the moment, but now that they do start to inch in towards showers with the deep smoke as well, their smoking ability does start to fade away for Tix.
That's what RDW does. He loves walking up short and finding opening picks. He used to do that on the Bonkers roster that some of these boys played on, so they can't be too surprised about that.
All this information from this peek out from Dragon and from Tix. Give a heads up to the boys over at B that the action's coming, and a great fault line actually is going to catch Scroll, and that's going to be taken out very nicely as well. Now Nod stuck in towards the garden. He gets flashed off, unfortunately, and this is just one of those rounds that for Order, you want 100% it, and so far so good.
They've done a great job recovering. Like, this game was on a silver platter for Bobo, but massive couple of impact plays. Order really grinding this one all the way back. If they close this one, they probably should reset Bobo's economy, and from there, they're setting themselves up for a really strong economy of their own. They can start in this double digits portion of the game really fighting for control of that economy, and if they break Bobo's money, that might even be good enough to take Bind away here.
Oh, you can see the back of the raise kit there as well. You can see her, what is it, the rocket barrel sticking out or something?
Oh no,
I don't know, different gun models, different happenings, but Bobo don't get to hold onto those weapons, so it makes things more awkward now.
Yeah, they got a bunch of people sitting on like 2.5k. So from here, Order's well and truly cemented their economy. They're going to go into this anti-eco, dealing with the half bite. For Bobo here, minimum 3 ults next round. They are going to have access to the Tour. They're going to grab the Hunter's Fury as well. So these can really help them out, take some of these critical gun rounds. Same could be said for Order though. One off the Tour, one off the Blades. And I dare say that there's a couple of players that are very, very close to some of those big impact ults towards the end of the game for Order. And that's exactly where you need them the most.
Well, an immediate rotation from Tix from A towards B, although he does start to peel toward A again. Trademark to be destroyed. Dragon's head seen, but will it be removed from its shoulders? A tap on through is going to send Vronsky back. And look at the creeping up from the boys over at B as well. Order are getting ready to potentially funnel in toward the site.
Boombot coming out. Nice entry from Maple. Able to really rip open this site with relative ease, putting Order in the pole position to close this round. That's exactly what they wanted to do against this half buy. They've had a couple of struggles up against the pistols today, and that might have been a bit of an overheat from Maple.
Yeah, and on the line for RDW as well, misses the op shot. There is a world in which this comes back into the fray for Bobo, but Tix loses his life, which means the orbital strike can't be utilized if they wanted to. That gun could be picked up from Scroll. Now that he's been seen, that's going to be denied out from Texter. And for Dragon, it's just one by one. They fall in towards Texter's crosshairs, and he gets rid of them. We are now tied up 11 apiece.
Bobo with a big advantage in terms of the ults here, though, could make all the difference. Couple of those players that were one off, like RDW, for example, can't get the Tour online in towards this round. Vronsky one off the Blades, one off for Maple, who does a great job really farming up his showstopper towards the end of this game, making sure he's going to have access to that. Let's see how Bobo utilizes these ults. You're getting the operator out for Sign, so he's not going to rip the Tour out this round.
Bomb buddy out.
Yeah, and the Roomba's going to be clearing out a bit of the hookah position with the Sky Smoke deep down nice and early. This is Dragon trying to be a bit Ronsky-esque, I feel, from what we saw a little bit earlier in this game. But Ronsky's going to win that one. So for Order, player advantage for now.
A lot of responsibility on Tix's shoulders here. He's in a very forward position in hookah here. The nade is going to chip away at him a little bit, down to 74 HP now.
Well, that's going to be denied. So Tix finds Maple coming in towards Hookah. Aldrin for Scroll to spot how much information rather on the players, and the ping out on through. The TP has to be utilized to dodge the Hunter's Fury. And he's just going to tuck it away. No third bolt. Noz, however, the trademark's a bit deep. He's going to destroy it with an aftershock coming through. He must have made noise for Disco to reveal that one, but a sharp shot on towards IDW's face does mean that Bobo is starting to swing things back into their favor in this round. Keep an eye on Texter though. He's still over at the B site, and with Tix finding the spike, however, maybe he has to be the one to try and get things in. Ronski, the timing works wonders for the Trailblazer to miss him, and things are just going left, right, and center for both sides at the moment. I don't even know who's going to be able to take away this one, but Scroll finds Texter, and Tix finds Ronski, which means it's 12 for Bobo.
Another big impact round for Tix, a 3k from him. Not many ults really being utilized there for Bobo. They still have access to that Brimmy ult. They've now got the Tour for signed as well, which they didn't utilize in that last round. Tour going to come out here for RDW. In fact, both of these chambers should really be popping that, because there's no reason to hold on to it from here. You definitely want to see Signed grab himself a rifle as well. Showstopper here for Maple could be pretty massive up on the entry in combination with the Blades as well. And we've been seeing Order throw these set plays towards A all night long, so that could be a really, really good chance for them to make something like that happen in this round.
Oh, well, I'm waiting for the rocket to be pulled out from Maple, because I feel like it's going to be coming, and we're going to see the same sort of start to a round from Order that we've seen time and time again. That's exactly going to be the thing. Only one with the rocket, but some extra information, and Ronski's just going a little bit more forward than Bobo were expecting. The A side has been cleared, and now it's on to the post plane.
Just a very explosive approach. You could see that coming all day long for Order. They've been doing those A set plays for earlier on in this half. And now Tix hasn't got access to use his Brimmy ult. Sign doesn't pop the Tour either, and he's going to lose the Optal to RDW. So Order setting themselves up beautifully for OT now.
Yep, Noz, he's got his guiding lights. No Trailblazer. Seekers in 2 that potentially he may be able to find. Of course, you have to go for this. It's the last round of regulation anyways, and the shots come through where he finds one. It's a team ace to close the 4 Order. A team round to put them onto 12, which means, folks, sit tight. We've got OT on our hands.
Going to get a timeout from Bobo coach. Have a bit of a chat about how this game is going. They were definitely in the best position to close things out, particularly after that half bye win, but couldn't quite put the pieces together. Now things getting a little trickier. Both of these teams going to feel each other out as we head into OT. Order swapping over onto the defensive side. I feel like the attack wasn't really the problem for Bobo at all, so they should be able to come up with a pretty nice round.
Well, I guess on that merit as well, right? It's kind of the way in which you get to OT. It's, you know, equalization on both sides, right? So the same can be said for Order, where their attack, you know, it was starting off nicely as well, and the defensive side kind of did crumble a bit for Bobo later on. So we'll have to wait and see. If you're, you know, putting your marbles in the pocket right now, you'll be thinking, all right, you get a defensive sided round. You probably should be closing this one, but you never really know.
Going to be a lot harder to utilize that operator dynamic as well for Order with this Jet Chamber lineup. That's one of the things that can really add some different dimensions to some of your gun rounds, especially once you get a stronger economy on the defensive side, but not something they're going to have access to here in OT. They're going to have to rely a little bit more on that rifle-centric gameplay.
I'm a little bit surprised that Sign is going in with the operator on this attack side. We'll have to see if that does eventuate into an opening frag.
If he goes for the op, it doesn't... I can't remember. He doesn't have money for the Headhunter, right? Let me check.
No, he's got trademarks instead.
Yeah, because you never go without the trademarks. They're just too good. But he's not even got a sidearm.
Especially until the new patch does come in where he's only got 1. When you got 2, you're laughing.
Yeah. Well, Bobo doing exactly what you'd expect of them, trying to contest bathroom with a bit of initiator util, Roomba in towards Hookah to clear everything out, and look, a late round in towards the A side is not too surprising at all. Sign just going to try to trip up the flank and keep things a little bit safer for now before they kick off this A exit.
Well, RDW's got his rendezvous in hole. He's currently playing in the cubby at B, so he can quickly get over here as the hit does start to come down potentially. Maple sends the paint shells nice and early. You hear the TP come through. A big sharp shot for Dragons open up, trying to find RD, but the trade does come through there. And with 40 seconds, you can technically see Bobo fall back if they do want to. But damage already done. Starting to send it in toward the lamps again. Maple does fall. IDW already low. Scroll opening up an opportunity for Bobo in this round. And now everything is on Ronski and Disco to try and bring something back. The Cloudburst. Ronski, Sign can't get away on that one. And now they're going to start to funnel in toward lamps to get a little bit of this control. Flashpoint in. Noz on a technical off angle of this late in the round, but he wins that duel against Ronski and a dink straight towards Disco. 7 HP to try and get this 1 versus 3. That's not going to be happening. Scroll to close it, and it's 13. Advantage over towards Bobo.
I just need that defensive round, the ever elusive defensive round. Let's see if they go for it. Order. You know, they've been showing a lot of quicker plays towards A, even in the mid-round, kind of brute forcing their way into the B side. So we'll see if Bobo's got some adaptation for that. Trying to change up how they want to play.
A gift. Bonne chance, mes amis.
Going to be really leaning towards that A side. So maybe expecting that A set play coming out yet again. Knowles, you see him throw the guiding light in towards short, doesn't scan anybody, so that's a good little bit of info for Bobo, and they're really going to trust this A stack to close the game.
Yeah, this could be massive for them as well right now if they just rest on their own gut feeling. Ronski's going to start to get in and try to open up the opportunity. Trademark destroyed, and now you start to get a little bit of that tingling feeling for Bobo. This is where it could end, but Order, yeah, not overexerting themselves at the moment.
Dart goes into bathrooms, doesn't scan anything. Going to give a little bit more of a secure feeling over to Bobo as Sign gets deeper on towards that bathroom line. But in the meanwhile, RDW's walked all the way up long B himself and has got onto a deep line and doesn't see a single thing. So Order, knowing that a fair bit of presence has been put over towards this A side of the map, will know that maybe it's not a great idea to be committing in here. They're applying pressure to B, trying to keep those rotations honest, and it looks like it's working. You're starting to see Scroll coming across in towards spawn side. Bobo questioning whether they should trust the stack, and they've opted to do so, but unfortunately that's going to be the wrong call.
Well, you do see that Ronski's staying in the showers, so he could try and be the one to find them a little bit later on. A fluffed shot out from Maple on the blast pack, but it doesn't really matter. And now Ronski is here on the A side to try and keep them invested here as the spike does go down. He's found 2. We're looking to go into another round of OT, but a miss to smoke. And somehow, Sign is missing out the duel on that one, but Tix is going to be there to at least afford him some passage in towards a potential retake. But again, it's going to be this 2 versus 4 in favor of Order this time. A deep dark cover. You just have to get through that one. Text towards Tix, and now Signed is known. He's going to start to get bullied by everybody on Order with these bullets, and Text up will put us into the next round of OT.
2 back-to-back attacking rounds. Great patience from Order, not opting to overcommit in towards that A side. That would almost certainly have gone poorly for them. They instead slow things down. They give time for their contingency plan. RDW gathering so much info up B long there, not seeing a single thing, giving Order that plan B and allowing them to start to work back towards the other side of the map and go back towards B. Ronski now picking up the operator and going on an aggressive line towards short here, and Bobo looking like they want to work B.
You're going to get a big amount of information over at that A short line, and for Texter, he has to try and get out of this one. Sees the bodies, gets the paranoia out, and drops on toward the site.
Dragon made onto the back of the site. They've isolated Texter up close in towards Hookah side. Maple through the TP gets picked up by Tix as well.
Oh, this is starting to be a little bit more worrisome for Order. How do you navigate back into Order, specifically with a player already pushing in towards the back behind you right now? Dragon, he has completely caught them off guard here. RDW stuck in toward the tube, and Ronski is going to get timed by Tix coming out of the TP. A flawless round on that attacker side there for Bobo.
Absolutely gorgeous. Really nice change up of a quicker tempo and a quicker pace over towards the B side. It's not really something they showcase too much in regulation. Just trying to mix up how they're playing based off, Order's read. Condition them to play a certain way, and Order as well going for that A site stack. Seen a lot more A site action from both of these teams, so not surprising to see that lean from both of the labs.
Yeah, what sort of differences do we get in this round for Order? Back behind once more, but at least they are on the attacker's side, so yeah, maybe you attribute just a little bit better of a percentage toward them for this round.
Ronski clearing the trademark. robbing Bobo of a little bit of info here and there. Another one getting picked up there. Oh, sorry, the TP getting taken out there by Texter. So that's not going to allow Signed too comfortable of a position to just peek short freely and allow him to TP back. Smokes being exchanged back and forth. Both players just kind of feeling each other out, trying to deny info to the other team. But in the meanwhile, Order starting to size up this B side of the map.
Well, Scroll's got his drone ready. Immediate destruction on toward the later trademark. And with the paranoia coming through, Scroll's going to get out of dodge. Noz as well, stuck in toward the hookah, but I don't think they've seen him exactly. The flash is beautiful, but Maple's able to at least find that one. And in toward the smoke, RDW is just being chad in toward this round. Order are looking to try and put us into another round of OT. And so far, so good. It's looking successful. Tix seen in CT. Shoulder out from RDW. Doesn't necessarily need to go in for the fight. The flashpoint's good. The dark cover to keep them deep out of this round.
Last player standing.
And that's pretty much just it. Out of this round. Dragon in toward the dark cover as well. Not even good for one. So it's a reverse flawless. First it was Bobo. Now it was Order. I say that and
Switching
the boombot gets him after.
Overtime.
All attacking side rounds so far. Timeout coming out here for Order. Going to have a little bit of a chat at how they can get this ever elusive defensive side round. Got a lot of data to go through, a lot of tendencies from Bobo. And look, at this point, if you've played enough competitive Valorant, you've definitely played against a similar style to what Bobo's bringing in here to Blind. So we'll see what they can come up with once they go into the think tank.
Mm-hmm. So these are the rounds where in those pesky little pugs, someone is salty enough to call a draw, but for these guys, they don't have that that ability, I'll say, for this one. So we keep sticking with it.
We've seen a little bit of everything out of Bobo. Especially with this kind of a comp, you can really condition the other team to play a certain way and start to mix in things like bathrooms pressure from the sky and then just go for a very, very quick play somewhere else. Haven't seen too much like fakes off the TPs really from either one of these teams. So that could be something that's really good to kind of mix in off of the initial default tendencies and then just mix in a bit of a fake or a double pump, something like that.
Yeah, potentially. Gonna be falling back onto, one of those normal clearances over towards Hookah for now. Just with the Roomba and creep up as well. One of the differences between having birds and having those flashpoints, you can't really guide them in towards Hookah itself. For the side of Order, for the info.
Great little dart in there. Sign gonna dive straight through that garden smoke. RDW trading one back, but Ronsky diving in and out of the elbow smoke is fragging up an absolute storm. There's no way he should have been able to have that much impact from that position. A lot of pressure coming in from the TP as well from Maple, forcing Bobo to commit out of Hookah, and it's just not going well for them at all. Order, an excellent attack pause, gives them that defensive round, and now surely their game is the game is theirs on a silver platter, right?
Yeah, just something small in that little engagement as well as whilst Maple used the teleporter, he sent in the Roomba through towards Hookah, and that boombot actually got off the explosion and took them relatively low. That's really unfortunate for the boys on Bobo. You never really know if they're kind of yelling in their comms at that point in time or if they actually are able to kind of hear that or, just want to try and tank it and get a bit of a peek out. Regardless, that defensive round that was, completely eluding all of them in this one goes Order's way. So now they're on preferred, in air quotes, attacker-sided round.
Pressure on RDW. Dragon all the way down B long. Does allow the orb to be farmed by Noz, I think that was. Side, he can't get it done with an operator, but give him a Vandal and no problems at all finding that one tap and the man advantage.
Oh, but the timing out. Ronsky on the bench is able to find Tix, so no smokes for a potential retake here. That incendiary could have been utilized quite nicely later on as well. But with the Trailblazer going on through, that's going to clear out a bit of U-Haul and start to formulate an idea on how this retake is going to come through. Disco's position now known as well. Some big shots have to start to be hit from Bobo. Scroll onto Disco. It is a good start and a greater start now, but RDW and Ronsky is starting to come to the party. Ronsky with 3, not the 4th, but Dragon as well for his 2. And he knows exactly where Maple is, but unfortunately Maple gets in with the util timing at 16-14 over towards Order, which means, Pilski, we don't actually get that third map. coming on through for Fracture. It is GG's here in this series.
That's going to be Order straight into the grand final. Beautiful stuff from them. They've set themselves up for the best of 5. Same thing as last time. Able to get themselves all the way through that upper bracket without too many issues. And really, really good resilience there. They were in a rough state of affairs there on Bind after that first half. Bobo had such a strong attacking side, but they're able to keep their composure. They're able to grind it all the way back on attack themselves, even after dropping a half buy and a couple of things like that. So credit to Order, keeping themselves in things, and they're able to close it out with the 2-0 there.
Yeah, I'm just kind of rumbling through the scoreboard right now as well. You know, Ronski ending up on top of the server here with 28 frags, having 5 first bloods. Absolutely what you do love to see. And there's actually like a wide ranging of first bloods. The only person that didn't get one in the server was Disco, and everyone else got at least 2. There's a lot of, you know, 3s and 4s up in there as well. So in terms of, you know, swinging around the map for a lot of this pushing and pulling, it was pretty good from both sides in that. But yeah.
Yep. Bobo obviously relying a little bit more on the util, whereas you did see the boys on Order. They love their mid-round pushes. They love aggressing and then things like that. They obviously did have a little bit of the util to set it up on the breach, but for the most part, all of them playing pretty well across the board, which is what you expected this Order roster. The firepower definitely there. And as for Bobo, just falling at the last hurdle there on Pine, they're going to be down in towards that lower bracket, and nothing's guaranteed down there. You've had both Rain and Bonkers performing relatively well, finding upsets here and there. So those are scary teams you can't take for granted.
Yeah, and of course with Rain kind of coming on the come up as well, I've been really impressed by what they're actually throwing in toward the mix. You know, a team that I thought potentially wouldn't have, you know, from history, let's say, a lot of time to get in with the proper practice. But from what we've seen so far from them, you know, they're really starting to take it forward. They're really starting to get into it because, again, you know, I make mention to this once more, the teams that we currently have within the top echelon of our Valorant scene right now are actually pretty strong. You know, the applications of these teams to get overseas, regardless, some big numbers can be hit.
Yeah, 100%. Look, Order at the end of the day, they've done a fantastic job so far in this comp. They've only dropped 1 map overall. They've had a couple of forfeits and things like that that we probably should mention. But at the end of the day, a 2-0 there in that game, a 2-0 over Catgirls. All of the competition that's meant to be potential challenges to them, they're putting away relatively easily. So no doubt they should be going into the grand final, and undoubtedly they've got to be the favorites for that APAC spot at this point.
Yep, well, Order into the grand final and their opposition in Bobo down to the lower bracket. But we do, of course, need to see who is going to be facing Bobo in that match tomorrow. So, guys, we're going to throw it over to a bit of a break. And when we do return, we'll start to have a look at our next series.
Found them. Had some trouble. Countdown initiated.
Cypher to all stations. I have a signal. Our blackmailer is headed east.
Aeon, this is Sova. Confirm you have target visual.
Yep, got him.
Ground team, collapse and converge on Sector 4.
I've seen your darkest fears.
Mine would eat them alive.
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
Only type of light that I ever hide from. There's some red and blue lights, I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at, yeah, where you come from?
Last enough.
Who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. Do what I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
É por isso que eu vou te botar no jeito.
We're still just searching for that one team to send over to the APAC playoffs.
And look, I really hope we pick the cream of the crop. Look, Bonkers did pretty well last time, but I want to see us making that top 8. You know, I want to see us making it all the way to Masters.
A 2-on-1, he will. Connection from Panic and another to finish.
Fun Crew.
So the whole map being covered right now beautifully for Fun Crew, and Yakuza's all over this.
Order.
So our goal is to basically dominate Oz, then head overseas and try to do the best we can over there.
Cleared out long now, knows where the offensive is going to come from. 2 line up, RDW.
Cat Girls.
Good hold from Flix to point at least one. Trade starting to come through and Cat Girls.
Bonkers.
So Mike has to figure out where exactly that he is.
Oh
He's
my God.
Bobo.
I think you'll see us in order in the grand final.
But it's already gotten halfway, and I think it might be doable for Bobo. You get the sense that this is going to be a real back and forth game. Showstopper, Thunder's gone deep. He didn't even hit the rocket, but he's hit the shots. A triple. Madness. Going to
to be too effective from Nice Axe. Goes up. Precious can't land the shot. Now again. Quick double from Precious.
Just came over the top, has a nice line. There's the ping. See you later, sicko. And another as well, Cloxy.
Texter, another frag to be found. Cream, he's in such an awkward spot, but he's going to line up the collateral.
That's a tang coming through from, I think, a camera.
Oh, what is this?
Well, good evening and welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour. We have booked a team into the grand finals, and we'll see Order back on Sunday. However, in their journey that is now one step closer to get international, we of course need to see who's going to be meeting them eventually. And before we get there, Pilski, we have to see what Rain and Bonkers have to showcase to us.
Yeah, 100%. These are two of the teams that have been showing a fair bit of promise. They're probably not the teams I would have picked to actually make their way through the lower bracket. I was looking at some of the teams that had a bit more of an established core, maybe like a Honey Badgers. I was, kind of looking at the Mind Freak team at the start of the stage. Obviously, Cat Girls is a team we all thought that would probably be here and maybe even be an outside shot at taking the APAC spot. So Random Bonkers have done very, very well for themselves in terms of their performances, putting together a couple of upset wins, showing a couple of strong maps. But who's going to actually go through and try to take on Bobo for the spot in that grand final?
Yeah, well, of course, we need a little bit of a reiteration on what we're exactly going to be seeing in towards this next map, of course. So we're going to have Rain and we're going to have Bonkers coming in towards this one. But we'll start off with the handsome lads in Rain. And there's a bit of a cheeky storyline coming later that we'll touch upon.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a team that is a mix of a lot of different players from different backgrounds. Like initially, it was that iconic core coming through with Panic and Punda from last stage. That was a very different look team that did quite well for themselves, and they're actually the only team to beat that iconic team, but the only team to beat the old Bonkers lineup that ended up to go on and represent OCE. But this lineup, mixing in Maishu, mixing in a couple of the other lads, it's been great to watch their evolution. Their Haven is rock solid at the moment, but can they flesh out their map pool? Can they sort out their roles, which are a little bit all over the place, and how consistently can they kind of put these performances on?
Yeah, and of course, we'll move over into seeing the next team, their opposition for tonight in Bonkers. And of course, we saw what performance come out from these guys yesterday. And I think one of the biggest takeaways that I saw from that is Nice Axe, right? He is now our boyfriend.
Our boyfriend, okay.
Our boyfriend. That's what he's been surmised as now. Yep.
There you go. I didn't consent to this, but look, I'm not super disappointed with the situation. This Bonkers lineup, it's a bit of a messy situation. Bonkers was meant to be a completely different team. Then it was also meant to be another completely different team, and we've ended up somehow here, about 4 steps removed from what I expected to Bonkers to be heading into this stage. And I thought I'd be disappointed, but actually pleasantly surprised, especially their dub over Cat Girls the other night. I was not expecting that, and they're kind of making the best of a bad situation. The reality is that they picked up a lot of fairly solid players, and they've managed to put together a pretty solid looking roster at the moment.
Yeah, well, of course, we'll look to go into our head-to-head, and you're the one to pick this, of course, for today. So what were your kind of thoughts going into the battle between these boys?
Thoughts mostly that I'm trying to pick the players that are performing very, very well statistically for their teams. Nice Axe, again, similar to that last stage, is having a great run of things. He's running, being one of the most well-rounded duelist players that we have in our region. He plays a lot of different duelists and does quite well. Punda's a little bit of a different story. He does flex into the duelist role, loves himself some Rays, and definitely shows a lot of entertaining plays on that. But he also even plays Sova and Viper, depending on the map, which kind of speaks to Rain's messy role situation, depending on what map it is. And it's very, very hard to be consistent when you have to play a different role on every map, a different agent on every map.
And of course, those guys were ex-teammates as well, throwing it back a little bit now. So it's always going to be that little battle. But one thing that I wanted to mention, that storyline thing was, I think it was a tweet from Conky. I think it was Punda versus Nice Axe. Who's going to be the better Rays? And they were kind of responding to it, just saying that they have different playstyles. And I think that actually does surmise it quite well. Both players that are capable of playing in towards that one, very, very different. But of course, we'll see, as you do mention, they can play some other agents. So to see that, we need to know what maps we're going to be going on toward.
Yeah, which will make a fair bit of a difference. Are we going to actually get Haven to come through there? So Bonkers take away Icebox. There's no doubt going to be the Haven pick from Rain. They've been super solid on that map. Bonkers have been super solid on Bind. They're another one of the teams that's had a great run on that map, as well as Bobo and Order. So both teams, if I was to summarize this video, both teams picking the map that they feel like they should win and that they have pretty consistently been winning so far in this competition. And then we end up on a nice little middle ground of Ascent because Bonkers doesn't play too much Icebox. Doesn't play Icebox in this series, rather. That's one that, you know, Rain has shown a decent amount of performance on as well. And I think they did play each other previously in this bracket, was it? Yeah, they did in the opening round, and I don't think that Icebox game was particularly close. Honestly, I think I casted that game. Yeah, it was a 13-3 for Rain. Bonkers looked very, very lost on Icebox, so not surprising to see them take it out of the veto, I suppose.
Yeah, and of course there was a bind in the mix as well that went 4-13 over towards Bonkers.
Yeah.
So you know, maybe this does kind of lean more over towards Bonkers. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know if anyone can hear coming through my microphone. My puppy is actually knocking on my door right now. So don't know what's happening with that one, but they want entry, and we are, you know, just getting entry in toward the server as well to see what our agent selection on Bind is going to be. Are we going to see anything new, or are we just going to see things that we're, you know, kind of tried and tested in?
It's a good question. I did a terrible job as a caster and didn't go back and look at the previous comps, so I'm going to take a little bit longer to bring them up, and then I can have a bit of a think about how whether either one of these teams is kind of changing up their comps from last time. Looking like the boys on Rain are changing things up. They're not so much changing up the comp as much as they're changing up the roles a little bit more. My shoes over on that Fade from last time that they played Bonkers on this map. As opposed to the Sova, so that's a bit of a change up. And I think they're trying to they're chucking Panic again onto Brimstone as opposed to him being on the Sage. So trying to keep a bit more role uniformity, which is something that I've been asking of this Rain team for a while. I find it really bothering that they switch one player between controller role and then switch them onto a duelist next map. It's really, really hard to be consistent as a player when you're playing a different role and you're playing role roulette all the time. As for Bonkers, they're not changing up their comp at all, and I'm not surprised because they've found so much success on this map time and time again.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And one of the things to come in through towards this is Snow on the Sage and Panic on the Brimstone. You know, whenever I see kind of Panic bringing in towards a competitive game, my mind with him instantly goes on toward a Sage, and, you know, previously was on toward a Duelist, so he's very flexible. Maishu going on towards the Fade here as well is something that's always interested me, because when I think Maishu, I think such a strong Sova. So it's been, you know, something in this roster that has made him switch over. And, you know, Fade, whether or not she's actually that strong coming into a pure competitive meta, who's to tell just yet? Not everyone is adopting her in.
I think Maishu's already played a fair bit of Fade, and I think it is obviously going to be a case of a lot of the time it's your initiator player that likes to play that info gathering character like a Sova that's just going to flex onto the Fade regardless if you're not running both. So at the end of the day, it'll be interesting to see how things change up here. Bonkers not changing anything too much. Rain only really changing a couple of roles around as opposed to the overall strategy, I'm assuming. So let's see if they've learnt anything from the last time that they played against Bonkers, because I remember casting that game and Bonkers absolutely slapped them.
Well, from Bind in towards Bind, I don't know if we're going to get some more OT. Potentially. We'll have to see what kind of form these guys are going to be on in towards this one, as I do get my allocation on towards Crashman on the cams. A good shout out towards Crash and 2Tap Tony bringing in with the camera action tonight. But for the start of this one, Haunt to Fountain and Haunt destroyed.
Yep. Getting the Trailblazer to follow up, the multiple initiators just allowing Bonkers the freedom to run the straight up long and kick off this B-side exit.
Yeah, straight into ward it. Exis going to see what he can do as the blade is no longer available, but a flash drive is. And look at the utility already going over toward the CT line. You got the Boombot in, you had the Haunt in, and now with the spike going down, it's going to be one of these 5 versus 5 situations. out with the Prowler for a little bit of time right now. I did just note that we've got a flank happening as well. Really late in for the side of Bonkers themselves that there is Jesse, but Mercer to start things off, however, with 2 big kills coming in toward the elbow, and Mike tucked in toward the cubby also gets 2 of his own. Panic Scene at least able to get the trade, and now he's able to find 3 big kills with only 5 HP. Is he going to be able to come out with a miraculous recovery in this round? A Sky Smoke down on toward the spike, but how would you even be able to close it on this defuse? It's going to be very difficult to dodge all of the bullets unless... Don't tell me, Pilski. Don't tell me he's going to be able to just find this one. Are you joking? No, 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 no. Oh my lord, he's got it. Are you joking? Hang on. No.
Yeah. Bonkers have absolutely thrown that round like no other way of putting it. Oh boy. No way Panic should be allowed to get away with that in a million years. So, look, that's a way to win a pistol, I guess. Let's put Rain in a better position at that point. I would love to hype that up like, you know, that was a sick play or something. But, yeah, at the end of the day, that's just a bit of a cooked situation for the Bonkers boys.
He's on 5 HP.
Yeah, I know.
And they do see what HP that someone gets taken down to in this game. Yeah. Oh, that's real rough. That's...
Yeah.
All right, it's behind us. It happens.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. It's fine. Great pistol from Rain. They're going to go the anti-eco now. And Panic is one off the Brimmy ult, so he's feeling great about that one. Nice couple of shots in there. Like, a great play for him. He made the best of a bad situation. Bonkers now trying to nade the back of the site, trying to come up long B here, but the smoke is going to cut them in half. And Panic, again, continuing to find great impact here. Maybe that smoke not the best, but apart from that, doing great. Good job, Panic.
I mean, Nexus is getting a couple of kills here as well, so he's getting attributed to what he needs to do. And now Jesse is getting damaged a little bit with TP. We know that Tax is heading over towards the A side of things. The wall in showers falls, so he may be able to try and get in, but you've already got bodies here. Punder's going to have his number, and now Jesse to see what he can do. Something that I do want to kind of mention with Fade being brought in, right, is her C's. Look what Rain actually have to capitalize on that. They've got paint shells, they've got fragment, and they've got incendiary.
Nice. 5 alive there for Rain. Going to be quite happy with how that one went. Couple of sets of broken armor, 1 or 2, but apart from that, nothing to really get too concerned about. They are looking for a pretty nice bonus into this next one. All Spectres up across the board. One off of the Brimmy ult for Panic as well. So if he can find himself up an orb or get himself a kill, that could really help them try to make this bonus upset happen.
Teleport's ready.
Panic still one away from the orbital strike, so no funneling in the previous one, but it does look like he's going to go get the ult orb over at the B long side of things. And at the same time, you know, farming from Snow over at the A side. So some good orb control for the side of Rain.
Kind of interesting how Bonkers are doing this default. They've got the Brimmy instead of the Sky or the Fade over here. I would expect Fade towards Long B and maybe Sky towards Bart's, and then Raze and Chamber swapped. So the positioning of how they're using their agents on this map is not what I'd expect. But look, they've gathered a little bit of info towards B long with the guiding light there. Tax has done a good job chipping down the wall and getting a nice forward position outside of bathrooms, and it looks like they're going to use this as a launching pad for a bit of an A push.
Yeah, we'll see. The Spectres in the showers because not a bad thing. You know, close proximity can chunk out a bit of damage. With the deep smokes going on through as well, it's a bit of a false sense of security, though. Punda has been seen. He's going to walk straight in towards Tax. Very keen eye that the snow is there. However, it is going to fade away and melt in toward the showers. An orbital strike comes in a little bit too early as the numbers are still in Bonker's favor. However, a flank starting to happen as well does spice things up. Panic loses his life. And now it is full control of the site, ready for the spike to go down as Merza dispatches of Exis. It's on to Maishu to see what damage he's going to be able to try and find. And wow, that's pretty sharp from Merza.
Yeah, very nice. He's really had a couple of pop-off games from what I've been watching for Bonkers on the Sky here, and he's put himself in a nice little position there. Got himself the Seekers into this pretty critical gun round, so that could really help the Bonkers guys move forward and win this one. Got a pretty big ult advantage that they could utilize. Mike is 2 off his, Tax is 2 off his Brimmy ult as well, so this could be pretty big. They're keeping the same kind of positions here. So we'll see how Bonkers continue running this default bathrooms control in from... Oh, is this actually going to be the commitment in through the TP? I'm looking at all this fade util, right, going through the TP from MyShoe, but they don't actually commit to any kind of a bathrooms crunch. Instead, it's just going to be a little bit of posturing and then throw down that wall on bathroom side again to contest.
Yeah, well, it'll be a big draw for Snow to be able to win, and he is indeed going to do so. Exis, in the meantime, on the other side of the map, also finds one. So a good little cheeky start as Merza rips out the Seekers to see he's going to be able to find something, but Exis is able to escape. MyShoe does some damage, and he doesn't need to overcommit. You don't want to be giving Bonkers away in. So he's going to keep Exis in CT, although I think he did just manage to dodge it. And that haunt out from MyShoe is going to get a ping as well. Merza's a single point in HP. He's going to have to be careful for himself. Just trying to find some space on the site.
Bonkers taking their time, trying to see if Rain are going to overcommit or make any mistakes here in this 5-on-3. Rain quite patient though, not forcing the issue too much as this elbow fight does come in. It seems like Rain have that mostly under control. Merza, there's no way you should have been able to double up there. The rest of Rain starting to scale onto the site. How are so many shots not being connected by Rain, but are being connected by Bonkers? Finally, they get it back under control.
Merza,
so many. Look, I'd love to give him credit, but I saw literally 2 or 3 different players miss like a total of 60, 70 bullets on him when he had like 5 HP.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man.
I mean,
we've seen a couple of weird little rounds in there. Not sure if pressure's getting to these players or they need a little bit of time to warm up, something like that.
Well, I guess one thing to dwell upon here for just a moment as well is for those that may have just been joining us, this is an elimination match. Loser is out of the running to try and qualify for an overseas international spot in the APAC playoffs.
Yep. Don't think any of these teams would be the teams you'd be expecting to do that, but last time, I mean, Bonkers made the miracle run all the way through the lower bracket. That would be hilarious if they did that with this roster.
Yeah, true.
After everything that's happened. And look, Tax, they might be able to ride Tax to victory. He's got great one-tap aim. Nice hacks with the Sheriff as well. This is falling apart for Rain very quickly.
And that ult went on to Snow because he'd been seen out. The Prowler's going to be blinding him as well. And a Judge pickup, at least he's able to hold. A Resurrection available for him. Maybe he's able to bring a boy back up from the grave. But Tax hiding in his smoke of his own. Let's see what's going to happen on the back of that one. However, you do have this Nightfall available from MyShoe to throw in for a bit of a retake here. And there's that res to come on through as well. So this is Rain throwing everything in toward this round. Though a Judge in U-Hole is dangerous. A res back on towards Exis, but time is such an issue right now to try and get on toward that defuse. Merza, whilst deafened and everything, finds 2 massive frags. Again, it's all onto Merza doing everything, but the defuse is already halved. And Panic's going to be able to stick that one. Merza looking to find all the frags. However, this man's is certainly on the fragging duties tonight.
He had a very similar game to this the other day. Was it against this exact same opponent? I'm going to go back and look. Hold on. I remember him absolutely popping off on Bind. No, it wasn't that. Oh, it might have been that game. He was 18 for 6 that game with 100% KAST. So yeah, I think that was the pop-off game. I don't know, man. Merza against Rain on Bind. Maybe just give that one a miss if you're Rain. Get that one out of there in the veto. Unfortunately, they've lost a lot of their economy, and as a result, got to go down to like this 2k buy here. Not ideal at all.
Well, Punda's able to have his Nikes on to run away from the boom bot, but this is a quick one in from Bonkers to try and establish some control of the A site. Snow's been taken on through, and the Prowler's going to be able to blind out Punda. So again, one of these good starts to a round for the Bonkers boys, but they have to try and close it out and deny a retake from happening as the spike does get hit in toward the floor. This is where the flank from Exis might need to come into play. The shots, however, starting to come through from Bonkers, and it's just chip damage. It's here and there. It's nothing to solidify us in the rounds just yet.
This is one of these weird situations where Rain have gotten themselves a win in the last round, but are on one of these half buys trying to do damage to Bonkers' economy.
We'll
Bonkers so far dealing with it pretty nicely.
Oh, get a bit of damage out. Punda on towards Tax, and the paint shells are going to force Mike out. He's able to escape them, however, and probably close the rounds. No, take that back. Punda getting some damage. There's the 4th, maybe even the 5th, but he brings out the paint shells.
Great damage from Rain. going forward their buy round now outside of Panic, who kind of overspent in that last round, went right down to $0. So he is, I was assuming, going to go down to a Sheriff, but actually Punda, it looks like he's keen to rock the frenzy and maybe go for a little bit of a suicide play with this showstopper into towards this round. Bonkers, on the other hand, they've got the tour out for Jesse. They've got themselves the Fade ult and they're one off the showstopper, so a couple different ults that could find them some success here. In fact, let's see if they're going to be able to find an opening pick with this tour de force here. Panic in the meanwhile grabs himself the Broomy ult, so that could definitely help out.
I love the conditioning so far that Rain have been doing with this shower wall as well, right? We haven't seen any destructive nature come through from Bonkers really on the back of it, so it's just farming of the orbs.
Yeah, Tax has been over there defaulting, breaking the wall every time. You do have to give respect to that wall. You can't just ignore it, or it's just going to allow the other team on the defensive side to change up their rotates and ignore a very, very important part of the map. Bonkers do break the one segment of that. In the meanwhile, they just walk straight up towards B, leaving Jesse to deal with a lot of those longer range angles on the tour de force on long B, and in the meanwhile, they're going to bust their way out hookah.
Yeah, we'll see if the B site control is going to be able to happen. You do have the paint shells going on through first. You do have the orbital strike as well if Panic wants to be able to rip that one from and unleash the beast. But Bonkers, they're starting to get a lot of these frags out, and as that orbital strike does go down on towards the floor, it can settle down. 30 seconds to establish this spike. It may be difficult for Rain to get in toward it. Jesse already holding the line on towards Punda, and now there was some shots previously from the other boys. So all eyes towards CT and Elbow. Mercer just solidifying that there is at least someone in the ladder mentioned position. But Jesse, he has his head taken off. So some damage potential to come on through, but maybe that's all it is. Some damage. 2 from Snow, not a third.
Yeah, Bonkers started to grind their way back into this half after it hasn't started well for them. They threw that pistol in the bin, but starting to make up for some of those issues earlier on. Rain now having to take a bit of a save. This will give Bonkers the chance to stabilize their economy even further, and they're already in a great position. 2k plus across the board.
Well, Mers is close to these Seekers yet again. Nice hacks one away from the showstopper. So we'll see if they're going to be able to try and find them in this round. Haunt destroyed outside Fountain in the lean of 4 for Bonkers towards B.
Maishu just doing the info gathering dance, throws out the Haunt, does a little bit of jump spotting. Mike doing a good job of just disrupting things on the fade with the Prowler, followed up by the Trailblazer. It's going quite well here. This Bonkers just utilizing a lot of util to cut down some of these annoying angles, work their way in towards this B site, and then follow it up with just the weapon advantage that they do have. Snow, whether he gets a kill or dies here, doesn't really matter too much outside of taking an extra gun off Bonkers. He's still going to have access to his res next round.
Yep, 4 alive as well. Won't really be playing with the economy that Bonkers are trying to establish and hold and maintain, so that's good for them to at least be able to do so. And, you know, if they're able to find this one, it disrupts the utility, the money and the economy situation of Rain, meaning we may have another game where it's like the attackers side, right? Like our previous match in Orders 1, the attackers side was really just flowing for the teams, and I kind of get the feeling like that may happen here as well, unless Rain are able to establish a bit of the control of their own economy.
Because again, playing a bit more defaulty here. Jesse working his way towards this hookah side on the chamber as opposed to the raise that you often see in this part of the map, and he's playing quite confidently over here. The fade though does put him in a difficult position, followed up by the KO fragment, but he's just going to TP out of there. And in the meanwhile, the rest of Bonkers kicking off this A side push with both the Seekers and the fade ult, follow it up with the rocket. Everything's flying everywhere, and actually it's going pretty well for Rain.
Well, Mers is able to at least equalize the situation. Remember, there is a resurrection available if Snow's able to get here and bring one of the boys back, but the positioning attacks, he might be setting himself up to deny that. A TP is plausible for Bonkers over towards B, but it does give up the opportunity of that one, and a big reveal coming out on the back of that Haunt as well. So there's all information for Rain on this retake. The suppress comes through from Exus, the resurrection, so it's the 2-player advantage and a brilliant flash drive to keep them contained in toward the lamps as well. Mirza and Jesse, it's the latter to only find one, and Maishu to double on down, which means the defuse comes for Rain, and it's their 5th on the board.
Stuff going to give that defuse over to Exus as well, which gets his KO ult up. They're definitely going to need that because Rain have got a little bit more work to do. Still pretty strong money here for Bonkers. They've not only got this buy, but probably another one in the back pocket still. So Rain can't take this one for granted. Their money's still a little on the fragile side. If they drop this round, they're probably going to be broke. Got to really use those ults to find success here. The Fade ult on one of these retake scenarios or the KO ult. Could be a nice little combo in there. Bonkers looking for a bit of a set play towards A, it's looking like, though.
Stim beacon down.
Yeah, same kind of time. You don't have that Sage Wall going over towards the showers at the moment. So a bit of a different deployment to come in from Rain, and a bit of a big thing that Panic needed to do. There's no smokes now available for the side of Rain as he does get taken down. And Maishu is isolated from the plant. So he's locked in toward the showers at the moment. That's being safeguarded by Jesse, but Maishu will win that duel. And with a Nightfall to come in and the Null Command, this actually could be a big retake to come through from Rain. Nice hacks though, tucked in with Exus finding 2, and he needs to go nuclear in this round to try and find it. Punda just absolutely sending it. How has he managed to satchel and spray in the air?
Just phantom things, dude.
Ugh, ridiculous.
They really need to fix this gun. Like, the amount of kills that you can get while flying through the air or running with this with the phantom is just absolutely dirty. And at that range, you can, it's just a one tap. Like, you hit just that one bullet with the phantom. Doesn't matter if you're flying through the air, just you get RNG on the head. That's easy little kill. So that's exactly what I wanted to see from Rain. Really, really nicely maneuvered. They invest the combo of those ults to make sure that they pick up that gun round 100% in on that retake. And as we reset everything here, neither one of these teams has access to the ult. One off the Seekers for Mirza, and both of them starting to run out of cash here. So this is a big swing round. This could be Rain taking a big majority here at the end of the half.
Well, again, Sage over towards the B site, so it's a similar start in this one for Rain, but will it be a similar ending? Mirza starts off on towards Panic. Maishu on towards Jesse. I'm getting deja vu. I'm getting Groundhog Day right now. It's the same bloody stuff happening. Mike on towards Maishu, so there is a bit of a difference now, but with the plant going on down, Nice hacks getting in towards the U-hole. It is the player advantage for Bonkers to try and close this.
It's a much more difficult retake this time. They don't have access to those same ults that they did previously, but a kill being fed over towards Snow there. Molly going to keep them locked out of U-Haul, and there's a nice little crossfire between bathrooms, U-Haul, and bench here for Bonkers. That smoke on the mid side of the site all filters them straight into Mike. An easy 2k for him, and Bonkers putting themselves in touching distance of 6-6 here.
Snow going to be peeking out and trying to find these isolated jewels, but the Seas is going to tear him down, and Tax is going to capitalize on that. Unfortunate for Mirza to lose his life, but it does mean that Bonkers get that one. And Pilski, going into the last round of the half, does mean we get a full gun round as well. Oh,
mostly. Some of the players on Rain a little bit lackluster. Got to go down to the Spectres and Judges, but Punda will sometimes prefer to play with a Judge anyway. They're actually getting a cute little buy in here, juggling an op over to Snow as well, who can probably throw a Spectre over to Maishu. And look, at the end of the day, a shotgun, a operator, a couple of rifles, a weapon for all ranges, really.
Unfortunately, the Judge can also fall into that category and not just the different size weaponry. So we'll see if that gets absolutely thrown in. But Bonkers are already into the A side. They are wasting no time right now getting into it. Panic, is he going to be the first one to lose his life again? No, it's Jesse. But the orbital strike to come on through. Panic for 2. He could bring out his own as well, but the fight is being found by Bonkers. Mirza and Tax to try and hold this one down as the spike is planted. Punda may be bringing in the Judge for action, and he may be able to be a little bit dirty with it. The Seas goes through, not hitting anyone for now, however. And the Prowler to spot a bunch of information. Mirza in with the first. The flash gets him out for the 2 versus 2, but Mirza, he finds 3 in the round and now is looking for the 4th. Punda comes in with the Judge. Tax says no, and we're tied up at the half.
21 for 7. Where's this bloke come from? Honestly, I don't even understand.
I don't know either, to be honest with you. It's magic. Magic.
Not as good of a half from Bonkers as last time, though. I've seen them have some very dominant attacking sides, so to see a 6-6 scoreline. You can start to see that Rain are getting better over time, starting to make some adaptations. They're going to move over towards their attacking side now here.
Another pistol round coming on through. You know, much importance on a game like Valorant because of the low final scoreline mark, and you know, you get both pistols, you get both anti-ecos. That's 4 out of 13. Goes a pretty deep, long way.
Interesting. Getting a fair bit of util there invested by Bonkers early on just to be able to gather what's going on at short beat and long beat. Got some trademarks invested as well outside of Garden. And they're going to burn through a fair few of those smokes in the meanwhile. Bonkers going for the flank. And this is the good thing about not having a chamber on the other team. You could just go straight through market and take some of those duels. But Maishu, well aware that that was a possibility. A couple nice little taps with the Ghost. Shuts that one down straight away. And now Rain calling the audible back to the A site.
Oh, but Mirza, he's going to try and catch them there before they get in toward the showers completely. And the duel is already being fought for him. I don't know if he's realized that Panic is tucked in toward the right side. Now he does, because Panic finds that one. And Jesse, the headhunter's brought out for the secondary, but it doesn't really matter of Tax. Now the task. 1 versus 4. Smoked out at heaven. No utility and a classic. A bit of shields. Going to be real difficult to try and get back in toward this one.
Yep. This is all about farming money, building up your ults. Not even really too much of a chance of going for this round at all. Just gonna practice this movement a little bit, you know?
Maybe he gets away with one.
Like butter.
There it is. Maybe a second if Snow's giving it to him. Okay. Complacency? Maybe not the word to use. Nice shot from Panda.
That's good stuff. Gets him 3 out of 7 towards his Brimmy ult. All of these things add up, you know? Those are the kills that can make a difference between getting an extra ult in a half and not being able to have access to it. So it's good stuff. Good couple of exits to come out from him. It's going to give him access to a little bit more cash as well. So he can buy himself something or other. Maybe buy a sheriff or something if he wanted to. Instead, what's he got? Got full util.
A bit of a peek out through towards B long, however, in towards the TP at least for the Wolf.
Bonkers with a lot of util here. Really wanting to contest this B long area, but KO Knife is great against Chambers unless they're unchecked. Does get Jesse 1, and Rain's still with things under control, but definitely not a corner you can overlook.
Yeah, Tax ate a little bit of the first blossom of the paint shells there as well. So there is still a world in which some damage is being able to be found from Bonkers. The Sheriff on towards Panda, that would end him. The paint shell's going to force him through the TP, potentially. No, it's actually going to find the frag. So Nice Axe getting a little bit of something, but nothing really anything to write home about. We've got the proper gun round coming in the next one for the side of the Bonkers. And maybe now it just does shift for Rain to have some sort of defense coming in toward the next one. Or attack, rather.
Panic. He's having a great time.
I would laugh if he did lose the duel here. Oh.
He did lose his armor. Even just one shot of the Sheriff is enough to break a lot of your armor here, so it's kind of an underrated aspect of the purchase, to be honest. Like headshots are great, don't get me wrong, but even a body shot is enough to break your armor heading into that bonus round, and that's an extra grand that you got to invest. Makes a difference.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Alrighty, so in toward the first purchase for Bonkers here. Try and get started on their defensive side. Don't let it blossom out too far for Rain to really give a good grasp. They do have the lesser weaponry for this one as well. You know, being courteous enough to hold on to some credits to at least get a purchase in the next round.
The Trailblazer goes through the TP there, giving Bonkers a fair bit of control over towards bathrooms. Tax farms himself up another orb. He's now 1 off of his Brimmy ult. Rain now working long B, taking their time, moving as a pack here.
Tight line for Mirza, and he gets his head absolutely reamed off. That is a big shot and a big open up from Rain. ripping with the null command as well, and now you've got a little bit of a recipe for success. Mike is going to start to get a little bit of damage through the smoke, however, and it actually drops Exis, so it's not the kill for now. Resurrection's starting to come through because the wall was there as well, so back in towards this one is Exis, and a good use as the fragment keeps Mike out of it. This may be a round just yet, and the bonus going the way of Rain, but Jesse, the spam through the wall, always love to see that one. Haunt going to be destroyed. There's individual jewels that need to be found. Snow just waiting to see if anyone walks in towards his crosshair. The satchel out as well, and now it's the time for Snow. Gets the dink on through, forces the rendezvous all the way back towards the deeper side of the spawn. And my word, an investment in the third round from Tax of the orbital strike is the necessary piece of equipment to try and lock that one down.
He's done a great job of farming that orb up earlier on, and then just finding that one pick, able to rip up that Brimmy ults. Does keep them going, I guess, Bonkers, but with only 2 guns up and no armor really brought through there, their buy heading into this round is going to be a little bit more on the lackluster side.
Here.
Going to try to put something together. Rain don't have great money either, though, so at the end of the day, this is another one of those swing rounds that could really be a bit of a difference maker. Especially at such a close scoreline, this is going to allow one of these teams to start building up some cash, getting close to the double digits.
Where? There.
Got a bit of a push from Tax down this long position of the map. That blade's going to reveal him as well, thinking it was up, but it's actually down. So Exis going to be forcing them back at least to the B site for now. No real push up the short of A. Showers control, definitely.
A double trademark over on towards bathroom side here. As the boombot goes in, it's not going to spot Nice Hacks. Shot by Jesse, so Jesse baiting for Nice Hacks very, very well here.
Yeah, that's going to destroy one of the trademarks. And we'll see if Nice Axe is going to be able to finalize that frag in just a moment, because we're starting to go in toward the A site now. The Haunt's not going to really do anything. Nice Axe does win that duel against Punda, and a seize on toward the side is going to keep them contained in toward it for now. Snow, and eventually does start to fade, and the fallback does happen for Rain. In towards U-Haul, however, Mike is going to try and win this duel against Maishu. It will be a big one for the retake, because he can lock down a big position. That would be fantastic. And he's going to lose that one as well. Now Snow stuck in towards the pocket, an incendiary and a prowler and an elevated Nice Hack, starting to make use of the Razor's kit. A 1 versus 5 for Exis. There's the first, not the second though. An unfortunate one, but the fragment's out.
Nice little lineup. Yeah, could have put the pieces together if a couple more headshots come out from the man, the fragment to follow up on the planter. That could have been something. End of the day, though, Bonkers hold their composure. Although that last round at the 6-8 scoreline got a little bit dicey for them, Tax kept it together, and then they win a bit of a cleaner gun round going into the anti-eco here. Bonkers are well and truly back into things as long as they can keep their money nice and stable here, keep up a lot of guns. Then they're going to be sitting pretty going forward, and this is where the rounds are going to start to get a little spicier, because both teams getting very close to a whole lot of ults.
Yeah, seeing the same sort of default strategy to come through from Bonkers time and time again, right? The deep, long smoke over a B, sending the Trailblazer through the teleporter to spot outside showers, and then rotations on the back of it. Tax was seen from this position once before. It was the blade to force him out, so he technically hasn't been seen, but this would be his third smoke if he does drop it now. That's a bit of a costly one, but we'll see if it does work out.
It's a bit absurd. It's not really what I'd call my ideal position in an anti-eco. Oh, dear.
Now he has to run. Oh, he's got out.
Yeah. Look, the setup's good enough for Bonkers. They get Tax out of that angle. Jesse on this deep line here, able to TP out. Tax and Mirza can kind of play off of each other here. Tax forced to TP, but it's pretty fine until that happens.
And a blind Exis is able to find Mirza. This is where things may crumble, but Mike has something to say about it. Sees drop underneath of the hookah as Snow waits for that one. He's got his wall as well. He's going to go over towards elbow, maybe forcing the plant in towards the tube itself as the Prowler does go in. Some shots on towards Snow. It's going to be Exis to try and lock down the site. At least some information that it is going to be tacked in towards the hookah.
Last player
But as Snow loses his life, it's now Exis, the 1, the 2nd, maybe the 3rd, 4 HP. Expecting Mike to be on the other side of the tube, but it doesn't happen.
That really should have been the money stabilizing round for Bonkers though, and they dropped so many guns in that one. Really not ideal if they want to try to keep themselves in a good position heading forward in this half. Even Mike's armor gets broken there, so he has to reinvest for that. The rest of the boys buying down to 0. And this is where both teams pretty much maxed out on ults. This could be another big swing round to see who uses their ults a little bit better here.
Big difference in the play styles from these teams as well, though, right? Just by given the chamber, you got a little bit of angle watching abilities and tight lines with the Tour de Force Headhunter as well. You don't really have one that can convincingly do that, I guess, over on the side of Rain, and on the attacker side, it does lead into a bit of difference anyway. The difference being you send in a showstopper. Rendezvous out, so at least there's the dodging.
Both of the showstoppers whiff. In the meanwhile, KO activating his ult. You get the Nightfall to follow it up, as it looks like the set XE coming straight in here for Rain. They want to try to go for that wall plant again if they can. Seeker's being returned from Bonkers, trying to contest, but Rain's still able to take the site and get that spike down reliably.
Lord, these are the rounds that are so difficult with all of the abilities going on through. It's a wonder to keep track of all of them, but it's the reverse Nightfall now to go on through for the retake, and everybody's getting deafened. Everyone's getting marked on toward this one. Prowler's being sent in. Orbital Strike coming on down from Panic, and there's Exis baiting it out a little bit. Mike wins the duel against Snow, and the fragment is going to tank him down, but in that one, at least able to find a bit of damage. A tap onto the defuse as Maishu gets found out, and now it's all onto Panic. The duel can't be won, and it's Mirza with 3 defuse as well, and it's double digits for Bonkers.
So many ults invested in there, and Rain still don't get it done. I thought they were setting themselves up for success. They didn't even wall plant on the site with those triple smokes. They were able to get like a cheeky little wall across U-Haul, but they still couldn't hold that post plant.
Need a bit of a breath after that round, and I think these guys in the server might need one as well. It's good to see Mirza got something happening in that round, Pilski. What did you mention? 21-7 at the half? He's on 25 now, so yeah, a bit of silence on the defensive side, but where needed.
Well, anti-heart buy now for Bonkers. They could really utilize stabilizing their money this round. See them actually do it rather than just drop 4 guns over the pistols and potentially put themselves in a bad position. And nice hacks, able to get out of dodge. But here we go. Punter's going to send it straight in.
Oh, Jesse, nice hacks, able to find a bit of damage, some kills. Exis going to be paint shelled and slowed. Tries to get out of that one, but unfortunately could not. So things coming up nicely for Bonkers just now. And I say just now, I don't want to call it just yet, because that's exactly why Panic is here to party. And now he's going to have to try and dance his life into the next round from the grave.
Yeah, much cleaner there for Bonkers. Right when they needed it as well. 5 in a row from them, actually, and 4 alive. You'd expect them to have a stronger economy than this, but a lot of these rounds have been getting a little bit closer, especially on the half buys. I feel like Snow's been sitting on this res for a little bit, so definitely need to start to get some value out of that, especially as the Sage. You're often the player who's getting pretty reliably in to get those spike plants, so if that is your planter, you're basically just wasting ult orbs at that point in a lot of these routes.
Well, it's everything in for Rain in this round, isn't it? The big old purchase to try and keep Bonkers from finding 12 on that scoreboard.
Oh,
good start.
100%. That's something that Bonkers found a lot of success with, is getting aggressive with these Sky plays, the guiding light through the smokes and things like that. Reaggress from Nice Axe up short A, trying to make something happen, but he's punished as well. Rain all over this so far, and now just Jesse all on his lonesome has to TP to the back of the A site.
Let's see what he's going to be able to find, however. Bullets heard, seen from destruction of the Haunt, and somehow he's still alive for now, but only for now. Does get taken out. Things coming up real right for Rain in this one. 5 versus 2. Information on where Mike is from the Boombot. A bit of a ping to come on through from the Haunt, as Snow, a bit ambitious to take that duel, but regardless, he fancied himself for it. Did just check my score, my radar rather, and old mate's nowhere to be seen. It's literally just Mike here trying to mount a 1 versus 5 retake by himself. So far, so good. There's another one. And now we're wondering, Tax, where have you been, son?
He's on holiday. He's just chilling, feeling out the vibes over here.
Where's he on holiday? Where would he be? play.
Down you go.
Wherever it is, though, there are exit frags available. It's good service. 2 alive for Rain. So that was a bit of a slog for them to get that round across the board. And this is where Bonkers, they've made great use of that round where they did have 4 alive. It's going to give them access to another gun round. So these are the rounds that really need to close as Bonkers because, number one, they've really bruised the economy. This could have big reset potential on Rain's money here. And if they realize that potential, that's probably just the game for them. Because not only do they pick up round here, but also they're putting themselves on several of their ults going forward. Rain as well, this is a big round for them. They're close to a couple of these big impact ults, the Brim ult, the Showstopper. So if they're able to actually control some of these orbs, that could be huge.
Yeah, well, Punda fancied himself a bit of a fast one, trying to abuse Mirza, getting a little bit quick with it. And on the other side of the map as well, up through A short, we got a little bit of a push happening from Bonkers. Exus was on that line, but no longer. So a potential for a quick flank. Again, you know, no chamber trap watching the flank.
Bonkers have got a great read here. Like, nice access deep all the way up short A. They've cleared absolutely everything out. They're going to even burn a couple more Brim smokes just to be able to buy time for the rotation. It's going to be a big B stack from Bonkers here.
Oh, yes, indeed. And the Rocket's probably going to look to send us in, but the flash drive from Exus works a treat. Punda doesn't even need the Showstopper right now. The Boom Bot of all things finds Jesse. And this is just an explosive entry in toward the B site. All 5 still alive. Bonkers, what is happening? You're forced into a save here.
When they needed it, Rain, they were even down to a couple of Spectres in that round to get upgraded, so that's going to be a massive economic swing for them. Could really set themselves up for the win here, because Bonkers' money is absolutely terrible. They're going to get reset off the back of that. And that's going to be Rain on double digits from there. If they keep 5 alive here, that's going to be even better.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a hunt coming through from Rain. Mike's one away from the Nightfall, so potentially getting that up would be pretty good. If you got an explosive entry to come through from Rain, yeah, it's a bit of a deterrent. And it does look like they're going to be able to keep these guns up into the next round as well.
Oh, Bonkers going to have to half buy around these couple of rifles here. Not the position they wanted to be in. There's been a couple of spots where they definitely could have put the win together here on Pine, but I'm kind of worried they've given Rain way too much room now. Rain's going into a anti-half buy, knowing a couple of rifles have been saved over. They've got a very strong economy. They've got a lot of ults coming up towards the end of this game. They're going to be very, very hard to beat at this point. Bonkers might have just missed their window.
Well, they can try and peer through a window in towards the A side at the moment, and what they're going to see is nothing for the meanwhile, because there's a bit of a showers push, and Tax is hiding in lamps. Oh, we're actually going to have the rocket go in. Okay, falls a bit short, but Punda's still able to at least find a frag on the back of it. Mike now known in the showers as well. And the resurrection, you probably want to hold on to it for Rain in toward the next round as the plan does go down. Mirza into the crosshair. They do actually utilize the resurrection, giving Mike an opportunity for some damage, but it does get denied. And now it's all down to Jesse, the shorty, the headhunter, which is going to be able to net him a frag, if any, in this round. Exus is going to be the closest man.
I think Rain have probably invested too much in that round. Two ults being put in there. Has given them a pretty clean round though.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, he does actually get one, so let's get his hands on a Vandal. Can he take another one down with him? That could start to really get expensive for Rain, and they're hanging around like for a long time. Definitely don't want to be going down towards that one. Maishu finally cleans it up and actually does pick himself up a Vandal. Probably didn't want his hands on that operator, especially not on a fade.
Well, this is the round you were talking coming into, right? You talk about maybe over-investment with a bit of their abilities and a bit of their stuff. They survive with enough, of course. They've got money in the back pocket, but now look at the ultimates that Rain have to utilize in toward this next round, just as the pause comes through from Bonkers. Exus, you know, Panic and Maishu. Brimstone, Orbital Strike, Null Command, and Nightfall. Those are chaotic ultimates to take complete control of the site.
What I'm saying is, like, they could have had all 5. They invested 2. Yeah, fair enough. There was 2 rifles saved over, and there was a bit of a half buy. Maybe they were reading it as a force or something like that. But at the end of the day, like, Showstopper could really be doing you a lot of favors in this round in particular. Like, this is the big swing round to win, because if you beat Bonkers on this round, you put them back down to a pretty lackluster buy. They're going to be on Spectres and things like that, and that's where you can really lock the game down from there. Either way, they still do, like you said, have a lot of very powerful ults. Nightfall, they've got the Brimmy ult, they've got the Null Command. Bonkers, on the other hand, have got some pretty nice ults to facilitate the retake. They've got that Seekers and the Nightfall of their own to come on back through, so we'll see if we're going to get any set plays. They do have that tack timeout, which can kind of backfire a little bit sometimes. You know, yes, this is a critical round where it's great for Bonkers to be able to get themselves aligned and keep themselves on the same page. But you also give Rain a lot of time to talk about how they can combo their ults and set up their play.
No, precisely. Do want to see what the sort of progression on the first few 10-15 seconds is going to be from Bonkers, because it's kind of been a bit one-dimensional with a bunch of these rounds, right? The B long control on the back of the deep smoke or the flashes. It's going to be the later this time, putting the operator down there for Jesse. It'd be a huge opener, and unfortunately just gets away from him. A Null Command now ripped in. Here we go. Here's all the ultimates, all three utilized from Rain, but it's Jesse to hold it down onto Maishu, and Mercer close in proximity, drops one, maybe a second. Yes, indeed, starting to flow in, but Punda rockets in toward it with the satchel, and a res now onto Exus as well. Tax is going to deny that one. It's Mercer to steal it through the smoke, and the one round that has abided and obeyed Bonkers for so long.
Match point.
They've got it. They're on 12
That's
now.
huge. All of the ults being invested by Rain. They get absolutely nothing out of it, and Bonkers, a clean win for them. Exactly what you wanted to be seeing. Shooting their way out of a bad situation. Another big couple of impact frags out of Mercer. And now they have a big ult advantage heading into this round. They've got Seekers, they've got the Nightfall, they've got the Brimmy ult. They just need to be patient in this round. Don't force the fights too much and use that ult advantage to be able to leverage themselves to a round win. Aggression on short A here for Jesse could give the opening pick over to Bonkers, and this raise fight in towards bathrooms could be huge. That's a huge shot from Panther indeed, but one back from Jesse drops the spike.
Oh, this could be a big round to come through from Bonkers if they're able to close it. A couple of ultimates to send in, and that's what they're going to start to do to buy a bit of time. But Punda, he's pushing through the showers, and he's able to clean Jesse. Sends him to the grave. Mike is stuck into the pocket as well. Can't escape with anything, and it may be OT again. I cursed it at the bloody start of the map with what we saw in the previous series here tonight. 2 versus 4. Mercer can't afford to use any utility to try and be sneaky. Paint shells in. Punda locking back in towards the bench as well, but Mercer finds panic. Tax on a Punda, and now the remaining soldiers are sitting inside the U-Haul or just outside for Exus.
Oh, no way.
Oh, this retake. It's a 2 versus 4. Exus, it's through it. What is Tax doing? And the second, it's OT. Oh, a 2 versus 4. Just slips away.
Almost made it happen. Really good stuff from Bonkers there, but we do head up in towards OT. So, I don't know what's going on with the server right now. Okay, there we go. Does finally get realigned there.
What happened?
Bloody hell. Very close state of affairs, but like you said, back into another OT here. Seems like the night for it, especially on blind, can't really put too much separating these teams, despite, you know, in both series there being a bit of a winning history on blind, heading kind of tipping you towards the favor of one team. But both Order and now Rain here kind of flipping the script in that regard and showing their strength on this map. Oh, this is cheeky.
Alrighty.
Walling themselves off, trying to give Bonkers a false sense of security. They know that Jesse works this part of the map on attack, and they're trying to isolate him and punish him.
Yeah, but they've kind of locked themselves into it at the same point in time, haven't they? I didn't actually catch. Is there a small little gap that they can go? Oh, it doesn't matter. They're going to take the fight. Jesse's going to line them both up. Sorry, Mercer. Wow. Maybe even the third. Nope, but the trade is there. That's big. That's patience rewarded.
Good stuff. Bonkers now 2-man advantage. Just going to call the audible. Head back over towards this B site. Boombot going to give Jesse the safety to throw that spike down, and they should have Punter under control here as well. Triangle crossfire between middle and that hookah area. Nice movement from Punter, but that's about where it ends.
Yeah, now we're going to see what Panic can do in the 1 versus 4. That's certainly a tall task to ask, that is for certain. And no, that's not his molly, is it? Never mind, doesn't matter. Mike, we'll close it.
I'll find you. Switching sides.
Alrighty, well, here we go. Match point here for Bonkers. They were probably the team expected to win here. but Rain definitely putting them through their paces. Let's see if they've got anything left in the tank on this attacking side. Raider for Jesse. He's going to be picking one of these bathrooms or short A lines here.
Yeah, this is always one of the things, like, right, with the Brimstone kit and no T, you technically do have enough for a spare pistol. It's like wasted credits. Oh, early utility for the B short control. It's going to go bonkers way for now, but at the same point in time, they've dropped 2 Sky Smokes to try and just hold that control, so it's a bit worrisome for him.
Rain expecting a bit of a flank to come in or a bit of a mid push, something like that. They're spending a lot of time clearing out this part of the map, and as we can see, you know, there's no one there. They're going to spend a good 20 to 30 seconds burnt off the clock just clearing out some of these close angles, and that's really going to mean that it's going to come down to the wire, especially see Jesse on this deep info line towards bathroom. That might be a free pick for him, and that's going to make things very, very difficult. Tax as well can drop a Sky Smoke in response. They drop so fast on the Brimmy now. You can also drop a Molly behind that. This could pose a lot of problems here for Rain.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go as well. It doesn't bode good confidence toward us, but going in with the... It actually gives a bit of information that Jesse is playing in toward the showers. Eventually, the result of that suppression is going to fade away.
30 seconds left.
And this is going to be the hit for Rain to try and put us into the next round of OT.
Jesse, opening shot from him. There's the wall plant as Exus throws it down. Grenade to try to slow things down in combination with the satchel. Taxus found a pick in the meanwhile, though, and that's a missed shot on U-Haul.
Oh, but he's going to go for it again, and the wall destroyed. It gets him off the spike. Plants, no. Maestro, they need to focus on the plant, for Christ's sake. It's 6 seconds. Mike is coming in for the flank. This might be it. There's no time. This is GG. It's 14 to bonkers. Oh, the destruction of the wall. And Maestro, a second, may have had it. But regardless, it's 14 to 12. Took OT to get there, but it's bonkers game.
Yeah, good stuff from them. It definitely came down to the wire, came a lot closer than I expected it to on blind. You know, historically, Bonkers has had a very, very good run on this map. They've been winning against a lot of teams kind of at their level or even above their level, putting together a couple of upsets. So, look, it's kind of what I expected. I'm sure Rain is not too unsurprised with the big winning streak that Bonkers has had on blind. You know, obviously, you never expect to win that. You never intend to lose the first map or anything like that, but seeing Rain back on their comfort zone pick of Haven, that's kind of the way that I set up this matchup, right? You know, you've got 2 teams that have been performing very, very well on their own map picks, in this case Bonkers on blind, but also Rain heading on to Haven on the next should be feeling very, very comfortable to try to turn this series around and pull it through to a third.
Yeah, just as I've got the scoreboard up here for myself as well, you know, Merza hitting 30 frags in the game is always going to give a good sense of confidence going into the next one, and it's kind of, you know, scatter results down from there. But as you do mention, you know, we've got, I guess, you know, Haven to sort of shift our minds over towards now, and I think we saw enough from both of these ones where, you know, coming in towards the map, is it really just going to be completely map dependent in towards the next one? Everyone's firing up, everyone's warm, everyone's confident going into the next. It's elimination on the line as well, Pilski. So I guess, you know, we won't hold anyone at bay, because this is, you know, we want to see where that next map takes us, right? So it's going to be Haven just around the corner. We're going to throw it to a break, and make sure you do stay tuned, because I bet as much as we want to see the map, so do you. So stay tuned.
da hora, né, pai? Vamos lá. Oxe. Bebe hoje só amanhã. É hora do reggae.
Porque toco a fé. Eu vou mandando a fé pela cidade bonita. O toque do cachê e a força do divino. Ninguém explica. Ela é bonita. Porque toco a fé. Eu vou mandando a fé pela cidade bonita. O toque do cachê e a força do divino. Verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou, verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou. Não diga que não me quer, não diga que não quer mais. Eu sou o silêncio da noite, o sol da manhã. E o segundo tem, mas tem um ponto final. Eu sou o primeiro que canta, eu sou o carnaval. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu.
Pega eles, Binho.
A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu. Verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou. Verdadeiro amor, você vai onde eu vou. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu. A cor dessa cidade sou eu. O canto dessa cidade é meu.
Good evening, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania tour. Map number 1 is done and dusted. It's Bind. It was a bit of spicy OT, of course. We always get the OT when it comes to that, seemingly. I don't know what it is, don't know why. But now, Pilski, we're ready to just about get in toward the second map in this series. And we are going to be going over into Haven.
Yeah, which should give Rain like a fair degree of confidence, you know, a bit of a safety net for them to fall back on. If you look at Rain's Haven as of recently, they've been doing a great job on it. They've even been upsetting some teams that you'd expect to give them a little bit of trouble. They've had a whole bunch of OTs. They've beaten Bobo on it twice. They've beaten Catgirls on it. They've smashed Bonkers on it as well. I think it might have been a different roster at that point. No, though, that was the same team. Oh no, that was the Calth minimized roster. This is what makes it so hard to quantify Bonkers, because they've literally I would call their team the epitome of like musical chairs, just like who the hell was playing on that particular day. It's always kind of hard to work it out, but regardless, Rain very, very strong on this map. Bonkers a little bit shaky on this map here and there. They have beaten some good teams and played some other pretty decent teams quite close on it, but at the end of the day, definitely don't have the same run of form that Rain do. So I'd definitely be expecting Rain to be closing this one down and pushing us through to Ascent. But look, you never know, because Rain even making Bind quite a close affair there. So you could have had some time for Bonkers to kind of prepare. And I think at this point, it's pretty played out that everyone's aware Rain is a big fan of Haven, and it's a map that they're quite strong on, and they haven't changed their comp too much. So plenty of data to go back and look at and try to prepare for.
Yeah. And that's always going to be one of the double-edged swords, isn't it? You know, you've got a map that you're super comfortable with, but if you're, you know, overly confident, overly comfortable, and you're falling back on what you know in terms of your strategies and your set plays that you're going in with time and time again, that is, you know, a lot of strategy that you can kind of be giving up to your opponents to then counter that. How much more have you been holding at bay, you know, to be able to throw out? And a team like Rain, I guess, you know, we talk about them being the sort of team where everyone's kind of wondering what, you know, performance are they going to be bringing. bringing? What effort are they putting in the weeks in terms of their practice and all that sort of stuff? Do they have enough in their arsenal to be able to throw back if it's required to be new in toward the series? Because at the end of the day, you know, and I'm going to touch upon it again for those that don't know, elimination match right now, but you know, you win this game and then you win the next one. They're going to be tough games, of course, but then that's the international slot gathered. So you're never going to count out a team to potentially be able to pull out the upset.
Well, they've still got to go through Bonkers before they get in, Bobo rather, before they get into that grand final. So a pretty long road for either one of these teams. And I think Bobo's probably favored against both of them. But again, I would have said, you know, no way Bonkers beats Catgirls and then they 2-0 them. I would have probably counted this Rain roster out. Just seeing a mixed team come together so quickly. Usually you don't see the pieces coming together, and seeing them kind of do things like shift around roles and stuff like that a lot does kind of take away from my confidence in a team. But look at what they've been able to put together in this tournament. They've gotten themselves very, very deep in the lower bracket here. They put together some great map victories as well. So, you know, not everything is so played out. And I think that's something that we can learn from stage one as well with, you know, the big Cinderella run coming through from Bonkers. They get absolutely slammed in their first game of upper bracket and then make it all the way through, running the gauntlet through the lower bracket. So I'd be interested to see if something crazy like that happens again in these lower bracket games, because Order is looking quite dominant and sitting pretty there in that grand final for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, a couple of little bits that they need to fix here and there, of course, given by what we saw in the previous series, but they have said it themselves. You know, Bind is one of the maps that they're not happy, I say happy, comfortable to play on and everything. So, I mean, whether or not that shifts from them leaving it as a map in their pool or start banning it and start playing another map, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be a thing that they'll be doing, but there definitely is some touch-ups that they need to be bringing in towards Bind. And one thing that I was, you know, I want to mention, I'm rumbling through the stuff at the moment. If we see the same agent composition come through for Rain on this map, they're gonna be again without the chamber, right? So it does mean that they're opening up toward the potential flanking ability yet again that they were kind of okay with in the previous. You do remember though that the chamber is gone, but Panic does bring in the Cypher, so you're still gonna have those traps available.
Yeah, I think Cypher's totally fine choice on Haven. It's something that before Chamber was a thing, was quite popular on a variety of maps. On this map in particular, there's a lot of cute little setups that you can do. Both Cypher and Chamber give you a lot of options. The interesting thing for Rain that's a little bit different is, you know, they don't run Jet or Chamber on this map, so no huge degree of opping presence. They kind of have to flex into another agent to pick that up, whether they want to opt with the Raze or maybe opt with the Omen or something like that. As for Bonkers, trying to see if there's any great comp changes. There is actually. So this is something that I've been wondering. For Bonkers, we're actually getting Nice Hacks not playing the Jet, but instead playing the Raze, and they have kind of shifted around their comp a fair bit on Haven throughout the various iterations of their roster and whatnot. So
select your agent.
I feel like Nice Hacks hasn't necessarily actually even had the greatest performance on the Jet compared to the last iteration of the Bonkers roster. He used to even have big pop-off games and have good opping performances, but it feels like he's been a little bit more comfortable with the Raze and some of those other kind of duelist roles than the Jet as of late.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit baited out there as Tax was hovering the Yoru for a little bit, but then I remembered he's most likely going to be going on toward the smokes, so kind of wanted to see, you know, a little bit of the Yoru action again, potentially changing things up, being a little bit mischievous in the server with different picks. But regardless, I guess you would say it's, you know, more toward the normal that we were expecting coming in toward this map right now. So I don't know, does this series have the third map in us, given by what we've already seen today? Look, maybe. We won't be annoyed if it does go to the third, of course. It would be
I think it's 100%
a good result.
Like, I'd be really surprised if Bonkers win Haven here, but you know, crazy things have happened.
Yeah, that's true. I think the series deserves it as well, you know, right? It's one of those best of threes. It's an elimination match. We've had a really close map number one. We will wait and see.
Well, Rain again on this attacking side. This is offered their map pick, so this is going to be well and truly within their comfort zone and a normal kind of state of affairs for them. Looks like it's just going to be a 2-2-1 split with Panic kind of defaulting towards that A side of the map or window. And as for Bonkers, they're going to get a bit of a push on towards the bottom C.
Here we immediately do have the 0 point going in toward the showers in towards the garage, as I mentioned that. Reina just steamrolling in toward the seaside if possible, but Tax is there to deny that one, and now in the quick 3 versus 3, they are immediately falling back.
Yeah, as soon as you lose that chamber, it's a little bit easier for the attack team to kind of maneuver around. They're not as worried about things like trademarks and whatnot, so you can kind of run the gambit in terms of pushing and pulling the rotations. In the meanwhile, a trip on the flank gives a lot more safety here to Rain, who are starting to come in towards this site. Nice dart does reveal the location of the Sova on the back of the A site, but Bonkers in pretty good positions to rotate onto A. And as a result, Rain not feeling quite confident enough to push into A and actually try to take the side there.
We'll see if the plant can get established right now, because the rotation is here from at least Jesse. See if he's going to be able to try and upset things. Bit of timing, though, as it is going to be Maishu walking up, looking to clear the angle, but he overlooks it. Thought he might have been able to see it. Low HP remaining now for Panic and for Snow, but the rotation actually kind of did bring Tax over towards the A side. So it's not just yet solidified for Bonkers that Rain are no longer targeting that A site.
Cage getting thrown onto A-Link there from Panic, so trying to push and pull the rotations as the dark cover comes onto CT. There is enough space for Rain to actually get up over here onto the site. With the Frenzy being picked up here by Panic, he's going to have to play some of these closer angles. Out comes the Paranoia. Tax able to come out with it. The bird thrown is a bit of a fake. Tax spotting Snow there, and Merz is just able to scale straight out of that smoke and lock it down. So good stuff for Bonkers, keeping themselves composed. Rotations on point, and they're going to pick themselves up a pistol win.
Yeah, very nice. It's, you know, a bit of damage done, of course, by Rain. You got a plant down. I do wonder if they're going to try and press the issue and go in for a force in the next round. I kind of don't want to see a force, you know, going in toward it. I like to see the full gun rounds coming out into the third, but I guess these guys are the players. We're the yellow people.
I think forcing on attack is something that can definitely work for you. You have your kind of set plays. You can run something a little bit quicker. Forcing on defense, I mean, it is Haven a bit, as well, right? A bit weird, champ, if you ask me. Sometimes depends on what you're doing with it, but yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I guess in Haven as well, to a degree, with being an extra site, it kind of splits your defenses up a little bit more, and maybe more justified in forcing up on the attacker's side. Regardless, they have purchased up, so we're going to see what the duels can be done with. Panic is going to be able to open up
Jesse,
that one.
Man's eco frag hunting, expecting no force of any kind to be coming out. He just wide swings against 5 people with Spectres and immediately regrets his decision.
Maishu has bought an Ares on the attacker's side. An interesting choice. We'll see how it does get utilized with the poising up towards the B site at the moment. And the execute actually, dark covers in. 0 point as well. Try to get in front of the trademark, but as Mike is going to come out of the smoke, he's not going to be able to deny the plant, but he is at least going to try and tap on toward the defuse. Satchels from Plunder are going to bop him off. The Paint Shells are going to look to try and hold it down as well for now. That dark cover is eventually going to fade, but Niathak's coming in for the flank for 2. Big kills coming on through as well. Can he find the third one? The dink out in the areas to spam through the wall. I don't think that was the expectation in this one, but the Paint Shells, the frag, it is found. And Bonkers, they actually managed to survive with everyone after Jesse did lose his duel, as you said, in that 5-player affair out in the lobby.
Yeah. So he gets bailed out by his team. Going to take a bit of a sigh of relief on his part, I suppose. And Rain don't really get too much done with the force buy. Unfortunately, Bonkers still keeping themselves in a great spot. Jesse is now against the eco buying Phantom Light Armor, so he's continuing to disappoint me and make questionable decisions. That's fine, because Jesse, I think in their last series, was one of the better rated players, and I don't think he was even a player that was necessarily expecting to be active in this season, but he's still kind of delivering for Bonkers.
There you go. Rain down onto the pistols. See what damage they're going to be able to find in this one. And I guess for Bonkers as well, you know, such a scattered purchase, given the fact that they don't need to upgrade. They won previous round, survived with what they possibly could. And it was the B side though. They do try to charge, get a plant down. This time in the 5 versus 5. Tax is going to be pushing through the smoke. He's going to lose the duel against Exis.
Yeah.
Oh, just able to get out.
don't need a dive into these angles, you know, just play the post plant, play patient. You've got much better guns. You can kind of control a lot of the important angles and retake with the high percentage utility. And look, that's what Bonkers do. Outside of the one little smoke push up against the pistols, they do very quickly get everything under control. Surprised they don't give that defuse to Jesse, actually, because he is one off his Hunter's Fury very, very early on here. And that could definitely help them win this next round.
Well, I do wonder if they're just going to push him back over towards A-Long, right? He's been the one that kind of gets a little bit of the peeking. Maybe he does just fancy himself getting the orb. Maybe they do a little bit of a different play. It is, quote, now the bonus round with the purchase coming through from Rain. Maybe the plan of attack is a little bit different. Instead of ripping the ult off the get-go for an A-lobby crunch that you sometimes do start to see, it is just going to be the plan of attack for him to send in the dart, and then maybe he does get it.
Punder's going to send it. Protection. Punder is about to send it onto this orb.
You mean not? Oh, yeah, both of them are. Oh, we'll see who it works out for. It is Punder in the end. So, Battle of the Razors. This time goes Punder's way. I think most of the time it's actually gone Punder's way in this series so far. But now we talk about Jesse trying to potentially get that ultimate. He's going to tap onto the orb, but that's it for now.
Oh, the Omen TP into the back of the C site gives a bit of space for Mike to make something happen, but unfortunately, he only goes 1-for-1. Good spacing here for Rain as they take that C site pretty much for free, and there's not really much here for Bonkers outside of damage, which is kind of what they want. You know, they are the ones that are kind of on this bit of a bonus round. They've still got plenty of good cash. Drone comes in.
Oh, pinged him.
And yeah, still pinged him despite the paranoia.
Oh, that's a bit of a interesting timing on the Hunter's Fury, though, unfortunately. This is what you don't want to see, folks. You don't want to run into your teammate when you have been tagged up by an out drone. You want to know why? Because you die with your teammate. But now Punder is going to be here to at least afford some saving grace as Jesse gets in front of the paint shells. He takes a half amount of damage, and there's a dart to come in from Maishu as well to try and just make sure they can close out the round.
Good stuff, actually. That Hunter's Fury... you know, I actually rate that investment. It's really kind of hamstrung Rain's economy here. Punder still has to invest in the armor. So Rain keeping 2 guns up, but only one of those players having the full armor that he can reinvest in. That he doesn't have to reinvest in, though, rather. So 3 of these players quite broke. A good opportunity now for Bonkers to economically reset Rain. And this is what I was saying, the difference of the comps in terms of the opping presence here. Mike, you know, he on that chamber can just rip the tour de force, and there's really not a whole lot of response in terms of locking those angles down in reply for Rain.
Waiting to see if Mike's going to be able to find the opening frag on towards Panic, but he's not going to be giving it to him for now. As Rain do approach toward the C site, you got some spottings out from Tax, one away from the shadows. Actually going to be denied all of his abilities now as well by Exodus. This is going to be a flooding in toward the site from Rain. They're sending in absolutely everything, and Tax is going to be revealed. However, they're baiting over rotations, and they're going towards the other side of the map. Got to remember as well, Pilski, the pulsing coming through kind of gives away that.
Yeah, and actually they don't get really any value out of that KO ult. Jesse's still got his dart available, so that could be a great chance to find a pick before these smokes even come up. Never mind. Maishu just absolutely domes in. Double dink in there. Exodus now getting this plant down and spotting out some of these players trying to scale out Spawn, but the dark cover going to give a little bit more safety here for Rain, who are in a great position to close this post plant.
Oh, and coming in with that, 4 hostiles detected. That is a massive scan coming on through from the 0 point, forcing them all back. That might even just be the immediate save to come through. I wouldn't mind a save even. You know, keep your guns, go in toward the next round to do it again. But they're going to look for some damage. The investment is here from the tour de force, so at least Mike is going to see what he can do. Another reveal coming through this time from the recon dart, and it's frags coming up. It's left, right, and center. The rocket's brought out from Nice Axe. There's that one in the paint shells. Oh, he can look to stick it right now. How are you going to get back in toward this one, Maishu? Half defused, full defused. Nice Axe is sticking it. No, he gets off it, and Maishu's able to win it. I still think even if he was going to start to fully stick it, that Maishu would have won anyways. Would have been close.
It's good damage from Bonkers, though, and they still had pretty good money at the back of that, so they're going to reinvest here and again try to break the money.
I need this.
They got the Sova ult online here for Rain, one off the showstopper as well, so if Punter can grab himself an orb, that could definitely help out here. It's going to be the big swing round to decide who's going to start taking control of this half a little bit more, though.
Deploying drone.
Early drone. Peeking down C long. Typically, Tax has tried to dodge out towards the 0 point, but this time he gets stuck by it again. Forces him out of C. No one's home anymore. So, one of these 5 versus 5s.
Spike planted.
Good fake from Panic, throwing down multiple trips, allowing Maishu to actually trade that. He's now going to dart towards the site. Nice hacks. I don't know if he's been spotted on this angle, though.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what he can do. Punda's still aware to it now. He wins that first duel. Surely he's just seen that dart come out from Maishu to at least communicate that you got to get off the spike for now as the darts do start to land. Merz is hiding in the smoke. The spray is a little bit early, but the guiding light in will afford him a little bit of the playing around the smoke. Exodus's fragment takes Tax off the defuse, and Maishu's Hunter's Fury stops anything else from happening.
3 apiece. Rain barely scraping their way through these rounds, but they're still making it happen. Really taking a big toll on their economy, but Bonkers have finally run out of steam. They finally got to go back down towards that half buy, so now they just got to try to keep that economy nice and low. They put in a lot of good work, despite not picking up rounds, of just keeping these rounds nice and close. And if they can take 3 guns off Rain here, then the window's still open for that economic reset going deeper into the half.
Bit of a grouping around the A lobby and a bit of a set plan from NiceHack sending it in, trying to punish Punda's potency throughout the long area. But the paint shells are going to keep Jesse entertained in long, and they're going to put him to the grave as well. Immediate rotation starting to happen from Tax. Good start to the round for Rain.
Yep. This is what we see all the time. The chamber aggression down middle. He's trying to play those headshot lines. Maishu, decent crosshair placement, but baited out by that first player, peeking a lot of damage into Snow here as well. Don't want to be losing that controller this early, because that's going to make things a little bit more difficult later on once you try to go in towards your mid to late round. In the meanwhile, Rain going to start walking towards long A here, but they haven't cleared short.
Well. Could be big from Mirza. I mean, it's one of these. Oh, he sent in the Seekers. They're going to know that it's relatively close, so they know he's short now. We'll see what he can do at least as the null command comes in again. It's another one to see what is going to eventuate here. And in a half by a round such as this from Bonkers, this is actually pretty costly for Rain. They do now lose Panic. Plant goes down. Now they're going to be able to hold down the site, however. Everyone looking at a different angle. Some time can be bought from the fragment if it does get thrown over towards CT. But Mirza, some flashes. He's got all the utility, but he's not revealing himself right now. Big rocket. Tax locked out.
It's good damage regardless. Tax. And the TP goes towards CT side, straight into Snow's crosshair, so he's got it under control. But still, like I said, 2 guns up. Snow's armor gets broken as well. This is a chance for reset here for Bonkers back on the buy.
Four rounds in a row from Rain.
This goes here.
No big establishment on that economy, but one of these swing ones where if they're able to find this one, you start to get toward the real niceties of finding all of these attacker side rounds. Makes your defensive side a little bit easier. You're starting to get into Bonker's head again. You're starting to push their economy down towards dumpster 2.
Initial contest here. Seems like Rain wants to set themselves up for a quick play towards B. Getting the KO knife, the dart, both smokes on either side, nade to the back of the site. It's looking like a nice little exec being put together here for Rain, and it gives them the safety to be able to get that spike established here.
Yeah, it feels like a bit more of a comfortability form for Rain, the B site they've gone in without really running any resistance time and time again. Bit ambitious though from Punda to drop down looking for another one. However, 4 versus 4 can be turned to 4 versus 3. Bonkers favor. Now in the retake from a couple of different angles. Some extra info from Jesse as the plan, or rather the defuse, sorry, did get tapped on toward it. And Panic, he does have the neural theft to get the information if required. And he's going to utilize it as well. But more trades coming on through. Now it's just down to Snow. See if he can find the 1 versus 2, finds the first, baiting out the second, knows he's off the defuse, can just play for time, and Tax is trying to inch him out, but he's caught in a reload, and that's where Snow closes.
Yeah, Rain winning every close round, every XPX, every post plant. They're scraping it across the line. Bonker's going to take a bit of attack pause and have a chat what's happening here. They do have the economy to be able to kind of reinvest here and give this one a crack if they want to. They also have the option of half buying. They could have one of these weird rounds where they want to like invest Vandal, light armor or something like that and try to take advantage of the fact that Rain has a bit of a cooked economy. A lot of these Bonkers guys getting quite close to some of these critical ults as well.
There's rounds for Bonkers as well that kind of can just let this half spiral out of control, right? You think about Rain, 5 in a row. Yeah, not really established in their own economy, but they're starting to pick apart how Bonkers are finding themselves around these moving situations, right? The rotations, the pushing and the pulling. We can see, of course, from our POV that Bonkers are being kind of just, I don't know, cordoned around the map via this utility usage that Rain are throwing in. And it's really nice catching them off guard time and time again, slowing down as well when they find the picks. Just being ever so, I guess, fluid and changing. It's a different, like, I look at a team like Rain, and on first glance, I think, all right, it doesn't really feel like that this team would do that, but it's not the iconic roster, right, that this kind of blossomed into.
Completely different team. Punda contesting this A lobby area. Good lobby control here for Rain, considering what they're bringing into this round. Is a big investment in for Bonkers. They are well aware of how fragile the money is of Rain. They just need that one round to finally start to swing things back in their favor. This mid control being contested by Panic, investing the cam over there. He's going to leave it after that lobby control and conditioning the rotates from Bonkers, who are kind of leaning a little bit more towards A. You're starting to see this walk towards C. The drone going to start to make some inroads up there, but the reaction from Bonkers pretty quickly here. They're going to drop a smoke on that choke point and play very closely here.
Big shoulders that Tax needs to keep his head on. However, it gets immediately ripped off, and that's quite unfortunate. He's really had a bit of a rough one over at this C site with the plant going down for Rain. They can switch style in toward the post plant. They've got the fragment, they've got the shock darts they love to throw in a little bit later on. No ultimates to kind of utilize at the moment. Maestro needs to try and get out of here. He's at least afforded one. Niceaxe does get the trade, and with a showstopper, this is where things could get interesting. Bringing the party over towards the long cubby would be big, but does it go long instead? No, it goes to the right location, but it only finds one. And now for Punda in the 1 versus 2. The trademark is going to slow him down. They know where he is. And Mike is going to be able to steal that one away from his teammate through the wall. So Bonkers, with 2 players surviving, they're able to find their 4th.
Finally get it, Dion. It's been a long time in the making, but they finally win that one critical round. You can see that a bunch of these Rain players are pretty poor, down to 2.2, 2.6k. So they're going to have to spend a bit of time evening up that cash. I don't mind the Spectre light armor investments or something like that to give themselves a bit more level money and even things out. And because that was, like you said, 2 players alive for Bonkers, their money's not doing so crash hot either.
Well, you know, you always want to keep a good amount of control on your economy in a game such as this to not allow your the other team to just get away from it. And as you do mention there, finally being the key word for Bonkers to get around on the board again. In the early engagements on this one, Bonkers have conceded control of the mid of the map. Big one up from Mike, though, onto Panic for now.
He gets caught on that A side of the map, just completely disregarding the potential of a player creeping up short. Mirza has been killed in that exact same position, trying to scale through the B site smoke like 4 times in a row now. Probably needs to give it a bit of a rest. My shoot. Lurking up short A, giving a potential rotation timing over here to Rain. He could beat the defenders back onto this site if he's feeling brave. But on 37 HP with nothing but a Spectre. Going to take a little bit of extra time. Either way, though, Bonkers quite happy to sit back, play a little bit more retaking. And as such, it's going to be a pretty free site here for Rain outside of the potential shock darts here.
Another plan for Rain. They've certainly been able to get into these sites time and time again. This time, Exodus needed to make sure he didn't run the Hunter's Fury into a teammate like, I think it was Snow? Regardless, doesn't matter. In towards the plant, though, and the post. Maestro is able to find Mike, which does give Rain the opportunity for the player advantage yet again, and the dark cover is going to be big for Snow to play around. There's the first one. Doesn't exactly know where Tax is, but now he does, and he wraps him up. and sends him into the next round. It's a 6th for Rain.
Boy, on the half buy, not a whole lot even really invested in there, and Bonkers were given a freebie by Panic rotating back off that A side of the map. So like you said, 2 players up for Bonkers when they won their gun round. They get instantly reset by the half buy. That is a nightmare scenario for them. They're back on the half buy themselves. This could be Rain going for 8 in a half that could have been a whole lot closer if Bonkers didn't make that big slip up.
Yeah, well, it certainly is, you know, one of the things that you were mentioning, right? Expecting a 3rd map in this series, and so far so good for Rain. They're showing everything that you kind of want to know from a team on the side of Haven. Plants galore. You know, every round the Bonkers is found is on a defuse. I wouldn't even be surprised if every round we've seen a plant from Rain. It's kind of ridiculous at the moment, but to the C site we go yet again. And unfortunately for Tax, he was the first casualty. Really not having a happy one over at the C site. Punda extending onto nice hacks, and yeah, this is where the round should just be a formality once more for Rain to close.
We won't get too carried away. We do have the tour out for Mike. And Rain are being very aggressive. That's a freebie given up by Snow here. Fragment is going to keep him at arm's length for the time being. Jesse coming in through Gary's side is pinned back by the trip though, and this is a bit more of a sensible post plant out of the boys on Rain.
Well, he's certainly trying to see if he can find one with that tour de force. A tap onto the defuse to bait him in. A good flash out, however, from old mate Exis, and that does take away with the blade the tour de force, and they'll finish up accordingly too. So 7. Rain is found on this attacker's side. Moving into the last round of the half now, and at least we do get to see another purchase from Bonkers.
Yeah, great util out of Exis on that KO, making that post plan a little bit more palatable for Rain. All of those players just getting disabled or flashed off the line when they're trying to bait out additional peaks and try to chip down the amount of guns that Rain had. Last round of the half here. 2 off a couple of ults here for Bonkers. 1 off Showstopper. You do have the Hunter's Fury ready here for Maishu. And again, it's going to be a 1-4 here early on. Maybe some orb farming on the cards for Rain. Tax contesting from the top of that C site. But Rain are not feeling scared at all.
Well, the R drone's going on through at the moment. It's going to be spotting out Tax, so they know he's technically stuck at the back of this one, but dodging out the blade, he can try to run away, and run he will. Panic, it's all down to timing, and he's brought out the trap wire. Punda sends it though, and it's Tax yet again. Man, I feel for this guy. Time and time again, getting bullied off the C site, not able to help his team in a retake. And with the plant going down once more, I actually do want to know, have we had 12 plants come through from the side of Rain? Someone let me know a little bit later. Mirza is getting absolutely haunted around this retake right now, and it's just crumbling for Bonkers. On the site, the peaks though, up and down. Deep paint shells. Don't know if that's going to be able to find anything, but with Snow finding Mike, he does get traded out. Exis falls to the paint shells, and there's another set for Nice Hacks to throw in. And unfortunately has missed and put it in toward his teammates. Punda on towards the raised diff. Can't close it here, Pilski. And I think the time is just getting too far away from Jesse now. So that's going to be the half. Maishu finds the final. And it is 8 over to Rain.
Switching sides.
Won a whole lot of clutches in that half. Could have been a closer affair, to be honest. If Bonkers had kept themselves a little bit more composed, maybe... able to close one of those critical rounds towards the middle side of the half, then we had some time or a chance to build up their own economy. But as it stands, I mean, Rain well and truly in their comfort zone, moving on to the defense now. Job done on attack. See how they go for it. Gonna set up the raise and the KO towards long A. They've got a Cypher set up on C to anchor over there. Sova playing in towards Gary here, playing off the Shockies and the Dart. In the meanwhile, Bonkers setting up for what I can assume is probably going to be some kind of Gary split to see.
We do have a little bit of the containment there at the moment, courtesy of Maishu sitting there with a shock dart available. It's going to be utilized, but with no real damage. The paint shells, however, onto Panic is going to obliterate him and take him out of the round. Snow's now been seen, but Maishu lines him up with the Ghost, looking for his third on towards Jesse. Shock dart could technically finish him there, but it's going to be Snow to do that just beforehand. Maishu is overlooking Nice Hacks, however, but again, you know, everything's really just coming up Rain in this round. Now to Mirza in the 1 versus 3. Oh, and it's close. Snow with 13 HP. And Pistols goes Rain's way.
And that should be as close to closing out the game as you could want here for Rain. Looking like they are going to go in towards the double digits now. They're going up against the anti-eco from Bonkers. Hopefully they can keep it nice and clean and just put their economy in a bit better of a position, because a couple of those rounds were a little bit closer than you'd want, and the defense is a lot less forgiving in terms of the money. You know, at least on attack, if you have the low buy, if you're skipping a couple of pieces of util, you can kind of play around it and be the assertive one and take a favorable duel for yourself. But defense a little harder.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Bonkers have been sent away from the C site already after a little bit of a tidbit of a how do you do. So we'll see what damage they're at least going to be able to afford themselves in this one. Get the proper weaponry out in the next round. A duel against Exus though. He's not going to fancy himself that one. Doesn't want to overstay a commitment. Potentially give up a gun, give up the A site. So a wise choice.
And Mike's got onto this line to control the rotations though.
Wow, my eyes are down.
The walk up from Nice Hacks. Taking out the trip, but unfortunately loses his life. Bonkers able to get onto this B site, might even get themselves a plant, but the raise util making Jesse's life very difficult. The fragment to follow up as well. Nicely contained there from Rain.
Wasn't even the utility that found the frags in the end, it was the weaponry. So I got a little showcase of fine stuff through a smoke and a quick reaction as well from Punda. And now this crossfire. Mirza, is he going to be able to at least find something for his team? No. It's Punda with that Marshall to find 3. Double digits achieved for Rain, so it is an absolute mountain to climb over towards Bonkers to try and get back on towards this map.
Yep. Going to start with the first step though, and it's a little of an easier one. They are on towards their first gun round here. A couple of the boys going on towards the light armor though is not what you want to be seeing, especially against the Spectres. Don't want to be a little bit more squishy if you can avoid it. Looking like a bit of an A play here. Probably going to get Tax TPing across. Maybe a little bit of a satchel for Nice Hacks here.
Revealing area.
Got a bit of long aggression right now from Bonkers. Punda, scroll wheel jump at the end of that shot, but it's Exus to lose his life. Looking for something, but Nice Hacks is able to at least find the entries in towards the A site. Nobody's home. I do see that it's going to be Maishu trying to beat them to the punch, but that's not going to be happening, unfortunately. And with the plant coming down relatively soon, the shock darts are going to buy a little bit of time, but it was wise on the counter paint shells from Nice Hacks. He sent them over to potentially deny that from happening.
Rain setting up to see what damage they can find. Really want to take a couple of guns away from Bonkers if they can. Nice little bouncer dart there. Does spot the player at Graffiti. Maishu tries to capitalize off of that, but fortunately on the Guardian, a little bit harder to be moving and shooting around than with the rifle that
Panic's also Panic's been locked out by this trademark. He can't get past it in the window, so he's just looking for an exit waiting. Yeah, there it is.
Nope.
Feels bad.
Yeah, nothing for him there. The guiding light as well scans the position of Snow. They know exactly where he is, and they're going to send Mike forward, who did still have the armor. So 5 alive for Bonkers. Really great anti-bonus there. Setting themselves up for success and putting them in the position that they needed to be to start grinding their way back into this half. Obviously, the last half got away from them a fair bit. They lost the pistol, but that's exactly how you want to be starting this one off. They can start to grind their way into it. They've bought themselves the economy for another gun round. And I didn't mind that approach either. They just kept things simple. Nice little progressive play towards A.
That goes there. This goes here.
Yeah, cheeky little cypher setup around the A site this time for Panic. See if it's going to come into fruition. Exus is 0 point. So able to scan out through towards the A lobby. And a little bit of information. And it's actually going to bring some rotations too.
It's going to be a 1-4 here for Bonkers, leaving the chamber on the retake, on the lurk rather. Here's this A exit though, but this time, like you said, the cypher setup here. Panic seeing to if he can find any of these trips being activated, but great shock darts in from Jesse do clear most of them, and the satchel clears the other one as well. So Bonkers, great use of the util to avoid those trips, avoid the cam as much as they can, and they are absolutely smashing Rain in this round.
Oh wow, this is multi-dimensional as well with the fact that Mike is getting in this flank. It does get away from him on the last one, however Snow's position known, can't quite find the running and gunning Mirza.
Drive-by. Man's playing GTA. That was gorgeous, though, from Bonkers. Again, a similar kind of progressive play towards A, keeping things relatively simple, but recognizing that it was probably the Cypher setup on the site there. They shock darted the right trip, they satcheled the left trip. Even though the cam does catch tax, he still finds a frag for himself. So really great stuff from Bonkers. Exactly what you needed to be seeing. A 5-man surviving up against the bonus, 4 in the first gun round, and now they go into the anti-eco.
Yeah, and this is the one that you really don't want to see them drop, isn't it? You don't want to be...
Oh, that is perfect movement. That is just absolutely gorgeous from Nice
Well, this is what I'm talking about. They might get caught off guard, but a little lesser purchase right now. It's already sending it in. Punda, super aggressive and bringing out the Seekers. This is already a costly round for Bonkers, no matter which way you see it. Seekers utilized here. Big info ult.
Yeah, but then if he gets like 3 kills, worth it?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Never mind.
Oh.
Okay, this is just falling apart. The cam even spotting Mike there on C. No one can anti-eco today.
No. Well, there is maybe a world in which they get back into this. You can see that Bonkers, very split up with the remaining 2 forces at the moment. Just gatekeeping and guarding the weaponry that has been felled. Timing for Mike. I think Snow might have just spotted him out as well, so he's repositioning accordingly. Niceax eventually has to bring the spike to the site, and then it gives Rain all the weaponry.
Oh no. 2 more shots being taken by Mike. Almost goes down as well.
I think this round's done.
30 seconds left.
That's still winnable for Bonkers. Probably would take a lot of heavy lifting being done by Niceax.
Oh, and the null commands come in just to make sure there's no abilities that they can utilize in with the recon dart as well, but it's the sending in from Exis. That's the first. They line up for Niceax. This will be a big clip for him around the C side. He knows where both are, but no, Maishu will find that one. And Norite is successful for Bonkers, for Rain, rather.
Yep. To get that Hunter's Fury out on Maishu as well. So thrifty round being won by Rain. I was just praising Bonkers for how great of a start they've got into this half, how responsible they've done with their economy. So of course they have to go ahead and get ecoed. Just the way the world works. Even after getting ecoed though, they've still got great money. Obviously the great thing about having a chamber or a jet in your lineup is on these gun rounds, you can kind of cheat your economy a little bit and have one player doesn't have to buy a rifle. Can just rely on the tour and the headhunter, so that's going to stabilize Bonkers' money a little bit, but they're starting to run out of rounds to lean back on.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Losing that one there is the big difference between, having the safety net of 2 rounds to 1. This is your only round. Any faults gives map point over towards Rain and then into the 3rd if they drop that, which is Ascent.
Bonkers bullying their way into lobby with the satchel, with the TP across, but the off angle from Exis means that there is no smokes in this round for Bonkers.
That's rough. That's real rough. You're going to navigate everything almost dry. Mirza might be a contingency that he's been able to sneak in toward the site, but the shots are already starting to come through. Exis gets out the flash drive for a bit of a deeper peek, but he's heard the footsteps. He knows someone's underneath him. Problem now is you got to try and get the plant. How do you do that?
Mike is that contingency plan in middle, panic all the way down C long, so a couple of players in some forward positions. Ooh, the spam on through from Jesse is almost good enough to get it done, but there's the Hunter's Fury, does find Niceax rather, under held there. A nice tag onto Merza at Graffiti as well. A lot of damage inflicted by that, and Jesse trying to get this plant down.
Yeah, 5 versus 3. Mike has to go pretty big here with his little bit of a late lurk, but if Pundo's able to find Jesse, it makes things all the more difficult. You got Merza tucked into Graffiti. He's just been tagged out by the recon dart, and here is now Mike with this tour coming on through. He's slowed himself to try and get in toward it with that pick, but he's found Panic as well. A good blinding out means Jesse is done, and they know exactly where Mike is. The paint shells force him off, but it's Punda to close, and that does mean that is 12 on the board for the side of Rain.
Yeah. Haven just seems to be their map, man. Looking good yet again to close another game of Haven here. Bonkers with that plant and with the strong economy have plenty of cash to be able to go for the buy. They've got that Showstopper. They're 2 off the Hunter's Fury, so a couple of ults that could work in their favor. Showstopper available for Punda though to try to lock things down. Even got the Odin here for Maishu, so could get a little bit of that wall banging happen through Garage in towards that seaside onto the box as well. A couple of nice angles for that.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
In a row that you got to convert to throw us over into the OT state. And that is going to be the task of Bonkers now. And straight up towards C-Long we do start to go. Destruction, utility, there's that showstopper that you do mention, but is it going to find anything? It does indeed, with Merza starting out just before the rocket does hit. And as quick as this round has started, it's pretty much as quick as it's ended. Just down to Exus in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, he's kind of wondering what happened to his team at this point. Spike being retrieved from long. Bonkers just kind of going through the motions. Exus even considering the save here. So nice little set play. Threw Gary onto C there. Got the better end of the 2 showstoppers as well. So that's really, really nice to take those out of the equation and have more success on your side. Your opponent's not going to have access to it going forward for a little bit because it's just one of those more expensive ults that takes a lot longer to build up over time.
Yeah, now's the kind of time where we just sit and enjoy the scenery that Haven does present us with while we wait for the spike to explode.
No charges. Shadows.
What do you have for dinner, Dion?
I haven't actually eaten yet.
Yeah, so that's already a big mistake, casting this many maps in a row.
Well, I worked 8 hours at my normie job, and then I'm coming in to do
that's your issue.
any
That's
amount
your
of
issue.
hours
You're
in
not,
this.
You have a normal job.
Yeah,
That's where the first
Can
mistake
someone
was
just
made.
let me esports full time? Thanks.
You need to be a professional gamer, Dion.
Mate, I need to be, you know, multi-talented, like Jordan Elfish Maze.
Yeah, just cast every game, bro. It's not that hard.
Yeah, cast, host, analyze, interview.
Yeah, analyze. I don't know about that.
Yeah, no, maybe that's
maybe replace that with gatekeep. A bit more accurate.
Gatekeep? Yeah, fair enough.
He's also great at dogging the boys, but that's a story for another time. Rain now, another gun round from these lads. Be a quick satchel here from Nice Hacks.
Panda.
Look, Panda again, just taking over. That might just be the game right there.
Yeah, he's super confident right now, and you love to see it. He's hitting the frags, he's hitting the shots, he's gotten a 2-for-1. You take that any day of the week. And there is actually some aggression coming up C long at the moment from Panic. Don't really know how I feel about that one, but he's pushed up very deep.
Yeah, he's found that same control a couple of times, and it's a nice little forward position. Obviously can't progress past the trademark, but you can basically just play retake C and lean towards B and A after getting someone in towards a position like that. Meanwhile, Mike's found a lot of space over here at Garage, so that could be kind of the key play over here. Make sure that the spacing's good here for the Bonkers players on long.
Oh, the timing. And Merz is caught with his knife out. Oh, that is absolutely gorgeous from Panic. It's a bulldog of all things, but he's found the 2-player spray down. Neural theft in to find out where Mike is. And this is one of the points in time where Mike needs to go absolutely above and beyond to try and close it. Now, the remainder of the Rain squad are here, and this is where the utility is just going to bully him. Recon dart, shock dart, flash, fragment, all of the above. Whatever you want to throw at him, just do it. It's 13-7 over towards Rain, which means, folks, we do indeed get map 3 for this elimination game.
He never even had a chance. I think Rain actually tonight has probably been the better formed team. Not only did they push Bonkers a lot further on the map that I expected them to win, but they're also just looking just as strong on Haven. They're going to be riding that momentum in towards the 3rd map as well. So look, if I was backing a team, I'd be expecting Rain to kind of be advancing here on Ascent. But look, we'll see if Bonkers can kind of wake themselves up a little bit after a bit of a sleepy map of Haven.
Yeah, I do wonder what Ascent is going to have toward us, of course. You know, this is one of the ones where, if memory serves me right, we do get a little bit of Killjoy action coming through for the side of Rain. But again, you know, you kind of do wonder, was there enough in this series to really give the substance towards things for Bonkers? You know, we had a really close one on map number 1. It had a bit more of a stretched one here for Rain. Does that work better for them where you just ride off map 1 and... you know, that sort of alignment of thought. But regardless, we don't need to dwell upon that right now. We can look to send this one over to a bit of a short break. And then when we return, we'll be moments away from getting into our 3rd and final decider to see who is going to progress in this lower bracket and who is going to get eliminated. So make sure you guys stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Reports of a disaster in Italy.
안녕하십니까. 이탈리아에서 들어온 지각이 폭발해 공중으로 떠오른 사건이 발생했습니다.
Sta galleggiando a 300 metri da terra.
Radianite may have been involved.
Kingdom, whose Radianite power program accounts for more than 3/4 of the world's energy production, have denied any connection to this disaster.
Anyone with information on the two unidentified radiants spotted at the scene is being asked to come forward.
Finally! About time you showed up.
We're picking up gunfire. Did you locate the spike?
That would be a yes?
Stay close. Weapons ready.
I was born ready.
This way.
Hey, take a look.
It's stealing radianite from the environment. How do we stop it?
I'm on it.
You'll need a radicore to power the heat signal.
I got this.
Phoenix, wait!
Hands up, come on. You should see your face.
Come on. Did you find a power source?
Here.
Let's go, let's go.
But not enough power.
It needs to be superheated.
Get that here.
I honestly didn't expect that to work.
Really? So, maybe give us a heads up next time?
Sign secure. We're coming home.
That the big man? Tell him I need answers this time.
What is your problem? We crushed it.
Phoenix got a look in the mirror.
How come they look like us? And what do they want our radiant at for?
I'll talk to Brimstone. It's time we filled you in.
Yo, we got problems.
We? You're the one that screwed up.
Well, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania tour. We are moments away from getting into our third and final map of this evening to see who is going to progress into the next state of the lower bracket and who is going, I guess, to stay home, be eliminated, all that sort of jazz down in this lower game right now. But from the plays that we've seen so far, both of these teams are looking pretty hot, and Ascent is going to be that third and final one, Pilsy.
Yeah, which is a interesting third map decider. I feel like I've gotten used to the icebox third mappers. A lot of teams just quite comfortable to lean back on the icebox, but I'm not surprised to see that taken out by Bonkers, considering how that went for them the last time that veto was left down to icebox. So Ascent, a little bit of a different story. Both of these teams have been playing it a fair bit. I think this is probably a much better shout for the Bonkers boys than Icebox was. They did beat Cat Girls on this in their recent series, and we know that that's kind of been Cat Girls' go-to. They love that Yoru comp with the Cypher that they loved running on Ascent, and that was kind of their main map. Bonkers kind of smashed Fun Crew on it recently. They did play Rain, and it went into OT in their last series, I believe. It was 13-15 in favor of Rain, just barely edged it out. Rain have been playing a fair bit of Ascent as well. Last time that they did play it in VOT, at least, was actually against Bonkers in that 15-13 game. So they haven't played it in a while. And actually, they did drop to Bobo and Catgirls a while ago. So I don't know which way I'm leaning on. In terms of in terms of form, I feel like Rain has been the more competitive team tonight, right? But in terms of the map statistics, I feel more convinced by Bonkers, to be honest.
So what you're saying is because you said the word overtime and it happened last time, that you've essentially read the script and locked us in to also get more overtime here. Is that what I'm reading?
I think so. Okay. Yeah. They did give me the script straight from the producer, and he said OT because he loves OT. Well, he's keen to go. He doesn't care if he gets home by 3 a.m. He loves it. He's just here for the Valorant.
3 a.m. Yeah. No, that's exactly right. Of course, guys, let us know. I'll look over to all the chat in just a little bit when this does catch up. Who you guys think is going to be able to take the dub here? Is it going to be Bonkers? Is it going to be Rain? I think I'm more leaning over. See, this is always one of the harder things because you can go off map statistics of the previous iterations of these guys playing and the previous reps and everything, but then what the form they're looking on tonight, is it map dependent? Well, a little bit so far, strategic dependent as well. If you look at it, a close first map, it's decided and weighed more from who wins out the second map and what the scoreline is, I guess. So in that bit, you'd kind of put Rain a little bit on top, but then again, Bonkers are a very resilient team to get back into all this one, and if Mercer can come out back with another performance that we saw a little bit earlier, maybe that can get them off the line. Maybe if Panic steps up a little bit, maybe that keeps Rain from being eliminated. So many different factors into this one, but I think if I'm to put my final state on, I think Bonkers have got it. Okay.
Fair enough. I think it's kind of been interesting. It feels like Nice Hacks doesn't want to touch Jet at all anymore, really. He's been slowly transitioning. I've been watching kind of the evolution of their agent roster over a lot of different series. They did mix in a cute little triple duelist once, Bonkers, on this map. Throw a Rainer in there, I guess, because they were kind of feeling it. But I'm watching almost every single one of the maps in their pool go from running a Jet, which I'm assuming was Nice Axe, to running a Raze. So he's not really feeling the Jet as much as he used to on that old Bonkers roster, where he was really one of the most well-rounded duelist players. He could play a Raze, he could play a Neon, he could even play a Jet pretty nicely as well. He'd throw a Raze or a Rainer, in there. He could kind of play a little bit of everything, but you're seeing him be a little bit more one-dimensional nowadays. Kind of lean on the Raze on most maps. And last time I think Rain played Bonkers, he was on the Jet, so they're going to have to deal with something a little different this time if you do see Nice Hacks come in for the Raze, and there you go. He is going to be playing that Raze.
Yeah, Mercer off the sky getting in towards the KO.
I think it's a mirror.
Potentially could be, yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right.
Alrighty, cool. I actually haven't seen a mirror match in quite a bit now. Ever since the introduction of Fade, I feel like that's where it changed it even just a little bit more. And specifically, I guess the Jet nerf, that was a big thing. And when we get 4.09 introduced, maybe we even see a little bit less chamber.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the one trademark is going to make if you want it for that Sentinel role, it's going to make the other Sentinels more valuable in that role exactly, but it isn't really nerfing his ability to go kill people.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think one of the things I saw, I don't know who it was that tweeted it, they essentially just said, you've just changed Chambers Pistol around to be 1 trademark and 6 headhunters, TY. Yeah, okay, you can see it that way.
Nah, trademark's so good on Pistol, just having that safety net of not getting flanked. I don't know. I guess.
Oh no, you still get the trademark on the pistol, but then you spend the rest of the credits on the headhunter. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, armor's overrated anyway. You don't need armor if you just shoot everyone in the head.
Pretty much.
That's why people buy AK no armor in CS all the time, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I'm just happy to be here, but also the fact that KO is being played so much more. I absolutely love that.
Yep. Definitely been a big choice for a lot of people, especially in the Jet Chamber meta. It has just been so good to disable a lot of these key agents that rely on having those abilities active. Shock dart nicely dodged by Rain there. The dart to follow up is going to gather a little bit of info. I think it scanned someone, but I didn't hear it, so maybe it didn't.
Yeah, with the Killjoy set up over at that B site and a little bit of a protruding in toward the B main as well. Kind of is locked in toward the tiles for the meantime, but A main control.
This is what I mean when I say constant role swaps, by the way, from Rain, because now Snow's on the Sentinel. He's played,
And
I think,
Panic's
Controller, Duelist, Sentinel, Panic's on Smokes now. It's just, it's a bit of a fiesta over here.
Yeah, I wonder why they don't just have Haven, you know, putting Panic on this. I don't know. It's weird.
Oh, two-man setup over here towards main. It's a big bait for Tax. Nice hacks. Doesn't even need Tax when you get that flash over the top from Mirza from short. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, how do you get back in toward this one? Spam through the smoke, paint shells as well. Maishu trying to bully his way through the dark cover, and now Snow cordoning off the mid of the map. Jesse, he at least gets the trade on toward that. Now for Panic, a 1 versus 4 presented. We've seen him, you know, be able to win a 1 versus 5 in a pistol round, but I don't think this is going to end up the exact same way.
I love that flash from Mirza over the top from Tree. Absolutely gorgeous from that man, and very clean from Bonkers. Rain didn't even ever really get going. Denied entry into B there by nicely timed dart. And by the time they make their way back towards the A side, Bonkers have already taken so much space that they can never really get back into it.
That's going to be the force up, of course, for Bonkers as they do win the round. But for Rain, no real kills besides Snow and no plants as well. So just back on toward the Classics, see what they're going to be able to start off. Any little bit of damage to potentially get that bonus round a little bit better. Seeing Mirza just play with the Ghost into this next round as well. You know, kind of Crunchy-esque is something that he used to do time and time again when he was back in, you know, well, even your CS days, but in Val too.
That's what we call greedy.
Oh, yeah. Or, you know, big brain save for operator.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Who runs the operator here though in this composition?
Raze, I think.
Yeah.
I've seen Nice Axe pick it up a little bit on this map. And like I said, this has kind of been him transitioning to a Raze role over from a Jet. So if you're occupying some of the same positions, you might still chuck him on an operator just for comfort.
Well, time being a bit of an issue for Rain again. You know, trying to maximize what they can with it. No overextensions for Bonkers. As I say that, Nice Axe is going to send it in on a reload, and he's just going to get classic.
He did deserve for wrecked, if anyone's wondering. Bloody, these eco hunters these days, mate.
Well, Tax has to be real careful as the nanoswarm goes in. That's going to just segregate him from his teammates. No good for one. Falling Tax is able to find it. Didn't know that the plant was actually going down. I think the sound cue got away from him on that one. But Exus gets the plant. A kill would be awesome, but that's not going to be allowed.
So 2 guns, or rather 1 gun lost there, as one of them was just the Ghost for Mirza.
Now what do you play with in the next round if you are Mirza? Does his teammate have a sidearm you can steal?
You drop pistols and buy down to 2k.
Bought a Spectre and shields himself.
That's totally fine as well. As long as you're like above 2k on this bonus, and then you're fine. Really, the objective of this round is just to try to take 2 to 3 guns away or try to cause a bit of an upset.
Damage.
Yeah. What I haven't seen enough of in these bonuses is teams changing up how they play. Like, I see way too many teams just run the same kind of setups.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a bit more aggression.
This is interesting, right? Paranoia and Dart, but then you've got mid being sent, so it's like a split approach right now. And Jesse, he gets punished, but now focuses on towards tiles. Nice Axe is stuck. Exus is in towards Sub Rosa. Mike on short. Yes, how is he up on top? What? Panda!
Mike's lagging, I think, or something's going on there. I'm not sure. How Nice Axe is still alive is absolutely beyond me. But Rain, after all craziness, finally do get things back under control. Mike seeing if he can peg back 1 more kill here and just mess with the economy that much more.
Now the plan will go down, and then we'll potentially go into that retake. See what Mike can do. He can technically bring his turret back from the A side if he wants. You know, a little micro thing here. But I do believe footsteps have been heard from Panic. So that's information. The other boys are going into B main, so they know where Mike is.
Oh.
He's gotten 1 frag, so that's a pass mark. 3 kills in the round.
Uh-oh.
And maybe a 4th. This is where it gets dangerous, Pilsky.
No, 100%. 2-man setup here. Falling back to the site, returning to normalcy. We get the drone to come on through. That's a lot of damage into Mike. He's trying to keep them pinned back into the side, see if he can do any further damage, but nice underarm flash keeps it under control from Exus to Alive from Rain. Means that their money is going to be a little bit more scuffed, and Bonkers have done exactly what they wanted to do in that round.
Yep, get some damage out, you know, force them into a bit of an economical, stressful situation where they have to be maybe a little bit more protective in the next round. Panic is going to be down to Light Shields, as is Punda, to make sure they get a little bit of their abilities. I'm seeing that Jesse has invested in the Odin. It's one of the, I guess you call it niches of a map like this. It's really the only one that you do kind of see the Odin purchase because of the B-wall spam ability.
Yeah, there's also a
Haven to a degree.
You can also spam a lot on the A retake as well. A lot of nice spams there. Good damage on through, chipping the shields away from Snow, who often does try to contest A main, or B main rather, on this map. So good stuff from Jesse. Very slow default early on here for Rain, anticipating some pushes over towards main, which he'll be right about, but they're not going to progress any further than Wine. They've got nice hacks on towards that deep line. They've still got a fair bit of safety here. Mike's got the turret on the B main line, as well as the alarm bot in middle. Those are two really big pieces of info for Bonkers to play off for the time being.
And you saw in the previous series, for those that were wondering...
I love this, by the way. I love this, by the way. The turret contact with the spam ready on the Odin. That's going to be gorgeous.
Yeah.
Go on.
Is there any nano swarms down through the lane? No, there's
gorgeous. That is perfect from Bonkers.
Oh. I thought he was about to spam Exus as well, but now he has to fall back. Cannot use that. No abilities. 25 boards. Got to potentially cop a reload. Oh, we'll see. A lane extension. This is where I was talking about those nano swarms. It could have been huge, but Jesse's shock dart actually found Exus. Punda's down as well. I think maybe he was lagging a little bit there, which is unfortunate. But Mike, he's now having a bit of a dance with Panic. Panic is going to win it, but then nice Axis paint shells to trade.
That's all Jesse.
There was a thing that I was going to mention there, and I think now I've forgotten.
That's fine. What was more important was the 6 setup from Bonkers. Let's be real.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely gorgeous off the turret.
Oh, I remember.
With the Odin. Yeah, go on, Dion.
I was going to say, something that we were seeing from Order in the previous series was the B splits with the mid guts, right? Because there was no Killjoy. I remember I made a little bit of a mention through that. And this is why. Killjoy's affordance on this map just opens up so much of, you know, positioning that you technically don't need to watch. And with no jets, you can't cloud burst that to sneak past.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Killjoy's all right. I almost feel like I used to love Killjoy, and now I just couldn't care less, really, because Chamber exists.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But no jets. We got the Razors, and the Raze here has started off for Rain in towards the tree room, through the tree room in towards grass, and, well, we'll see what Mers is going to be able to do to lock down the fort of the site. Only good for 1. Now, nice hack pops out of Wine. He ain't drunk with it, but it's Jesse now in the 1 versus 3 to see what he's going to be able to do to bring this back for Bonkers. If anything.
Oh, that's a half-buy win. Thrifty coming out for Rain, and to follow that up after breaking the money for Bonkers, they've got so many ults as well. Oh, that's a nightmare round to lose for Bonkers. That's really going to haunt them if they go on to lose the set here.
It's early stages though, Pilsky. So there's a road
that
for
is
recovery.
A big swing,
you know?
man. Like let's say they close out that anti-eco, then Bonkers is up 4-1, and they have good economy. But instead, they lose, they're broke, and now Rain has full ults and a huge economy swing. Like, that's a completely different half.
These are the fun rounds for me, right? Because you've got lockdowns available, but you've got Hunter's Furies, so it's a bit of a waste. You need to kind of take out Sovers, but then if you expect where they're going to Hunter's Fury from, you could showstopper them, or you could deny them with KO ult. It's those domino effects that you never know which is going to blow over first and cause the ripple effect.
Yeah. Just shoot him, lol. It's easier.
Yeah, well, I guess at this point in time, potentially. Who's pushed A main? There we go. Tax is already pushed all the way through.
Yeah, they actually push Panic off that line, and we're able to get deep control of main. So that's pretty cool. Position on tree. Could get a cute little underarm in here from Mercer, unless he can't use abilities.
Well, if you can't use abilities, then you do have to kind of shoot, don't you? That is a very ambitious lockdown to come out now, but well, against the pistol of Bonkers, I think they'd take that.
Yeah, if someone lockdowns against me, anti-eco, I'm like, great. Appreciate that. Thanks, buddy.
Now we see what damage is going to happen for Tax. Well, we've all been there.
That nano exists. It's a thing.
don't even know if it would have done any damage to him, to be honest with you. But
about sending a message.
We don't need to know.
How is Punda alive? Excuse me. That paint shell were all over dice, and he didn't take a single point of damage.
Questions that we'll never know the answer to, Pilski. Let's see what Ice can do here on the exit. Now the door's closed. He's going to be trying to die with the spike, I guess, or find the next kill. And it's going to be neither.
Alrighty. Well, Bonkers, unfortunately, from a fantastic position that they were going to be in, you see a completely different game. Look at Rain's money. They've got a bunch of players like 3.6k plus, couple up at 6k. They've got 4 ults to play with here. This is going to be a very, very messy round from both squads, but Bonkers have a much less room for error in terms of their money here than Rain do. Rain probably have 2 more gun rounds in the back pocket after this one.
Just let loose.
Oh yeah, Punda's going to send it again. It's my favorite time of the year.
Of the year.
Yep.
Well, we'll see if the sending does work out for anything. Yep. Yeah, it does. Mirza, the only player in the game that can technically get rid of his showstopper, doesn't, and he's died toward it. And now the boom bot goes out and Punda finds attacks. This is a great start to a round for Rain. Now it's going to be the counter rocket out for Nice Hacks, and he's going to at least be able to get the trade. There is a bit of the ability coming through to try and get out the denial, but for Exus, it's a little bit late. And now Mike is trying to do the dance with the devil to see if he can get back in toward the site. A late flank out from Snow. And this lockdown is available, but not really utilizable in for the retake from Mike. So he has to push the issue for the frags. He does get that constellation frag onto Exus with the fading of the timer on the KO ult. But they have a nice axe. 1 versus 3. Everybody in main. And Panic's got to swing at the nice timing and find that one. So Rain take the lead now, Pilski. Yep. And, well, technically could have been voided. All on the back of that 1 round.
Now Bonkers back down to another half buy. It's a very sad state of affairs. They're crying. They're trying to pick up all the spaghetti, but they've dropped it absolutely everywhere at this point, and it's too late for that. Rain on this anti-eco, well and truly in control of this half now. Grinning from ear to ear. Getting some decent value out of these ults as well. Nice little usage of the showstopper, whereas Bonkers, they're holding these ults. They don't really want to invest them in a half-buy round if they can avoid it, so they're not really getting as much value over time from theirs.
Bomb buddy out.
Dark goes deep outside B main. No one destroys it, so they let it expire. Trying to get a little bit of this information. We got a short duel from Tax where he's able to dispatch of Panic. A second would have been awesome, but doesn't happen. And a Hunter's Fury being brought out from Jesse is a bit ambitious. He knew where someone was at one point in time, but by that point, they're already gone.
Yeah. I don't know if this is pressure or we're getting a little bit later in the night, but seeing definitely some questionable play here.
Yeah, Merz is going to be stuck in hell now, suppressed for a couple of seconds, and Exus is going to be able to sniff him out in just a moment, unless he does lose the fight, which he doesn't. He's dodged all of the bullets. And now the plant can start to be established as well. Door to be destroyed out by Mike. Needs to at least get bullets in the chamber to take the fight on the back of it. He's got 2. And if he reloads, he's got 6, and that's it.
Bonkers.
Into the retake, though.
They're trying to scale out of heaven. It's not really getting them anywhere. Really good shutdown from Rain.
Oh, Punda was going to be able to finish it off with the warbang. Cheeky darts, though, I got to say. They were certainly hitting the mark. Jesse ate the first one. And now he's going to see what he can do. Yeah, die to Snow. Alrighty. Rain's starting to extend out this lead, but here's going to be one of the big tests, right? We've got guns back for Bonkers on this defensive side. What are they going to be able to try and execute differently to, I guess, fashion a decent defensive side?
They have to win so many gun rounds in a row, Dion. They have to win like 4 gun rounds in a row to start to chip down that money.
Yep.
And there's really not that many rounds left in the half. Like, this is just Rain going to be buys on buys. So Bonkers trying to scrape as many gun rounds as they can together to kind of salvage this half and bring things back a little bit closer if they can. Gonna get some B main aggression. We've swapped the Killjoy over towards the A side of the map.
Yeah, the Killjoy setup around the A site could certainly be something different to catch Rain off guard, but they grab the orb.
Yeah, lockdown available.
They fall. Yeah. No Sova ult as well on the side of Bonkers to counter that. So you have the sort of Killjoy to Sova to KO ults in all of them. But if Merza loses his life here, that's entry to B site, essentially. Well, he's got his teammate to hold his hands. But drone in, he's going to fall back on that and get some info with the non-knife that explodes.
So does at least gather the info, denies entry into B. The fragment being invested there means that he can't cancel the ult with that either. So this will 100% be flushing Bonkers out of the site unless the paint shells was placed well enough for Nice Hacks to shut down the lockdown. It won't be, but a lot of these players going down in the B main choke point.
How is Jesse still alive to get out of that one? That is absolutely ridiculous. But with the spike yet to be established, it's got to get in toward the site from Panic. Plant will go down. And then the lockdown, I mean, you can't really justify using it because the Hunter's Fury's there. Maybe a bit of a deterrent. Niceax is going to be elevating himself up to see what he can spot on the site itself. It would be a big shot onto Panic, but he's just whiffed out on the timing, unfortunately. And the lockdown does get used with the Hunter's Fury. This is what I was talking about. And already being down low, that's an immediate kill on the back of My Shoes ult. Snow and Niceax in for one apiece from each other side. But now they have to really get in towards this retake. They know someone's in B main. But where are the remainder on the side itself? Destruction of the dart immediately. They swing together, Panic for the trade, and now Niceax full equipped on the HP mark, but he doesn't still know exactly the timing on My Shoe. Finds that one. Paint shells could finish Panic, but they miss the mark. They're on the front side of the site, and with no coverage on it, it doesn't matter. Panic, I can't help but feel he's kind of given up the bag on that one. Oh, actually, is there timing? No. Never mind.
Still a second left.
Close.
But yeah, definitely very ambitious peak. End of the day, Rain's still putting it together, and with no players surviving, they don't really care too much. They have got great money, and they have once again reset Bonkers Cash, who, after the first couple, after getting off to a fantastic start, they have absolutely fumbled the ball, and from there, Rain has got full economy control and has not skipped a beat, just winning every single round.
It's looking good, man. Is it too late to recant my prediction?
No, man. It's never too late.
Good.
Never double down, never stick to what you believe. Just flip-flop for eternity. It's fine. No one will judge you.
Isn't that just like Twitter and Reddit and everything?
No, people on Twitter and Reddit never admit they're wrong.
Fair enough. Well, you know what's wrong in this round? Stacking forces at the A site, unfortunately.
It's the thought that counts. The effort was there.
Well, Rain haven't really put anyone forward to try to capitalize upon it either. So if they end up walking back in toward the stack, there is a possibility in which this round does go to Bonkers.
Well, Paranoia comes out from Cat's side, and after Rain see that, they think, well, we've lost control of A main, let's go re-clear it. Make sure that we're not walking into the B stack. That will inevitably happen. Nice peek in towards mid from Tax, though. Finally finding some impact with that Marshall, but in the meanwhile, it should just be the Rain Boys going straight in towards the site. Great paint shell straight on top of Niceax as well.
Yeah, they saw him, so that was a bit of an easy frag to find from the back of Punda. But now you got to try and get the spike down. It's a good shot out from him again. More paint shells can go in toward the heavens, and that should be catching both Jesse and Tax, or at least forcing Tax back. But they could have a little bit of a handshake in the smoke, which Tax's headshot him from point blank. Good shot on this for the attempted retake. A player advantage nullified with the equalization of that, and a smoke towards main. This is kind of workable now for Bonkers, as I was saying a little bit earlier, but a spray through the smoke from Panic. It's half defused. They're whiffing it out. The shots are coming through, and they're not hitting the mark. It's a thrifty from Bonkers. I said it, and it happened. Maybe I have the script.
Look, I criticize Bonkers for their questionable play in the anti-eco, and their inability to shoot Panic on the defuse, and that was a combination of both. Just too many players aggressing. Don't need to walk in towards that heaven smoke and take the duel there. And obviously unable to kill that player on the defuse. Bonkers gifted an additional round that they had no business winning, really.
Yep. Null Command even invested on the side of Vexus that, you know, really didn't have its weight in the round.
It's kind of interesting. Swarm very easily dealt with. There's the from the shadows from Tax. In the meanwhile, Bonkers are all the way down middle. They've made that 1-3-1 right from the start there. There's both of the showstoppers being called and traded back and forth. Nice hacks on for 4. Oh, Snow might be able to turn this around, though. The spike is on the ground. He's smoked off, well aware that the enemy Killjoy is on this side of the site, though. So he's in between a rock and a hard place. He knows he's got a player in front of him and behind him. But Tax with full control of that spike right now.
It's going to be a little bit difficult for Snow to try and get back in toward this one. We'll see what he's going to be able to try and piece together, though. No one's really giving him this one. Mike doesn't necessarily need to be on the ledge, but now that the information is there, he knows where one is. He knows that Tax has the spike, but pushing in toward the smoke is certainly something a little bit sinister, but it's nice timing on the fading and the peak. Tax will hold it. I can't believe, again, we've been treated with, like, big aggression, big results, and they trade each other again.
I can't believe this is going to be a 6-6.
I don't know about that one, but maybe. Maybe.
Alrighty. What do we got to close this one out? KO ult for Mirza. Got from the shadows here for Panic. Looks like it's going to be a quick A play in here for Rain.
How many players did that reveal? I think it might have been 2 or 3. Sometimes I wish Valorant would let us know, but regardless. Punda shoulders stepping. Mirza can't capitalize on his ult from hell. In all the sight though, Punda sending it with the satchels. We'll see what Mirza is going to be able to do when the suppression does fade away as the plant does start to go down. He is just kind of hiding in hell and waiting, but popping up his head. He's starting to get pre-fired out. A little underarm lobbed paint shells will get him there, and well, try and get in front of the lockdown. It's not really working out for Bonkers, unfortunately, and that's just going to close it. 7-5. That's the half.
Yeah, pretty straightforward one for Rain there. Mirza definitely not looking as confident as he was on Bind earlier, having a bit of a rougher game and not really getting too much done there under balcony for the majority of that round. Needs to start picking it up. This is kind of the make or break map here to determine who's going to actually continue on in this lower bracket over towards Bobo. And it's still very winnable for either one of these sides here. Rain now starting to move over onto the defense again. Similar to what we saw from Bonkers in this mirror matchup. They're playing the Killjoy Sova over towards B. And then the Raze to try to control A main.
Right here.
All right. Well, with a mirror match, it's always interesting to sort of see the different strategies deployed by different teams. Do we see a lot of players from the same strat book, or do we see new innovations? Right now, and there's the 3-2, more favoring over towards the mid side of the map for Bonkers.
Seen a lot of this from Nice Axe walking up middle and lurking with the Jet. So, not surprising to see him just confident walking straight up middle on the Raze here. And he's got himself in the pole position to control the rotates. Rest of the Bonkers starting to group up. Might be a little bit of an A split on the cards at some point.
Well, the first duel is going to be fought here for Punda, and there's going to be answering back in return, pushing him off the line, seeing what he can spot out. Pretty cheeky with the utility usage, all things considered. Try and get in, and this is going to be the timing for Nice Hacks now to peek out from the bottom of mid as the spike looks to be established down onto the side. Oh, Tax has gotten away with a TP and the frag on towards Panic. Gets out of that one, a plant towards Dice. There's going to be a big retake to come on through. Nice Hacks finds Maishu as well, and with the scan starting to come on out. Nexus, he can't. He has to go for reload. Oh no, he still manages to find both of the frags somehow. And Tax, he's in with it. It's a 1 versus 2 over towards Nexus. He needs the ace to be able to clutch this one through. He's got 6 boards. It's a bit better than none, but it certainly is difficult, specifically where he doesn't know the enemy is. Clear out what he can. Get that ghost that's on the floor. Problem being, there's the 4th. He's on for the ace. Jesse's 1 HP. The dart comes on out. He has to stick in toward the line to bait out the presence. Knows that he's off toward it and not on the plant, but the defuse rather. And yep, Exus has gotten himself an ace and a defuse. I can't believe the man's done it.
How has he shot like 3 people not looking at him from sight when he's on cat? That's just inexplicable.
These are the rounds where it's kind of like it's followable, but it's not followable at the same time, and you're just questioning how the bloody hell things happen.
Dude, no one on Bonkers shot back at him. He just literally unloaded like 3 frenzy clips from Cat and reloaded his gun, and still got away with like a multi-frag into a clutch. Like, that is absolutely absurd that that's been allowed to happen. Things getting really sloppy here for Bonkers.
Well, big for old mate Exus. It's what you like to see to get yourselves, you know, kind of on the right foot after a pistol round. Now it would be classic Osh things if this round somehow goes over towards Bonkers.
Jump spots from Panda. Look at a frag up a Storm on the anti-eco, see if he can get himself an early showstopper, but don't want to be seeing them chuck too many guns away here early on. They put themselves in a great position. It'd be good to see them secure the 9-5 without too many issues.
Yeah, deep into all the spawn for Panda. Hasn't left. Rewarded with the frag on towards Nice Hacks. Again, you know, this is just one of those rounds where you don't need to get all out of your seat for the eco frags. Just kind of just let them happen how they go. Nexus is actually one away from his ultimate. Now he's got it. And another one through the smoke, just spamming at the choke point. No entry. Snow's going to take away the frag on Jesse. And also look for the one on towards Mike.
That's clean. 5 alive there. Absolutely beautiful from Rain. This is the start that they wanted towards that second half of Ascent. Up to Bonkers now to dig deep. It's very, very clear they're not playing their A game. Things are getting a little bit sloppy as it gets really, really late on in towards the night.
How many hours do you think in a competitive environment like this the full focus could be on for?
For me, 0. I've lost it. I'm too old.
Fair enough.
Wonder on the same main line contesting. This is just the bonus here for Rain. Looking to see if they can get any damage done. That's a great amount of damage on towards Tax. And he's not going to feel comfortable enough to contest that A main line anymore. Meanwhile, Bonkers starting to make inroads over towards this B side of the map, but trying to avoid getting spammed out by my shoot. He's more focused on the turret right now.
He can't even cop a full reload. He's got 26 bullets to try to contest with 5 players. It's just not possible. Now it's even more difficult that he's lost his teammate to try and help him out. He gets a dink, so I guess that's something. But in the name of the game of damage right now, you need to be converting those into actual kills to make it a little bit easier in the next round. So we'll see what this retake does have for us. Can't be dodging out the blade, unfortunately, for that one from the site.
It's gotten a little carried away. All good though. Rain setting up for some exits, and this is one of the sites that's a little bit easier to find exits out of. Punda gonna pick up that frag with the blast pack, not something you see too often. And now the majority of Bonkers are trapped into the side here.
And more damage to come on through. Punda able to wallbang out Nice Hacks. Paint Shells goes a little bit around the site, not catching anyone, but now it does shift just into what Snow's going to be able to do in terms of damage. The clearance on out, maybe 2, but just the 1. So it is the 6th round on the board. And again, nice. You know, these sort of rounds, right, where you talk about pass mark, and that was definitely the pass mark for Rain. 3 kills, you take that.
They broke Dux's armor as well. So Bonkers very broke at this point. Very resettable. So Rain though, so this could be the big swing round. I think if Rain win this round, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Bonkers to really grind on this attacking side, and I'm not sure if they've got that in them. But if Bonkers win this, I feel like it's really anyone's game. Could go either way.
Yeah. Well, we'll wait and see. 0 point over towards A main to get a little bit of a clearance is going to keep the boys over at Rain a little bit interested for at least the next few seconds toward that A site. But right now it is just kind of that spread default coming out from Bonkers. Yeah. More tailoring over towards A, at least at short.
Yeah, kind of classic 1-3-1, right? Pressuring either of the extremities. Tax has found a little bit more control than Mike has. Rest of the boys working towards Cat off the back of that drone. Exus looking to contest. He does have that KO ult that he can pop whenever he wants to. You've also got Panic over there ready with the paranoia so that Exus can pop out on short as soon as contact's made. Could be a nice little set play here for Rain.
Oh, and they've gotten in front of the smoke, so this is big for Bonkers. Their own is about to fade over towards the tree, so for Exus, he could find some beautiful timing if he goes toward the side. But look at the sneakiness of this one right now. Nice Hacks and Co already into the side itself. Now he's been baited in by the barrel of Exus's gun. Caught out with utility, however, not knowing on how they're already in toward that. And Punda's just going to throw the satchel to try and bop him off from getting out that plan. He can do it again as Jesse does start to do so, and that's exactly what he's going to be looking to. A post plant now with a player advantage for Bonkers. This can get chaotic.
Getting this big wrap around from Tax as well. Not sure if you're going to be ready for that. If you're Rain, you're more so concerned about coming back into the site. The Dark clears out most of it, so they know that there's going to be players under balcony, and this shock dart's starting to fly in here. Paranoia goes in. Bonkers trying to drop that nade, trying to contest them as they come out heaven, and Nice Hack is getting so much work done. Even
he's used his satchels already.
Even his Roomba connects. Tax on the big wrap around, as we said. Probably going to be good enough to lock this one down. 8 HP for Punda.
Yeah, it's going to go Tax's way, just out of the smoke with that one. Big on the round. I can't help but feel for Nice Hacks in that on the kit as well. You know, he brings out his showstopper, but he tries to satchel the floor and he'd already used them.
That's all right. He did his job. Well and truly. That was a very important round for Bonkers. That's going to reset Rain's money. And from there, if they can just win against the half buy, I know it's really hard. I know it's really hard. In Oceania, we have a history of being terrible at anti-ecos, but look, just have a clean round here, Bonkers, and you'll definitely be thanking yourselves for that.
Revealing area.
All right, they haven't lost a frag in the first 20 seconds, so we're okay.
Yeah, they're giving a lot of respect right now. Not rushing anything. Deep line for Tax in towards A main. Jump spotting on middle. Multiple little bits of util contesting B main, and they have kind of spotted that B main setup, at least for the time being. Bonkers now starting to work middle. Probably getting ready to kick off some kind of a split here.
Yeah, the kind of scary thing for me in this round, right, is Rain do still have that null command, and they've got Punda now with the showstopper, so there definitely is a world in which damage could be done if it's delivered to A, because that's where both of these ultimates currently are. But the Owl Drone at least is able to spot out one of the boys in a wallbangable spot, but he's just gotten away with that one. Baited into Ward Exit, so the Sheriff is able to find 2 shots. Our reload, though, is a little bit unfortunate, but damage at this point is already starting to be delivered. Tax on towards Maishu, and now it's no. 1, 2, 3, no! Oh, so close, but so far.
I just can't get it done cleanly. You really can't if you're Bonkers. 4 guns dropped over. Their money really not where it needs to be. Down to a Spectre for Mirza. He's already having a rough day at the office. You don't want to be taking a Spectre into a gun round here. And a lot of ults on offer from both of these teams. Everything but the showstopper for Bonkers. Rain won off the Hunter's Fury, so pretty much the full sync for them as well. Looking like Bonkers want to kick off things towards this B site, but look at how many numbers are over here for Rain right now.
Yeah, cheeky little lean. Let's see what is going to work wonder for them, as the turret technically isn't inside main this time. It's playing the more disruptor route from when you try to get out into the site.
I think Punda's trying to destroy the lockdown if that does come in with the satchels.
Yeah, but Null Command is going to stop that, and a ping reveal out into position. So this could be a big conversion of a round from Bonkers. Though Nice Hacks, Mike, they're losing their lives, and things are actually working out wonders for Rain. Pushing toward it. Mirza at least afforded a trade, but they haven't found out exactly where the other remaining members are. Now it's going to be the counter null command to start to come in as well, and the Hunter's Fury and the lockdown. Everybody's sending in everything in this round. It was a huge scan, all 3 members on the side. The spike is planted, but now, boys, everyone's dead. Yeah. You can defuse.
It's big. Rain coming straight back in there, getting themselves a very, very clean gun round, which was much needed. I definitely rate investing that many ults coming in there, because 4 players up for them is really going to help to stabilize their economy. They do have that showstopper ready to go as well for Punda. She can invest in towards this round if they want. And Bonkers, a tough decision to make here. Their money a little destabilized after dropping that one. Does seem like they're going to go back down to the half fight.
Big one up for Rain to be able to find. You know, they get this. That's a quote 11. You know, you would expect it to be 11, and then we're back in toward that realm of any slip up and it's map series elimination point. And for Bonkers, you know, they would, I guess, probably be the team that you would expect to be taking this series. But we've seen huge things from Rain tonight. Lockdown invested. No counter Hunter's Fury. Can't justify sending in a showstopper from Punda. So we'll see what damage the Paint Shell's going to come out with at least, but they try to get in front of that one. There's some damage in the end. The lockdown is keeping Punda here, but one person did get detained. He's going to elevate himself.
I was worried. He did that before. He has altered himself once before. Rain don't need to rush anything, don't need to force the fights. They've got much better weaponry, nice paranoia to be able to enable this entry to go a lot more smoothly. Hunter's Fury coming out. Bonkers are throwing absolutely everything at this round, but they are really getting absolutely nothing out of it here, Dion.
No, it's a 1v5 and Jesse doesn't even get one.
Yeah, that was the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury invested in a round where they only had sheriffs, and now they have no ults going into the gun round.
Look, I kind of understand the decision making around it, but it is a very slim percentage that probably works out.
You would have had a big ult advantage in this round for this gun round, so look, I don't know.
Yeah.
See what?
Is what it is.
It's going to be an ultless,
deal with it
ultless
now.
gun round for both of these squads, except if Night Hacks and multifrags up a storm, then he can pop his old showstopper and maybe potentially pop off from there.
Got a bit of a spot coming out over toward the A site right now from the likes of Punda. I think he did get tagged out by the 0.2, but again, it's the relinquishing of mid, right? Allowing Bonkers to get up here. We saw Nice Hacks get there in the pistol. He was able to find some dirty damage. Exus has to be prepared for this if you do choose to cross, but that's what the drone's for. Force Nice Hacks into a sticky situation. Oh, it didn't spot him, but he has to use util to get out.
Yeah, it's all good. A lot of pressure on middle there for Bonkers. Rain reacting to it quite heavily. Multiple rotations off, just trusting that Sentinel setup to keep them safe on the B site. Lot of control on that extremity towards B there for Bonkers. Mike's been able to get fairly deep there. A lot of initiator util being invested to give Bonkers a lot of pressure and control towards Cat, and that's pulled a few rotations away from Rain, who are now playing retake B. Nice Hacks deep on this market lurk, and we're going to kick off the B split.
Yep, Snow's able to find Mike though, and with the door being destroyed, this is where 30 seconds becomes a bit of an issue because Snow still does have his nano swarms over towards lane. Mercer and Panic are able to trade out a couple of kills on toward the KOs. And now the issue is certainly being a little bit more hurtful for Bonkers. Nice Hacks though, getting in the rocket as well toward the back of the site, but it doesn't clear him on through. Panic in toward the smoke again. This time you need to be getting in. You need to try and disrupt Snow from the back of site, but then Panic will pop through and potentially get the better of you, forcing on towards Snow now, but he's able to find it. Panic found Tax just beforehand, and that is going to be map series elimination point over towards Rain.
Yeah, Rain really showing their composure there. Really, really nice hold of that B split. That was a very difficult round for them to read. They were kind of getting pushed and pulled around in terms of the rotations. Credit to Bonkers. It was a really, really nice setup, but when it came down to the XVX on the B side, they just couldn't get it done.
Oh, what do things look like here, right? In this last round for the side of Bonkers. Light shields nearly all around. Spectres, you know, you think about what you mentioned just before. Would that last round have shaped it differently if they had ultimates? Hunter's Fury in a lockdown? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Dart on towards middle. Again, a bit more of a defaulty start to the round for Bonkers.
Take flight.
Bit of drone their way up Cat.
Gonna be tagging out the turret, so at least you get some information. Presence detected in toward the tree room, but Punda has been sent himself to the grave. Wonka's actually starting to come out on top of a bunch of these duels, so if they can look to get the spike down, maybe they're able to win it, but Exus dispatches of Nice Hacks, and now it's a little bit more difficult. Mercer pushing up toward the heavens, though, and Maishu finds him, so it's going from bad to worse. From the shadows can be used as well here to either reposition or catch information, so Panic, what is the choice you're going to present us with? Jesse fluffing out the shots, and he loses it to Exus. Now it's all onto Mike, and the trade comes from Panic, which does mean, folks, it's 13-8 over here to Rain. They are your victors, and they are eliminating Bonkers from the VOT.
Yeah, much more composed on that last map. I think it really came down to who made less mistakes, and Rain definitely made a lot less mistakes in towards that last game. So really, really good stuff to turn things around on Ascent. Like I said, I was feeling a little bit nervous for Rain. Bonkers has had some great form on Ascent. They're able to pick it up over Cat Girls the other night, who that's been their go-to pick. They've even been able to have some good wins on Ascent. So I was getting a little bit worried. There was a very, very close game in OT won by Rain previously. You had the comp change come out, which I thought could be a promising thing for Bonkers, but credit to Rain. Every single time you count them out in a bunch of these series, they continue to surprise, and they've actually got themselves a cheeky third place in VOT. I wouldn't have pitched it for this roster, to be honest. When I saw it come together, they've definitely performed above and beyond. So credit to them. Really, really good performance in VOT this season.
Well, again, this is one of the interesting things, right? Where it's kind of like you look at these teams on paper and you look at the performances that they're coming out. Sometimes you don't attribute them to be able to actually come out on top of a bunch of these series. But again, it just strengthens the statement that I made earlier. We've got a lot more stronger teams coming into this rendition of the VOT Stage 2 than, you know, we've kind of seen before. There's a lot more fierce competition, a lot more teams that are very potential to be able to get overseas, you know, in the grand final area. You just got to fine tune a little bit of that, and you still just got to try and, I guess, tackle the beast in order, which again, you know, we saw earlier, everyone, that they are into the grand final that'll be played out on Sunday. We now know who's going to be playing tomorrow's games, but we are just waiting to see if we can get a cheeky little interview with one of the boys over in Rain, because remember, it is 11:30 p.m. right now over in, you know, the good side of Australia. Over the pond, it's, what is it in New Zealand now? Like 1:30, or is it 3 hours difference? 2:30.
Yeah, 1:30.
No, it's 1:30. Okay, so dark hours.
Yeah, the joys of being a New Zealander. I don't know if there is any in the server for that series. I think mostly Aussies. I don't think so. For is there really even that many New Zealand? I think Signed is the only one that I can think of off the top of my head that's like a New Zealand player. But look, at the end of the day, really, really nice win there for Rain. They've got themselves a cheeky third place, and they're going to go on to play Bobo tomorrow. And they have been able to actually pick up maps against Bobo here and there. You know, you can even see it in that upper bracket game, a 1-2. So Bobo definitely cannot take that series for granted.
Yeah, no Bobo bonkers. We're going over in towards Bobo Rain. So again, you know, as you did mention, at least top 3 secured. Taking on some cheeky cash, which will also be quite nice for these boys. But in that match tomorrow, it's going to be full fierce in the server to see who is going to get into the grand final to try and tackle Order, because the winner of that game, well, they take home the glory of this stage 2.
100%, and that's going to be the big game to look forward to on Grand Final Sunday. It's also one of the only opportunities you're really going to get to have a whole best of 5, where it's just the 2 bands from either one of the teams, and then playing across the whole map pool. And with all the roster shuffles and changes and stuff, there's only a handful of teams that really have the map pool and the capacity to go the distance at the moment.
Well, before we look to close things out, do you have any final thoughts on the day before we, you know, we return tomorrow, I guess is something to say, because both Pilsky and I will be back tomorrow. So you got any final thoughts on that?
Not really. I think we had some good games, and it's a good kind of set up for some of the storylines heading forward here in VOT. You're getting to see Bobo's form against Order nice and early on. You're getting to see Rain in good enough form to potentially challenge Bobo a little bit more. So those are the games to look forward to tomorrow and Grand Final Sunday as always.
Absolutely. And of course, guys, make sure you do return here on the same Twitch channel that you're watching it on. There's a couple, I think, that are broadcasting this one, but LP_Valorant if you want to have a chat to all of the OCE viewers as well, primarily. But guys, that's going to be it from us tonight. A pleasure as always. Make sure you do return 3:30 p.m. Australian time tomorrow. That's 5:30 over the pond in New Zealand. But from us, make sure you do have a good night, and we will return tomorrow to see who gets into that grand final to face Order on Sunday. Good night.